Take care. Thank you. So, Mr. Slit, or we start with Mr. Sharma and Mr. Slit. Paramjit ji, Mr. Slit. After that, you're the host. Thank you. So, Paramjit ji, Manish ji, let's come forward. Sharma sahab, thank you. Ravi. Mr. Venukar. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sharma Sahab. Thank you, Paramjit ji. Thank you, Manish ji. Thank you, Lakshmi ji. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Mr. Yanurkar. Thank you, Deshpande ji. Thank you, Mr. Slit. So that was the lighting of the lamp to shed the darkness and to bring knowledge, the light of knowledge. So with that, may I request Killian also to come forward, please. Mr. Killian Dodger is Vice President Communications of SMS. And very soon, the minister will be joining us on Zoom. He is in his constituency in Mandla, Mr. Phaggan Singh Kulaste, who incidentally also holds the portfolio of rural development. So he is Minister of State for both rural development and steel. So the rural areas are the areas where we need to use more of steel. So Manish ji has taken that initiative up to ensure one-stop solution. And Mr. Sharma Sahab has been talking about this right from the beginning. And he has done it. He has proved. Sharma Sahab has turned JSPL around. Paramjit ji has extended so much of support we got from the Ministry of Steel. We are really thankful to Government of India and Ministry of Steel for the support we have. Otherwise, this topic would not have come up today. The 500 million tons that we're looking at is because the ministry envisaged. The role of the ministry is now not to do moral policing, but to promote the use of steel, the production of steel, and to bring the best technology in the world available. So companies like SMS, Dhaneli, Mr. Dasparo is also here from Dhaneli. Please come up, Mr. Dasparo. So Dhaneli, SMS, Primetals, the three big darlings, and along with our Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, we are going to become the world leader in the steel industry. The future of steel, I keep saying, lies in India. We are number 2 now, but in terms of quality, we will remain to be number 1. Because I always keep saying, quality, safety are issues where there is zero tolerance. So when it comes to quality and safety, I think we maintain much better standards than China. China can never match. I have seen, Indian operators who had unfortunately gone for the Chinese blast furnaces are crying today. So as they say, महंगा रोए एक बार, सस्ता रोए बार बार. So if you buy a cheap blast furnace from China, you are going to suffer in the long run. But I'm sure we have the best of technologies available. Government of India is taking all initiatives to promote local technology where we become Atmanirbhar. In fact, SMS, Dhaneli, they have already set up their units in India. You have Dhaneli India, you have SMS India, where you have manufacturing facilities. SMS has their workshop in Bhubaneswar, in Mancheshwar, and Dhaneli have their workshop in Sri City, which is very close to Chennai. So these companies are Indian companies now. So SMS India is very much Indian. So those of you who feel that we are using technologies from Europe, actually, in reality, these are technologies which are developed for you within the country. So may I request Mr. Devinder Chuk now after the national anthem, to start off with the panel discussion, and May I request Nikita also to invite everyone on stage so that Mr. Slit could deliver the welcome address.
Well, sir, thank you so much for the kind words. Now it's time to bring India together on the stage in this hall. May I request every one of you to please stand up in the honor of our national anthem. So we are about to begin the national anthem. Thank you so much.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much. Well, I would like to add up a line that India is all about unity, celebrating culture, celebrating teamwork. And with that, let's commence this beautiful event. And with that, I would like to invite all the people to please be on stage for the inaugurational ceremony. And
Then you.
And now, can I have a big round of applause for Mr. Thomas? Please have a big round of applause for Mr. Thomas Schlitt, the Managing Director of Messe Düsseldorf India Private Limited. Over to you, sir, for the day. We are very delightful to have you today with us on this great prestigious event.
Thank you very much, Nikita. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome the distinguished guests. The Minister of State for Steel and Rural Development will join via Zoom, according to Mr. Mukherjee, soon. I'd like to welcome the delegates and all the speakers who have joined us to share their expert perspective with the audience. Hope you had already very exciting and busy days, the last 2 days at the metal fairs. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, our conference partner, Steel and Metallurgy, for curating this insightful conference on Vision 2047, Mission 500 million tons steel production, along with us. Today, at this day-long conference, we will hear from experts and stakeholders from the steel industry. A lot of insightful sessions are lined up, which will deep dive into the roadmap of steelmaking for 2047. I'm sure that the insights you gain here will be effective in the furthering the united vision. I wish all of you a productive and lively time today, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Schlitt. Mr. Schlitt and myself, we were having meetings one after the another to make METEC India as powerful as METEC in Germany. And to make that happen, to make METEC India a shadow of real METEC, which happens once in every 4 years in Düsseldorf. We had a series of meetings in India. In fact, last, I think it was in June, Mr. Schlitt, we met in Germany. In Düsseldorf, we had a discussion together at the Messe, how to take forward, because we need good technology in this country. Mr. Sharma has been proposing this for a very, very long time. Mr. Sharma has been holding this flag very high. And Paramjit ji, the industrial advisor role is primarily to bridge the gap between the industry and the Ministry of Steel Government of India. So Paramjit ji has been handling that very well. And the industrial advisor's office is something which has a legacy. I have been interacting since early 90s with, it started with Mr. Saha, then with Kashivaji, ACR Das, all these people. So almost last 25 years that I have been visiting Udyog Bhavan. My first room which I enter is always the industrial advisor's office in Udyog Bhavan. And then go and meet the joint secretaries and the others. But the real bridge is always done by the industrial advisor. And Paramjit ji has been very, very active. In fact, when Manish ji, I remember Mr. Manish Beriwala, again, someone of whom I consider a family member. Manish ji said that you should not call the secondary producers term, you should not use the term secondary producers. You should call them smaller players. So Paramjit ji from Ministry of Steel made it very clear that, you know, we don't want to call them secondary producers. They may be smaller players, but they are also integrated players today, mini integrated producers. So Manish ji, I must thank for taking up that cause, because I feel in the equality, the smaller players and the larger players should have equal stake in this industry. No one is big, no one is small. Everyone has an equal stake if we have to move towards the 500 million tons mark. So I cannot say, okay, not big, not so big, medium, everyone has an equal stake. For example, Welspun. Welspun has come a long way. Some of them, I was just mentioning, when Sham Steel, I was looking at the presentation of Sham Steel. 10 years ago, it was a 1,000 crore company. And today it is 4,500 crore plus. Am I right, Manish ji? Yeah, so this is the growth we have seen in the last 10 years, from 1,000 crore to 4,500 crore. And thanks to Virat Kohli and Anushka, Sham Steel is a hit everywhere. So with that in mind, I would not take much more of your time. Mr. Slit, Mr. Slit has already delivered the welcome address. And Mr. Devendra Chugh, if I may introduce the moderator for this session. Mr. Devendra Chugh was earlier on the group management board of ArcelorMittal. He was a member of the GMB. For 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, for 10 years, he was on the GMB. And now he's the founder of Synergy Capital, along with my good friend Sudhir Maheshwari. And we are from the same alumni of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. Sudhir is also from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. I am also, like Lakshmi Mittal, also from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. So being a part of the same alma mater, I'm grateful to Sudhir, and I'm grateful to Mr. Chugh for his consent in moderating the panel discussion this morning. And he has a small presentation which he will give to us before he invites everyone on the dais. So over to you, Mr. Devendra Chugh, for your presentation before you invite Ravi, Sharma Saab and others. Sharma Saab will deliver the keynote address today, Mr. V.R. Sharma, whom I need not introduce to anyone, because all of you who are here know him more than anyone else in this industry, because Mr. V.R. Sharma is known to be a pundit and who has predicted what is going to come for tomorrow. And I always keep telling him, because he is my mentor, my Guruji, someone I have utmost respect for. So I always keep saying, whatever Mr. V.R. Sharma predicts today becomes true tomorrow. He has very clearly, I think it was just 2 to 3 days back, Mr. Sharma was mentioning that the blast furnaces, as we know, I know Mr. Deshpande might be a little upset that we can't really say that blast furnaces will go on increasing in the years to come. But at the same time, we are not wishing away the blast furnaces. All we are saying is the way forward. Sharma Saab cleared, very specifically mentioned the way forward for survival of Indian steel industry and to move toward 500 million tons. We have to use DRI module with CGP. Coal gasification is the way forward. Ministry of Steel has also mentioned this time and again. In fact, Government of India has given special incentive for coal gasification. So I'm sure Sharma Saab will highlight more on this and what is the way forward to achieve that 500 million tons we are talking about. So with that, I'll hand you over to Mr. Devendra Chugh, who is the ex-group managing board member of ArcelorMittal and now founder and partner of Synergy Capital. Over to you, Mr. Chugh.
So I always believe that the wise words are the great way to start any big thing. And now I would like to invite Mr. Devendra Shuk, the senior partner of the Synergy Capital. Please come on stage, sir. Please have a big round of applause for him. He's the moderator for the day. And over to you without wasting any time further. And thank you to Mr. Mukherjee as well for the kind words, for overwhelming us with his vision, his ideas. Now it's over to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity to be here today and addressing you and moderating the next session. I have put together a very small presentation which intends to define the topic, set the context for 500 million tons by 2047, and eventually introduce to you the enablers that are needed in our country to achieve that. That's the intention, and my moderation of the discussion subsequent to that will be around the topics which I introduced you to in this presentation. And the intention is that through this, I set a kind of boundaries. Otherwise, there will be such a large presence of talent here that I might have difficulty in keeping it within the bounds. So that's the intention. I will introduce as a teaser the topics which I believe must be addressed for achieving what we want to achieve. Is it going to be projected? No. Okay.
So I would like to request to please start the presentation so that he can come ahead with all the ideas and all the topics we will be covering today.
No, I don't have readily.
We'll just take another moment and we'll start with the presentation.
I can, in the meantime, introduce myself and more particularly Synergy Capital to you. We are a private equity fund of nearly 5 years vintage. We, that is me and my managing partner, Sudhir Maheshwari, after we left ArcelorMittal, we started this fund. Today, we have an investment of nearly $1 billion. We made an investment of about $1 billion. And we deploy our deep industry knowledge, operating experience, and discipline in creating the structures in funding which are most suitable to anyone's need. As I said, we have deployed about $1 billion by now. Industry-wise, we are very focused on industrials and manufacturing, with about 53% of our investments focused there. Asia is our, so far, a preferred place of investment, though now we are diversifying into Western side also. And we have a very strong team which comes with the operating experience. And we believe that we should invest where we can make a difference. So that's Synergy Capital. We are mainly located in Dubai and London, but we have offices with presence in Singapore and a couple of other places too.
So we are just checking when we can start with the presentation.
Let me start introducing the global steel scenario to you. That should set the context for us. World GDP and crude steel production go hand in hand. The intensity of the steel in any GDP growth varies from 0.75 to nearly 2. That is, if the GDP grows by 5%, steel demand can grow up to 10% or even more. That is the steel intensity of any economy. China is a good example, which during the decade of 2000 to 2010 had a steel intensity of 1.85. That is, if the country was growing at a 7.5% average growth economy, then the steel demand at times grew by 15% and it averaged very well. Question is, India's steel demand growth, can it double in its intensity? If India's economy grows by 7-8%, can the steel demand grow by 15%? Is the most cardinal question. There is a very standard measure to look at when it comes to steel intensity of an economy, that is kg per capita consumption of steel. While the world average is at about 230, and there are countries sitting at 700, India is fairly low in terms of that and needs a lot to happen there. When we look at the distribution where all steel is used, then importantly, building an infrastructure takes more than half of the steel consumption in any economy. And depending upon where is the urbanization, where is that construction stage in a country, that determines how much of the steel will go into that. India still has a lot of distance to cover as far as infrastructure and construction is concerned. Therefore, we are expecting the steel demand to grow. But the cardinal question which we should address today is that can there be a steel demand for 500 million tons by 2047? Because no point making a lot of steel when it is not being consumed. Yes, export is an outlet, but has limitations. How much of export you want to do? How much of the world steel market balance do we want to disturb? So 500 million, we must have a domestic market of something like 430 to 450 million tons. And that can come mainly from infrastructure and construction, auto industry, machinery building, and such other places. There are net exporters, there are net importers in the world, and China, Japan, Russia, India, and other countries who are net exporters, and the quantities vary from 40 million, 30 million, and so on per year of exports, and there are net importers. More importantly, the best paying markets of Europe and USA are very big net importers. And they are likely to remain so because I don't see a very big growth in steel manufacturing coming up there. So the balance of the manufacturing and demand within India, 50 million tons, 70 million tons by 2047 will have to find a home elsewhere.
Sir, we can now proceed with the presentation thing.
Yeah. Are we
Sorry
ready?
for the delay.
Are we ready with the presentation? You can run the presentation. So enablers for 500 million tons. What are the enablers? Mr. Chuk will run us through the enablers for achieving that landmark. So
Let's move on.
let's move on to the presentation. And the minister will be addressing us just after that. So I suppose, Pradipta, if you could just coordinate the minister's office, Honorable Minister will be joining us just after Mr. Chuk's presentation on the enablers. So,
can we have the slides moving, please? Yeah, this is a kind of commercial for Synergy Capital. I've already run through that. I would like to move on. This is the international steel scenario. I've already spoken to it. I've already given you the context that between the decade of 2000 to 2010, when the crude steel grew at 5.4% against a world global economic growth of 2.8%, it had the steel intensity of 1.8. And the next decade, 2.5% GDP growth and 2.7% steel demand growth shows us a steel intensity of nearly 1.1%. And India, as we go and see forward, will need a steel intensity of nearly 2. That is, steel demand must grow at a rate twice of the GDP growth. I've spoken about apparent steel use. I've spoken about where all steel is used, who are the main exporters and who are the main importers of steel in the world. Let's have a look at the Indian scenario. Construction and infrastructure will still lead the consumption of steel, and we expect it to stand at more than 60% of the total demand. Crude steel capacity and the production going forward has to grow at a tremendous pace. Up until now, 154 million tons of capacity, producing about 120 million tons at a capacity utilization of around 80% is the story today. And looking at the middle graph, you will see that the apparent steel use per capita is world average at 233 kilograms per person, and India is at 76. That has to grow. We will see as we go on beyond the world's average if we have to reach where we want to reach. India's end-use sectors, I have already stated, the biggest of them all, it has still come to 62% from construction and infrastructure, capital goods at 15%, and automobiles at 9% of the demand, and there are other smaller fractions. That is where the demand will come from. Important question which in the panel we must address is, do we see these sectors growing at that pace to create that much of steel demand in our country? And India's steel exports up until now, 2022 financial year was a very different year with a lot of exports. The markets were good and we were able to export. Currently, partly because of the up until now, the trade policies, and also because of the market situation, the exports are not that much and that lucrative, but exports will have to rise substantially if it all has to add up. Let's have a look at key growth drivers for India. Capital goods, annual growth rate, which we have achieved in this year from a very low base of 2021 is 18.8% growth. But we need a stronger growth going forward. Automotive sector, there has been a pullback in this sector during the COVID period and subsequently because of the factors like BS6 introduction on the environmental emission laws and the COVID. And finally, the chip shortage which the auto industry faced. There has been still a CAGR of 8.4% in India, and that we expect to keep growing. There is an infrastructure sector. I spoke about infrastructure, and the construction needs to grow very fast. So far, there is a CAGR of 4%. That's not adequate to reach where we want to reach. But still, I'm presenting to you the snapshot of where we are today. Building and construction, an average of 3.8%, and the change in the construction industry has been depicted there in the right-handmost graph, and that needs to also move forward. Consumption forecast in the next decade or the current decade of 21 to 2030 and the rate of acceleration that is needed. I show you here the graph of the consumption, which today consumption is standing at 120 million tons, etc. And so far, it has demonstrated a CAGR of 5.5%. That is a growth rate in last 5 years of 5.5%. If we have to reach 300 million tons by 2030, we need a CAGR of 9%. That's the consumption growth we need. And that further can, towards 2050 or 2047 to achieve 500 million ton, can be 3.3%. So this period of next 7-8 years is a period of real growth when infrastructure construction can really take this forward. And finally, on the right-hand side, I show you that in 2030, there is a consumption foreseen of 230 million tons against a production desire of 300 million tons. And again, construction will take 143 million tons, and there are others taking up the similar one, capital goods at 46 and automotives at 21 million tons is the consumption by 2030. I'm trying to emphasize that without demand, without consumption, without market, there is no production. There is that gap has to be filled. India's economic forecast is very important towards the aspiration of, or the target of 500 million tons by 2047. Let us look at real GDP. Third largest economy by 2030. There are a lot of predictions around it, and the growth rates are coming from India as an engine, or as a leading growing economy currently, after China has slowed down a bit because of the COVID and other reasons. We expect India to be the third largest economy. Average real GDP growth of 6% from 22 to 2030. I hope we beat it. We go 7 plus, but that's what is projected today. Infra spending of US dollar 1.1 trillion has happened up until 2017, and we need to look at 1.5 trillion in the next 5 years, or current 5 years only. Urbanization is a very important engine of the steel demand. India urban population 500 million in 2020, 600 million in 2030, and about 900 million in 2050. Imagine the kind of strain it is going to put on the infrastructure of urban areas. But answer is bigger development, bigger infrastructure, and therefore the steel demand. Auto industry, there is a movement taking place towards electric vehicles, very strong growth of electric vehicles. But what we are looking at, as far as the steel body is concerned, the growth of the auto industry in total. Steel capacity forecast, I show you on the right-hand side, very, very debatable point. The growth will come in electric steel making, or the growth will come in conventional route of blast furnace and BOF. I have put together some projections. How will it come? And I show you the growth coming little less in blast furnace and more on the electric side. That is very easy to draw. But these figures projected, I'm sure will draw a lot of comment from many of you who are in the field that, no, this doesn't look right. Yes, this looks right. But that is the point for discussion with the panel. Lastly, consumption on this page, right-handmost side, consumption by 2047, we look at a average per capita consumption of 250 kilograms and something like 430 million tons being consumed by that year in the country, leaving a gap of 70 million tons to be exported. This equation, I think, needs to be challenged by our experts when they are here. I've spoken about the enablers that are needed from the demand side. Which sector, which economy, where will it all go? But steel makers know that very big enablers are needed on the requirement side, on the supply side. Most of all, most important, capital is needed. If I count $1 billion for a million ton of steel, very big thumb rule. And now I'm talking about the full spectrum, starting from DRI making perhaps, and going down to coated products of galvanized steel, as well as tin and all that. If we look at all this, the capital needed is very large. We are going to need another $46 billion of capital by 2030, $120 billion by 2040, and another $80 billion by 2047. Is our banking system, lending appetite, and current situation ready for this kind of capital to be deployed in steel industry? A very important question is, as the borrowers, have we conducted ourselves in a manner that we deserve this kind of capital to be put in the industry? There are examples in our industry which are not shining examples of being a very deserving borrower, but we need to correct that. Capital, in my opinion, is one of the biggest requirements or the enablers of 500 million ton. We will debate it more when we are together here. Skills and competencies is an often ignored area. I bring in front of you that a 20% requirement of the manpower, you take it 1,000 people to a million ton, or you take 550 for a mini steel plant. And spectrum is very big, from mini to a full integrated steel plant requiring more than 1,000 people. I take a thumb rule of 1,000 for a million, all direct and indirect included there. And then I tell you 20% of them minimum, if not more, will have to be the well-qualified engineers from first-tier engineering colleges of the country. Then another 35% will have to be diploma and polytechnic holders. If I translate that to numbers, 8 to 10 lakh diploma holders we need in this industry. 45%, 10 to 12 lakhs, which is more than 1 million people, will be needed of skills which are needed as an operator and all other similar jobs. That's the requirement. The question which we are facing is, are our institutions ready to deliver that? Do we have faith in our own training, development, etc. within the industry? There was a time when in India we used to talk about that if there can be an Indian administrative service, why can't there be an Indian steel service? But that probably was a government's way of thinking. Today, more steel and better steel perhaps is being made in private sector than in public sector and government sector. But we need something of an equivalent of a cadre of steel makers, which caters to this requirement. I believe that this is the most underrated problem which we are going to face. I show you the India's credit growth. I've spoken about the money, will not spend a lot of time here, but the bank credit growth versus GDP growth is depicted here. India's iron and steel share on gross bank credit deployment is 6.3% today, which is amounting to $26 billion. And that needs to grow first to achieve the pre-COVID levels of 9%. And then it has to grow immensely to deliver the kind of growth which we are aiming at. Fortunately, steel industry has made good profits in last 2 years, has paid off a lot of debt, but delivering on ambitions which we have, we need far more credit. I still dwell on supply side enablers which are needed to achieve what we want to achieve. Capacity expansion commitment, very important. Do our entrepreneurs, steel makers, and the leadership at the entrepreneur level has an appetite to grow and reach 500 million tons from 130, 140 is very important. There are declared ambitions of 50 million tons by SAIL, JSW, and JSPL. Tata Steel 40 and ArcelorMittal 30 million tons. It may be outdated. There are fresh announcements every day. And there are many others. We will speak about mini steel sector also, because they are a very big contributor. We'll speak about all. The question is there an appetite to grow at that pace? Other question which is in the middle, I'm speaking about quality needed, R&D needed for fulfilling at least the full requirements of the country and meeting the expectations of the world, which is shifting towards better steel, lighter steel in auto industry, high tensile, lightweight steel. If CO2 emissions are so important, then the weight of the vehicle is also very important. If the weight of the vehicle is important, that the kind of steel we make for them is important. If driverless, auto-flying cars have to come, the safety has to go to a different level. And if safety has to go to a different level, it has to start with the steel, kind of steel we give to the industry. And there can be many more examples of that. There is electric steel making grain-oriented and non-grain-oriented and so on, which are the requirements of future. But our gaps are there. I give you some data with regard to the gaps which are there in this regard in our spend. 80% gap is there in our R&D spending as a percentage of revenue as compared to the world, the best. 30% gap is there in our CO2 emissions as compared to the norms which are there in the world. 25% gap is there in energy intensity. 4% gap is there in the yield. I gave you the figure. We are averaging at about 80%, and the world is running at 84, 85%. 6% gap is, sorry, I meant capacity utilization. Yield is something else, as you would know, as steel makers. We have a gap of 4% in steel making yields. And lastly, when I speak about the logistics, very important, how many tons of raw material and material needs to be moved for each ton of finished goods of steel? Is our railway system, road system, ports gearing up to meet that demand? Is a question which probably is best answered by government leadership present here today. We will expect them to answer that in our discussion. So I speak about demand side enablers. I speak about the growth in the economy I have discussed. There is a Bharat Mala which envisages 34,800 kilometers of road infrastructure. There are 500 projects in the Sagar Mala in terms of the ports which are to be built by a certain target time. There is a Urja Ganga, which is a pipeline supply of the natural gas. 15,000 kilometers, 120,000 kilometers of rail infrastructure by 2025, and the real estate sector, which is expected to touch a $1 trillion market by 2030. Now, these are all the things which need to happen, and there are plans around it. The question is, are these plans geared to deliver on their promises? We will discuss that very soon. Energy is very important. I've spoken about the need for energy, but bigger need today is the energy transition, the right kind of energy. I've written here, it is expected that in the world, about 400 million tons of steel by 2030 will have specifications in the tender of green steel, globally speaking, worldwide. 400 million tons of steel, especially starting from Europe and extending to other parts, Western Europe, Western countries first, will have in specification that they need green steel. And of course, by then the definition of green steel in terms of the emissions and all that will be there. Question is, are we geared for that? Energy transition is the answer, and we will discuss more. Demand side enablers, government initiatives are there, national steel policy is there, 100% FDI, foreign direct investment is allowed into the steel sector. Government has introduced a steel scrap recycling policy, very progressive step, especially specialty steel production. There is PLI scheme which encourages that. And lastly, but one of the most important enablers is a trade policy. You need a balanced trade policy which is in line with the world norms and does not attract WTO reactions. At the same time, takes care of the industry, especially against blatantly subsidized steel exports coming into the country. Protection will be needed against that. And then there is a question of export encouragement and not export curbing. Fortunately, we are out of that. That's all from my side. I've tried to lay down an agenda in front of you as to what are we going to discuss. I'm sure it's such a vast subject. I've missed on something, but I'll rely upon the experts. A very, very august gathering coming on stage now. I invite the panel holders. Please come and take your seat so that we can start the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuksap. Thank you so much. So you got a glance of the main enablers for today. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Pachter, Mr. Diana Pachter, Managing Director of SMS India, who has also arrived. Unfortunately, Mr. Daman had to leave for an urgent engagement because there was a contract signing. And when a customer calls, it's like a call of the nation. So the first thing you must attend to when a customer calls you. That's what we live for. That's what we do our enterprise for. So let me also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jha, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of Midhani, As you know, Midhani comes under Ministry of Defense, not under Ministry of Steel, but they have a lot of synergy with our ministry, which is Ministry of Steel. And CMD Midhani will highlight what all special steel products Midhani has developed, whether it is bulletproof jackets, whether it is special materials for our defense applications. So special applications in defense have been developed by Midhani, and I think Mr. Sanjay Jha will highlight that to a great extent. He is the chairman and managing director of Midhani, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jha. So I think the minister is yet to join. Any news with the minister's office? Or we'll take a few more minutes before the minister to join. In the meantime, may I request our honorable panelists for this morning to begin with?
We are, sir, sorry to interrupt you. And now I think it's time for all of us to know that discussions often lead to great creativity, greater things in life, and to know new things about one another, to know something which we haven't thought about, talked about. And proceeding towards Mukherjee, sir, we are about to begin the panel discussion on roadmap for 500 million tons by 2047. And sir, I would like to request you to start with the names.
Yeah, may I first invite my Guruji, my mentor, Mr. V.R. Sharma, whom I always treat as, when I get up in the morning, the first thing which I keep reminding myself that follow the footsteps or advice of Sharma Sahab. So Mr. V.R. Sharma, my mentor, and our keynote speaker for today, he is a vice chairman of Jindal Steel and Power, vice chairman of JSPL, Mr. V.R. Sharma. May I always, and Manishi, you'll be happy to learn that he is also from Haryana. Mr. Sharma is from Haryana, like Ravi also. So may I request Mr. V.R. Sharma to kindly take the dais, and please, Rishi, please welcome him with a bouquet of flowers.
Big round of applause for Mr. Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. May I now request Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jha, CMD Midhani, to come up and receive the bouquet. Indrayani.
Dr. Sanjay Kumar Jha,
Thank you,
the
Indrayani.
Chairman and Managing Director of Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited, MIDHANI.
So that was Mr. Sanjay Kumar Jha. Mr. Anil Chaudhary has not come, if I'm...
Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary?
No, he has not come.
All right.
Because he told me that he has a very important meeting with the bankers today.
The next name would be Ravi Singh.
Yeah.
Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO of SULB
Bahrain.
Steel, Bahrain. A big round of applause for him as well.
Ravi is a very old friend of mine, a good friend, old friend. In fact, my relationship with Ravi goes back to the days when he was with Tata Steel, Tata Ryerson in Calcutta. And both Mr. Ravi Singh and Madam Singh, both Mr. and Mrs., both of them were in Tata Steel. And thereafter, Ravi went to take over as CEO of SR Steel, Hypermart business. And then he is now the CEO of Sulb in Bahrain, mill in Bahrain. So he is the CEO of Sulb. My good friend Ravi Singh. May I now welcome Mr.
G.S. Rathore, sir.
Mr. G.S. Rathore.
COO of JSW.
Yeah, but Mr. Rathore will come by 11:30, he said. So we'll keep waiting till Mr. Rathore arrives.
Okay.
Okay, and then Mr. Rahul Yenurkar, who is also here. Again, a very old friend. And we keep chatting on WhatsApp every other day. Mr.
Rahul, the president and COO of Wellspoon Steel. A big round of applause for him.
Mr. Paramjit Singh, Additional Industrial Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. So Mr. Paramjit Singh is a bridge between the government and the industry. So may I request Mr. Paramjit Singh to kindly receive the bouquet. Okay, so before we invite others, Mr. Pachter, my good friend, Mr. Pachter, again, someone whom I respect a lot, love a lot. I have a lot of regard for him. And the biggest connection I have with him, my son, Ankit, and Mr. Pachter went to the same university in Magdeburg, which is OVGU, Otto von Guericke Universität in Magdeburg, where my son did his master's from. So the same place where my son did his master's, Mr. Pachter is also from the same university in Germany. Yeah, so the minister is connecting. May I request Mr. Pachter also to take the stage? And
Mr.
flowers.
Pachter is the CEO of India and Asia Pacific region and Managing Director of SMS India Private Limited. A big round of applause for the sir.
वो देखो उनको कनेक्ट करो क्या हुआ उनका.
All right, sir, I think the minister, sir, is
Yeah,
about to join with us.
Yeah, let us connect with the Honorable Minister. Mantri ji, namaskar. Mantri ji, namaskar.
नमस्कार.
मंत्री जी, पहले तो हम आपके आभारी हैं कि आप हमसे जुड़ रहे हैं अपने क्षेत्र मांडला से, जहां आप
चलिए।
दिल्ली में नहीं हैं।
अरे आज हमारी व्यस्तता हो गई, जरा एक विशेष कार्यक्रम आ गया, इसके कारण मुझे क्षेत्र में आज रुकना पड़ा, डिंडोरी जिले का. और चलिए, अच्छा है आपका विजन और सभी इससे इस्पात उत्पादन की इस यात्रा में आप सबको मैं नमस्कार करता हूं. और विशेष तौर से विजन 2047 का जो हमारा मिशन है, 500 MT इस्पात उत्पादन का जो लक्ष्य है, उसको आगे की यात्रा में कैसे शामिल करना. और इसलिए मुझे ये भी जानकर प्रसन्नता है कि मैं से डेसल डॉट इंडिया के सहयोग से जो स्टील एंड मेटलर्जी ने विजन 2047 मिशन कि हमारा जो 500 MT इस्पात उत्पादन आगे की यात्रा विषय पर जो आप लोगों ने इस एग्जीबिशन सेंटर मुंबई भारत में अंतरराष्ट्रीय इस्पात सम्मेलन आप आयोजन कर रहे हैं, इसकी सफलता की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. और विशेष तौर से मैं अपने क्षेत्र में एक महत्वपूर्ण कार्य, अभी सरकार ने हमारे यहाँ पैसा कानून लागू किया है मध्य प्रदेश में, और इसी दृष्टि से एक बहुत बड़ा आयोजन यहाँ पर हो रहा है और उसमें मुझे आज शरीक होना है प्रत्यक्ष रूप से. जो लोग
have we got disconnected?
प्रत्यक्ष रूप से मैं शामिल नहीं हो पाया, परंतु वर्चुअल में आप सबसे बात कर रहा हूं और मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है. और मैं ये भी कह सकता हूं कि मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से आप सभी मित्रों को इस पूरे कार्यक्रम की सफलता के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. और ये कार्यक्रम भारत को और भारत के भविष्य में इस्पात के क्षेत्र में इसे आत्मनिर्भर बनाना,
I think we lost connection with the minister. I think he's joining back.
Okay, Ankit, yeah, just stay connected. Please bear with us a few more minutes, because try and understand, minister is in his constituency in Mandla, which is in a remote location in the state of Chhattisgarh. So it's very difficult to connect with his mobile, but still the minister has been kind enough to join from his mobile while he is moving in a vehicle. So we are really grateful to the Honorable Minister. मंत्री जी, आपके हम बहुत आभारी हैं कि आप इतना मतलब आप क्षेत्र में रहते हैं तो बहुत व्यस्त रहते हैं, फिर भी आप हमसे जुड़े आज, तो इसके लिए आपसे बहुत 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 तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं. Ankit, just tell me when minister connects back, so we'll stay connected.
So we can start with the rest of the people.
No, let's the minister, because let's not be disrespectful.
All right.
The minister has taken all the trouble of joining us, so let us give that respect to him. So we'll wait for a minister for a few more minutes. Yeah, Ankit?
Yeah, I think he's trying to connect, but his audio is not connected yet.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'll request the others to take the dais. Parmod Sagar ji, the moment he entered this hall, I went up and touched his feet because again, someone I respect like a family member, a fatherly figure for me. Big round of applause for Mr. Parmod Sagar, RHI India CEO. And recently, I think you are aware, a big news is on the cards where RHI India has just taken over Dalmia Bharat. So thank you once again, Mr. Pramod Sagar, CEO, RHI India. And he is also, by the way, he is the chairman of the World Refractories Association. He is the chairman of the World Refractories Association. A great pride for all of us. So he has been, I think, a first chairman from India for World Refractories Association. So it's a great honor for all of us. Where first from Asia Pacific, great. So first chairman of World Refractories Association from Asia Pacific region. So now I'll invite Mr. Manish Beriwala to come and take the dais, and his okay, but his nephew is also here, so he will also.
Keshav Beribala. Manish is the director of Sharma Steel Industries, followed by Keshav Beribala.
Hello.
A big round of applause for him.
Okay.
अरे क्यों रे तो SP को लगा ना.
Yeah, the
So
minister.
now it's
the
time
honorable
to call
minister
the
has
next
reconnected.
person.
Yeah, I would now request my good friend Rajesh, again a very old friend, Rajesh Kumar, and I promised him I will take him to the top. So thank you. He has done a great job. Kalfriza India, he's the country manager for Kalfriza India. He's soon going to become the managing director of Kalfriza India Private Limited. An old friend, and I told him that, my job is to promote people or to sell dreams. Selling dreams is my job. So the dreams which Kalfriza has to achieve in India, I'm going to give it to him. So I will give you the entire platform, my good friend Rajesh. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you so much for being here. And
So now it's time to call Mr. Yogesh Mandnani, the president of Steel Manufacturers Association of Maharashtra.
Manishi, please come up. Can you? Yeah. A big round of applause for Mr. Manish Beriwala. Keshav is already on the dais, so along with Keshav, Manishi. Thank you, Manishi. Thank you so much for all your support. So I don't think I need to introduce Manish Beriwala from Sharma Steel. Then we have a few special invitees for today. They are going to just refer to a few special topics, one is Mr. Deshpande, who is the director of Acre India. Acre India, as you all know, is Mr. Deshpande. Please come and take the dais. A special observer for today is Mr. Deshpande, director Acre India and ex-Tata Steel. So please come up. You have to receive. Please,
A big round of applause for sir.
thank you, Mr. Deshpande. And then we have another special invitee on behalf of NMDC, because Mr. Mohapatra, the director of production, he was in South Africa, Mozambique and South Africa. So because he was late in arriving, he already arrived in Hyderabad, but unfortunately he has a board meeting, NMDC has a board meeting. So that is why he could not reach Bombay on time. He has nominated one of his general managers, because his EDs are all again in the board meeting. They have to remain as observers for the board meeting. So Mr. DK Kundu, general manager, mining from NMDC, is an observer on behalf of NMDC director production. May I request Mr. Kundu to come up and receive a bouquet?
Big round of applause for sir.
So with that, we have the complete panel. And now, this is perhaps for the first time in the last 25 years that I have been in conferences, having conferences, organizing conferences. that I'm handing over the moderator role to someone else. Normally, I play the role of the moderator all the time. So it is for the first time, someone made my job easier. It's none other than Mr. Chugh, who made my job a lot easier by giving the opportunity of moderating the session to Mr. Chugh, who is an expert in this field, who's been on the group management board of ArcelorMittal, a very senior steel professional, now founder of Synergy Capital, who will moderate the session for today. And I'm sure after everyone speaks, we will have enough questions from the floor as well. So, Mr. Chugh, just to give you the format, our keynote speaker for today is none other than Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman of Jindal Steel and Power, who will speak first, and then the other panelists one by one can take over. So over to you, Sharma Saab, the keynote address. After Mr. Sharma, the panelists take over. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Good morning, everybody. I've seen a very large and august panel sitting in front of you. There is an old shloka in Sanskrit. I'd like to recite, and then I'll explain for the people, those who do not understand Sanskrit or having some difficulty. Shalam shalam na manikam, moktikam na gaje gaje. Shalam shalam na manikam, moktikam na gaje gaje. Sadhve na sarvatre, chandanam na vane vane. Means each rock does not contain gems. Means each elephant does not have a diamond on his forehead. We do not meet often the sadhus or the learned people. And we do not find the sandalwood tree in each forest. But thanks to our friend, Mr. Nirmala, who has brought everybody here on this dais in front of you. And they are the diamonds, pearls, gems, learned people like sadhus. Sadhu does not mean the just a preacher. And also the people, those who give fragrance to the world and to the business community. So thank you once again, all of you coming here and sitting in front of this august gathering. So thanks, Nirmala. You have brought everybody into a garland, and this is something incredible. So coming back on the some main topic, initially first landing at 300 million ton and then 500 million ton in 2047. That is steel manufacturing capacity in India. Mr. Devinder Chugh, he has explained each and everything in his presentation and not left anything uncovered, I would say. So right from the current scenario to the 2047 scenario, the infrastructure needs, the finance needs, the commercial activities, everything he has explained. I'm sure all of us have seen it, and those who have not seen, then I think Nirmala can share his presentation through media. I will not touch all those points which are already explained. The time is very challenging. Even 300 million ton reaching in next 7 years' time is going to be very, very challenging and tough time. We have to look into infrastructure. We have to look into railways. We have to look into the pelletization, iron ore. And above all, we have to see how to do the decarbonization. So one side, we are increasing the capacities. On the other side, we have in the interest of society, in the interest of mankind, how to decarbonize steel or how to control the carbon footprint as a whole. So it is a big challenge in front of all of us. Indian government has explained it very well in COP27. Government of India wanted that there should be a document where we declare that the complete ban on fossil fuels or the complete replacement of fossil fuels, including coal, in times to come. The document didn't get through. The coal is the only subject today which has to go away first. But for India, the good thing is, which I always advocate, that we must go for coal gasification. When coal gasification, there are three kinds of coal gasification. One is above the surface, that is in open. The number two is coal bed methane, which is already available, that is underground. And number three is underground coal gasification. So CBM is already established in India. There is one plant already doing. The coal gasification above the surface, we in Jindal, we are doing for the last 10 years. And underground coal gasification is yet to be done. So the future for this country is underground coal gasification. When it is underground coal gasification, that means we are not burning coal above the ground. So we meet the requirement of the world body, we meet the requirement of COP27, we meet the requirement of each and every regulation in the world. It is as good as natural gas when we do the underground coal gasification, and so is CBM, that is coal bed methane. So time is coming to coal bed methane, then above the ground coal gasification, that is CGP, and then finally underground coal gasification. Once we have underground coal gasification in CBM, it is equal to natural gas. It is 8,500 calorific value. We are not damaging the environment. If not green, then blue hydrogen can be produced very easily out of this. So this is where we have to work. Now coming back on the major subject, Mr. Devendra Chugh, he has explained that by 2030, maybe the balance will be 140 million ton through the electric arc furnaces and 145 or maybe 150 million ton through blast furnaces, or say, I would say 50-50 or 52% and 48%. This is very much doable, but the technologies are very limited. We have to first find out whether we have to phase out the blast furnaces or we have to stop installing the blast furnaces. Government of India will have to come a very clear paper and policy that the blast furnaces after this and this year will not be installed in the country. And a similar document should be there in the world so that the blast furnace, they do not come in the world. And if they, then there should be a proper mix of hydrogen, syngas, coking coal, the PCI, and also the coke. So that document is yet to be released by any government in the world and the world bodies. There are chances that in future, the coking coal may not be available in the world, and the G7 countries or G20 countries or the world governments, they take a decision that no more mining of coking coal so that the blast furnaces can be stopped. This may happen in 2030, 35, 40, 47, I do not know. But this is going to happen. What will happen at that time? How do we make steel? So the alternate as of now is left is that we have to go to the electric arc furnaces. And electric arc furnaces, the feedstock is a problem. The world's the requirement of the scrap will reach to about 1,000 million tons, which is very highly unlikely to be generated in near future. So the only product left to produce steel is DRI. So DRI, with the backward integration of pellets, there's the only solution left. And when we produce pellets, we have to produce DRI pellets. That means 65 to 67% Fe contents. And that needs a lot of iron ore beneficiation. And when we do iron ore beneficiation, then 25 to 30% we have to absorb as tailings. And this is what a big challenge in front of nation. Then other point is how to create the technological institutes in the country. We do not have the Research and Development Institute in the country today. We have, even in the engineering side, we have only very few. Two major companies, Mikon and M. Dastur, followed by tier 2 engineering companies, maybe around 8 or 10. But we do not have the Research and Development Institute for the steel industry here in India. And this is what we need to reach to that level of 300 million ton by 2030 and 500 million ton by 2047. So these are the basic requirements apart from the points covered by Mr. Devinder Chugh in his presentation today morning. The next major shift what we have to have in our mind, that is the who is going to produce and how. And that who is going to produce means today we have only 5 large players, including government, producing steel. And we have around 20 mid-sized companies having more than 1 million ton capacities through the sponge iron route and also the mini blast furnaces. Today, the mix is 40% steel comes from the sponge iron route, electric induction furnaces and the mini blast furnaces, and 60%, around 60% steel comes from the major industries. So now, if you put together, there are total 30 players, major players. I'm not talking less than 100,000 tons capacity or 150,000 tons capacity. So all these 30 major players, they'll have to graduate to double their capacities or triple their capacities. But I don't think that each and every company can achieve those kind of numbers, figures in terms of financial management as declared and as explained by Mr. Devinder Chugh also. So what is required or what is needed today, that we have to invite FDI in this particular sector. We have to invite the international steel manufacturers from the world. They should come and put up their steel plants in India. If we reach to 300 million ton, the gap is about 160 million ton today. And if we put 5 million ton plant, one plant each, then we need about 32 plants more in the country by 2030. If it is 10 million, then it is 16 plants we need in the country, and which is a very big task today. So we have to find out who are those investors, those who can come and put up their plant here. Rightly explained by Mr. Devinder Chugh that export policies, the government's fiscal benefits are very much essential to support the steel industry to reach to those levels of 300 million ton and finally the 500 million ton. The downstream industry, the service centers, the tube plants, the cold rolling mills, the galvanizing line, the color coating lines, the electrical steel manufacturing, each and every area has to be developed. And there won't be idle if we demand or we request government of India that they should reinvent or they should relaunch an export incentive scheme. Mr. Devinder Chugh has thrown a very good idea in front of everybody. There used to be export incentives in the country even as high as 18% of FOB value. But I think the steel industry today deserves at least 10% of export incentive with immediate effect so that we can maintain the rhythm in the country of the steel manufacturing, the steel industry. That is very much required today, looking to the international and the geopolitical situation in the world. These are the points which are to be pondered by the policymakers, and these are the points which are to be pondered by the steel fraternity sitting here. Most of us, those who are attending this particular meet, we are the decision makers. Rightly said by Mr. Nirmala, the steel plant producers, the capital goods industry, that is again a very big challenge for our country. We do not have the capital goods building industry as good as in China. So China produces the blast furnaces, they produce the rolling mills, hot rolling mills, cold rolling mills, converter shop, electric arc furnace, everything required by steel industry can be produced in China. Good and bad suppliers, they always exist everywhere in the world. So we have to invite the FDI in capital goods building. Mr. Nirmala told that there are 2 companies already existing, Danieli and SMS here in India. They have to increase their base. They have to increase their capacities to build the capacity to build the machinery. They have to, similarly, the other capital good industries, capital goods building industry, or the machine builders from the world, they should come and put up their shops in India, so that we can all jointly win this particular race to reach to a level of 300 million ton in next 7 years time, and another 22 years or 25 years time by 450 or maybe 500 million ton. So this is what I wanted to explain. This is what I want to share with all of you. I'm sure you listen, all these learned people, those who are scholars, those who know their business well, and we will gain, learn, speak, and will disseminate the knowledge what we have, because knowledge is most powerful thing in the world. Knowledge is an asset which is acquired, possessed, and exercised. Knowledge is not bestowed by any university or any church or any temple to anybody that, yes, the knowledge I can give you. Knowledge has to be acquired, knowledge has to be possessed, and knowledge has to be exercised. So we are acquiring knowledge when we disseminate, we interact with the people, we meet all of you, we meet each other, we acquire knowledge, and we learn it, that how it is to be done. We have to possess it. Once we acquire, we have to possess within our mind. And when we possess, then we exercise it. And when we exercise, then we disseminate to the rest of the world. And this is how the evolution takes place. So best of luck, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharma Saab. And it's always mesmerizing when Sharma Saab talks. That is why I ensure that he sets the tone for the conferences that we always have. You know, the tone is set by Mr. V.R. Sharma. And once the tone is set, we all feel, we get charged up to meet the challenges. You know, this is why we ask Mr. Sharma, we request him to ensure that he is our keynote speaker always, to be the margdarshak, so to say, to lead the road. The leaders lead, the others follow. So Sharma Saab is our leader. Even in the WhatsApp group, I keep repeating things time and again, that Sharma Saab is our leader. We will follow him. Thank you, Sharma Saab. Paramjit ji has been very kind to take an early morning flight. I think 6 o'clock you took a flight. So he took a 6 o'clock flight early in the morning to reach here. Normally, you don't expect government officials to take the trouble of coming with the morning flight 6 o'clock. But he has been kind enough. Being nominated by Ministry, Madam Ruchika Govil, I'm really grateful to her, Madam. In fact, Paramjit ji handed over the phone to Madam, and Madam said, Nirmalya, unfortunately, I will not be able to make it because mera ek rishtedar ka shadi hai. But Paramjit jayega. Paramjit will go, and he kept his promise. Mr. Paramjit Singh is here, and early in the morning, I received his SMS that I'm coming by early morning flight. So it's 8:30 or 8:45 he landed. Thank you, Paramjit ji, for your. Now, I'll be failing in my duties. You know, the fact that I'm getting old is because I can realize because I'm forgetting things. My good friend, Mr. Diasparo, I forgot him to invite on the dais. May I request Mr. Diasparo to kindly come up? Where is he? Oh, he's there right in the front. I'm very sorry. My apologies. You are a good friend. I know good friends always. Yeah, exactly. The most important person gets on last.
His full name is Andrea Diasparo. He is the Vice President, Key Accounting Management, Dyneley, Board Member, Dyneley, India. A big round of applause for sir.
So, Mr. Diasparo, next time I'm in Butrio, because of my forgetting attitude, I need a lot of grappa. So, may please ensure that I get enough grappa the next time I'm there in Butrio. And let me tell you, Mr. Diasparo comes from a place called Butrio, which is in the state of Friuli in Italy. If you are in Italy, Friuli produces one of the best wines in Italy, if I'm not mistaken. Very good wine. Very good wine is produced in the state of Friuli in Italy. And Butrio is a beautiful place, again, just about 1 hour's drive from Venice. So I'm sure Mr. Diasparo will invite all of you to visit Dyneley headquarters. and it's a beautiful place to be in. May I request also Mr. Mandhani to take the dance? Mr. Mandhani, are you here?
Mr. Yogesh Mandani, the President of Steel Manufacturers Association of Maharashtra.
Okay, so Mr. Mandhani
Yeah.
is not here.
All right.
So again,
Sir, I think we can continue.
yeah, we can
with
continue.
All
So
right.
yeah,
I'll invite the next person for the.
the moderator will do the job.
All right.
Moderator
All right.
is the quiz master is the boss. So,
Okay.
so over to the boss. She will.
Mr. Devendra Chugh, the Senior President, over to you, sir. And before that, a big round of applause for all the keynote speakers over here. We'll be discussing about the roadmap for 500 million tons by 2047. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think there has been a very good introduction by Mr. Nirmala of everyone here. And I don't think we need to spend any more time on introductions. Where is Mr. Mukherjee? Is that fine? Okay. We therefore start immediately and go directly to the topic. 500 million ton, 2047, big number, and the time is not far. That's the challenge we'll be discussing today. First of all, the main requirement is steel demand. Is there going to be enough demand for it? Mr. Sharma, I would like to start with you. 500 million ton, and from 120, 130.
Excuse me, sir. Chugh, sir. The camera person is requesting you to please shift the seat ahead so that you can come into the limelight.
Should I stand here?
No. You can sit, but you just can shift your seat a bit so that you can come into the limelight. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Please continue, sir. Thank you for the Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Sharma, please allow me to start with you. And there is a mic will be floating around, 2 mics actually. And the question is, where do you see it coming from? The demand, 500 million ton.
I think, you see, the major point here is we have to go step by step. So we have taken a target of 300 million ton by 2030. I mean, this is the first landing. Then we should see that maybe by 2035, little more, 2040, and then 2047. Actually, in my view, we should not think for 500 million ton. We should think for the value engineered products. The world is moving towards low thicknesses, high strength steel, more kilometers per ton, and still maintaining or meeting out the targets. So 500 million ton should not be the target. The target should be equivalent to 500 million ton of today. That may be 350 million, maybe 380 million, maybe 400 million. World is changing very fast. You know, we were using 28 to 32 millimeter thicknesses for the X60 pipes. Today with X70, it has been reduced to 19 millimeter. With X80 pipe, it is reduced to 15 millimeter. Tomorrow with X180, 120 grade, this will be reduced to 12 millimeter. So the thicknesses are reducing, strength is increasing. So 500 million ton, I feel, should not be a target, but it can be equivalent target of today's steel making. But in times to come, what is going to happen? The steel production and steel consumption in terms of tonnage will reduce, in my view. In kilometers and meters will remain same or with the same CAGR 5 to 6%. So if I am the policy maker, I'll go for step by step instead of taking such a big target of 500 million ton, keeping the complete ecosystem into issue. We have to find out how to produce hydrogen, how to produce green hydrogen, how to produce, how to decarbonize steel, and then what will be the downstream industry? Who is going to use this? How many tube plants, pipe plants, cold rolling mills, galvanizing lines, electrical steel, electrical making, railway lines, how many new cities are going to come in the country? It needs a very, very holistic and detailed study. This is my.
I think very important aspect has been introduced by Mr. Sharma. We speak of 500 million ton. Probably it is a 500 million ton of a quality and type of today. But the quality and type of
please,
future.
Your mic, you have to, yeah.
quality and type of future steel will be very different from today. And therefore, 500 million ton of the type of today probably is 450 or even a lesser or a different number of tomorrow's steel. And his point is that let us concentrate on value add than number and million tons. Very important point. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Value engineering is the main thing. Because there are two factors on x-axis and y-axis. The x-axis we say value addition and y-axis we say value engineering. But we have to find a right balance as an acute angle between two, value addition and value engineering. So value engineering will be governing the business tomorrow. And the gap today, what we are seeing on x-axis, the value addition, where we feel that the price are going to be very high, is not that. Value engineering will reduce the cost of everything in the world. Today, if this total steel consumed in a car or in any household item of $10, so tomorrow it should come in $5, the same steel. And how this can be done in $5, that is most important. And that is the job of engineers. That is the job of value engineering. And this is what we have to focus on.
Thank you. We add quality to the cornerstone of quantity. That's your point. Quantity alone is not enough.
Yes, sir.
That's very well taken. We have Mr. Sanjay Jha with us. I would like your perspective on, again, the same question, where is this demand going to be coming from? And as I said, infrastructure and construction is a mainstay of that. Please touch upon that also. Do you see it coming?
Thank you for giving this opportunity. My co-panelists and all esteemed participants of this very important discussion here. The stage has been set for finding the value addition in steel. In fact, the steel has such a wide range of variation in the properties. That's why it's been made so acceptable in application. What has been seen in that in high-end application, if I am seeing in the defense application, aerospace, space, and nuclear industry, the variety of grades have been developed, and those things have been standardized, characterized, and also it has entered in the design code of the system. And that's why those products are being used. And if you compare the properties of a steel, I'll just say for the torsion bar which used in our normally construction, and margin steel which you are using for the rocket motor casing, if you compare the strength, maybe it will be a multiplication of 10 to 15 times higher strength. I'm only talking about the strength, not other properties. So in the area of steel, I feel in the common applications where we have talked about the automobiles, construction, the innovation has not come to the right thing, which Mr. Sharma has rightly told, that we should look towards how we can increase the strength or properties of the steel so that the weight reduction can take place in the steel application. One or two examples just I would like to mention here, that steel, by adding some micro alloying elements in normal steel, strength can be made 2-3 times higher, and also maintaining the proper toughness and other properties. Now the concept has come for nano alloying. By addition of a nano alloy, like addition of the copper, we are all very familiar with stainless steel 304. And if you add a little bit of copper in that, its strength goes so high and it goes for very high temperature application. So what I mean to emphasize here, steel has a lot of potential. Still, we have not exploited even 10 to 20% of that. And that if you can utilize, acceptability also will increase, and it will have a very wide application. And if we mention here the varieties in steel, all of you are aware, low alloy, medium alloy, high alloy ends, stainless steel, PH steels, whatnot. There are varieties of grades and margin steel. So many applications of steels are there. And that is where I see the very bright future for the steel. And 500 million tons if you are producing, we should do also the value addition, so that when we are talking about the India as a exporter, our products should go in the high-end application in the export market. If that type of application we are able to enter, then really we can say that we have achieved our milestone or mission for getting the command on the steel production. That's what and today also I'll tell you, we have one more advantage, that India's steel industry is growing at the time when we have a lot of new technologies are available with us. And if I mention about today the application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, so many things have come into the play now. So it is possible to produce a quality steels with the less cost, as our previous speaker has told. It is possible. Only thing is that, as we have seen in the opening, there's a lot of requirement for the skill in this area. And R&D is the one area which has been rightly pointed out, that 80% gap is in the R&D. And I feel that all our steel manufacturers should look towards that, so that, and we have no dearth of talent in India. Only thing that we have to attract the talent, and they should come in the industry for doing certain value addition coming from the R&D academia, and there's an immense potential. And I hope that lot of new steels can enter in our code. And for the entering in the code, you know very well, the steel has to be proven by the properties, by evaluation. In fact, that process is very slow in our case, in our country. The design codes are very old, design codes still existing, same grades. And if you ask a designer, he will say, I will not change the steel unless you give me the sufficient data, sufficient evaluation. I think today this is the need of the hour. And I see that this other panelists also will do the further value addition in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It brings out very well that Atmanirbharta will have to come on qualities as well, beyond the garden varieties and the tonnage. A same point which Mr. Sharma brought out gets more emphasized here. I now will like to invite Mr. Ravi Singh. From a distance, how does it look? Is India shaping up well towards that target?
Thank you, Mr. Chugh. I think we are in a metals super cycle. And it's very good that the government of India has taken this target of 500 million tons. I'm a bit of a contrarian over here. Of course, achieving this target is not going to be easy, especially in a world where the politics is changing, the regionalism is coming in, there is decarbonization emphasis, there are macroeconomic challenges, de-dollarization is happening. So there's a lot of flux in the entire world at this moment. And I don't think there's going to be a reduction in steel. I believe from whatever I have read with the McKinsey's and the CRUs of the world, steel demand in 2050 should be closer to 2,500 million tons compared to 1,1900 today. That's about 30% growth, out of which about 1,100 million tons would probably coming in from scrap. And the remaining 1,400, 1,500 million tons will continue to be made through the iron ore route. But for India to capture almost 400 million tons out of this 600 million ton growth is a very tall order. And if it is going to be successful, you are basically punting on China going down much more dramatically from its 1,000 million tons to a level of maybe 500 million tons, and giving space for India to grow, which brings into focus that Indian steel should actually be far superior to the Chinese steel. The world does not care whether it's Indian or Chinese. It wants deliverables. It's a rational world. It's not an emotional world. And that's where the issues which Mr. Jha and Mr. Sharma have pointed out, it requires certain an advancement in our thinking in metallurgical terms. It requires entrepreneurship in terms of ancillaries and product development, which are loved by the world, not by India alone, because even China for 1,000 million tons does almost 200 million tons of exports, either through machines or through direct steel. So that ecosystem in steel is very critical. Steel, unfortunately, is not a product that you and I can eat at home. It's a product whose usage depends on a steel ecosystem of consultants, of metallurgists, of ancillaries, of all kinds of people coming together, and then only steel grows. And I don't think that's been very well developed in India. So that's an area which will need a huge amount of focus. We have a strength that we are a young country. We have probably one of the largest number of engineers. Needs to be more employable, of course. But yes, you have certain things going for you. But it is going to be a tough journey. It is doable. It will be a fantastic if you can do it. You will be probably by 2050, you'll either be the third largest GDP country or the second largest. If some have started punting that USA will probably fall down and you'll take over as the second largest GDP. In that case, it's good to be the second largest steel manufacturer also. Steel is not going away. It is not getting replaced. More and more decarbonization focus indicates steel probably will be ending up as the best metal for the world, highly recyclable, with green energy, probably a very green material. And therefore, things are going forward for steel, and a good focus on steel can be a major change for this country.
Thank you very much. Paramjit Singh ji, a big thank you from my side also for being here today. And you get to say the last word here, but probably the most important word, that even though Government of India does not believe in expanding in steel sector on its own and will like to encourage private sector to expand and grow, but many responsibilities in terms of generating demand or supporting the industry come towards the government. And we would like to hear from you as a reassurance to the industry leaders sitting here that government is aware, sensitive, and doing stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you said that, regarding the demand, I think the demand is going to come because the major focus of the government is on the infrastructure. If the infrastructure will be there, then definitely the demand is going to come. And seeing that that the demand will be around 400 or 425 million ton by 2050. That's why the ministry also in line with this vision that by 2047 we should have a capacity of around 500 million ton. But in while we were talking about this vision 2014, we were having many discussions on that. We almost covered all the key focus areas as you mentioned in your speech in the morning hours. And in addition to this, that government is very much, supportive, whatever the concerns are there regarding logistic, what you said in the morning hours. In this line, government has already launched their Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti mission, which is basically to resolve the issues of steel sector or any other sector regarding the logistic. I think industry can come forward with their issues so that all the bottlenecks can be removed for the easy flow of this to achieve this mission. Basically. In addition to this, sir, we are also concerned about the waste which will be generated out of the this production, because right now if we see that we have many slag generation, we have the solutions for the steel slag, blast furnace slag, but steel slag is still a problem because a lot of the steel slag is lying in the plants. Though ministry is already, have given the R&D projects to the institutions, CSR institutions for the use of steel slag in the road as well as in the fertilizer. So we would like to, request industry that they should come forward, because now under the R&D scheme, which is now being revised in the last SFC from 2021 to 25. In this, we are accepting the project proposals from the institutions with the participation from the industry so that all the projects can be commercialized. So in that we have three type of, you can say, proposal lab scale. We have a certain percentage of contribution from the industry. We want the minimum, but when we are taking these projects to the pilot scale, we want that industry should contribute more so that it can be commercialized and can be benefited to the industry. This is what, and any other, you can say, aspect regarding the quality point of view. Ministry has already, you can say, notified 145 quality control, standards under the quality control. And we, under the technical committees, what we have formulated under the Ministry of Steel, we saw that many of the grades are being imported right now and not being manufactured in the country. And regarding that, we are having the interaction with the industry so that they can develop that grades within the country, which can, you can say, substitute the import, as well as they can export that grades to the other countries and meet the global demand. And whatever the demand we are expecting, or whatever the vision we have by 2030 or 2050, we can utilize the maximum capacity of that. This is what the submission process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Sir, you demonstrate a very high level of knowledge, sensitivity, when you speak about a type of slag versus other type of slag, when you speak about standards, quality, etc. Very grateful to you, but I will be failing in my duty towards this industry if I don't throw this question to be addressed to you. What do they want from the government? To this panel, it's a free for all question. Please take it as you feel and address it to him in a very constructive manner, so that in his own personal very high capacity, as well as the ears and eyes of the government and the industry and the ministry, he carries back that message which you want to put across. Therefore, with your permission, I want to throw it open to the industry leaders here. Please take turns as you wish. Anyone? We can start. Please.
Hello, Mr. I'm Rahul Janurkar speaking. Recently I was in Australia before I took up this assignment, and the South Australian government, as a part of infrastructure development, they are putting up a hydrogen plant, electrolysis and hydrogen plant, to please their voters down below. So they attract a lot of industries around, and the existing industries are supported through an institutional support for the element required to decarbonize as well as to produce those 500 million ton in a proper way. I feel in India, even if we talk much about green steel evolution, and when I saw one of the slide of Mr. Devender Chugh, where 500 million, it is containing half, or maybe around 45% is basically BF and BOF route. So it is not going to be only DRI until we go to the 500 million. So it is important that we harness this this government support in establishing that infrastructure to enable us, all of us, to produce that 500 million in a manner it deems fit. Even if you produce through DRI, we require power. Even if you produce through EF, you require a power. That green power, some infrastructure, or with the industry, top-notch industry like JSPL together, having a collaboration put together, they should be able to do that. This is the first point. First point is that infra for the power, green power, government should help us. Number two, country-to-country collaboration. To produce 500 million ton, you require a huge quantity of iron ore. If we consider that BOF route and BF route being there at the end of 2047, we import a lot of iron ore from Australia and Brazil. So we must also talk to those governments, see that some value addition is there at their side, and what we import is not only the iron ore and fines and gang material all put together through a ship or transport which emits, which requires fuel, which require power, etc., etc. We have some collaboration with those government, that some semi-finished or processed material is sent to us so that we can achieve this target put together. We have excellent relationship with Australia and other countries. From that standpoint of view, I was telling. These two major points I would like government to focus on.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please. Please.
Yes, I want to say something. I don't think you have to whisper too much in the ear of your government, because there's Make in India that fits what Sharma said, capital goods production, which we are already doing SMS Group. We are going to set up another shop in Western India, and there will be many more coming. The second thing is I attended the Indian Steel Association, Steelmaker Association conclave on Monday, and your minister, Mr. Sindhya, was speaking, and he has it figured out. He said, we as the government, we cannot be a regulator to support the rise of the Indian steel industry and the further growth. He said, we need to be a facilitator. We need to sit at the same side of the table with you. And that message came across very well. So I think the government knows more or less where to go.
Thank you, Mr. Ulrich. Actually, you are very right. Government is not by regulation, it is more the market which will direct. And if, as I said, 400 million ton steel globally is going to be demanded with specifications of green steel, it is going to be the pushing force and not the regulation as much. Thank you very much for your comments. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chok. Sharma Saab, fellow panelists, dear friends. I'm representing a small industry, a refractory industry over here, but very important. Without refractory, we cannot produce steel. And unfortunately, this is somehow neglected industry. Sorry to say, everything is taken for granted. But this is the industry where really we need to focus on if we want to go for 500 million ton steel. Is refractory industry there? Is refractory industry is capable to support steel industry to produce steel? There's a big question mark. You know, steel is an essential commodity. During COVID time, I was continuously as IRMA chairman, Indian Refractory Manufacturers Association. I was talking to Mr. Paramjit Singh. I was talking to Madam Rasika Chaube. She was steel secretary. Please allow us to produce refractory plant. If they will not produce, steel plants will stop. And we were requesting them, sending a memorandum that we should be getting also the status of essential industry, which is still pending. So this is one, Paramjit ji, to take you back. Secondly, when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, we all know most of refractory raw materials are coming from China. We don't have minerals, right minerals. Whatever we have, again, there is a lack of focus from the government to support those small miners so that they can produce, they can dig out, they can do some beneficiation so that we have something at least our own. We should talk about circular economy, recycling of refractory so that we have a less dependence on China. We should look other venues, and duties is one part where we should definitely look into how we can support Indian refractory manufacturers so that we are Atmanirbhar. Thirdly, somehow I'm also responsible for that. Is there any innovation in refractory industry? Frankly speaking, no. Last 32 years, we have nothing in refractory industry. 32 years back, we did this magnesia carbon brick. After that, improvement of life is another thing, but there's no innovation. Why? Probably, I'm not talking about any particular industry, not my RHA Magnesita there I'm representing. We don't spend in general on R&D in refractory industry. Why? Probably the profit margins are so low of refractory industry and the support is so less that they don't feel like putting money on R&D, innovation, developing new products. And this is very important for steel industry. If we will not do anything, in your plants, sir, Angul plant, you are doing this close casting, slab cast, 50 hours casting time, probably what record, without monotube changer, we don't do anything. But this is one of. How many plants are doing this type of thing? How many innovations are happening? So this is the area where I think government should talk to refractory industry, call them, understand their pain point and support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. for bringing that to focus. And I would like to add to that list, is our rolls making industry innovating enough? Is our other supporting industry? Graphite electrodes are becoming very important because of the shift towards electric steel making. Are they innovating enough? So these are the important points. And I'm sure it has been noted by Mr. Paramjit Singh ji that these are the also areas requiring support. Thank you.
I think,
Sorry. Please go ahead.
A very good morning to this August gathering. I'm Keshav Beriwal from Sham Steel Industries. We are one of the leading manufacturers in what is called the secondary steel market in the country. And we've grown over 4 times in the last decade or so. So for us, Vision 2047 is not just about 500 million tons. It's also about ensuring that at least 50% of that comes from the secondary steel market, the smaller and medium players. And for that, of course, there'll need to be a synergy between the government and the industry. The environment will come from the government and the enterprise will come from the industry. And we do see the intent in the government when it comes to that. We do see the ambitious targets that the government has set. But one thing that we feel is missing from the current policy ecosystem is that there needs to be a separate categorization of companies that come into our category. Companies who have a net worth between 200 and let's say 10,000 crores. Because the policies that would work for a company like Sham Steel is not the same as the policies that would work for a Tata Steel or a Jindal Steel. So, putting the whole industry under a same umbrella and designing policies kind of leaves out certain parts of the industry who feel that the policies are beyond their reach. So something like a PLI scheme. We feel that there should be a specifically designed PLI scheme for the smaller and middle players, keeping their concerns in mind, keeping their problem statements and their capacities in mind so that the schemes are accessible to them. Or when it comes to allocating mines and our nation's resources, we feel that there should be some sort of reservation based on the size of the mines so that, there's equitable distribution of resources amongst the larger players and the smaller players. So yes, we do see a lot of ambition and intent on the part of the government, but we feel that there should be some sort of categorization so that, there's equitable focus on both the larger players and the smaller players.
Thank you. The point being made is with regard to the size and policy focusing on smaller size also. Please go ahead.
I'll just want to reply his question that regarding the PLI scheme. It is open for the smaller and bigger both because PLI scheme is on the specialty steels being produced by the sector, not by the primary bigger or the smaller. So it is open for us because where the demand is niche, that can only be met by the smaller players. And recently we have, evaluated this PLI applications. We have found that maximum applications from the smaller players. So I think that the policy PLI scheme is serving the purpose for the smaller sector at present also.
That's very satisfactory for your knowledge. I will like to move on. I hope you have noted all these points. I would like to move on here and in the interest of time, please allow me, I'll come back to you, sir, Mr. Ravi. I want to address this question to Mr. Manish. Is the money coming easily to feed your growth ambitions?
It's very difficult to get the finances from the banks to come up with your goal to achieve increase in production target. Like we have taken a small step in coming up with a greenfield expansion of something around 1,000 crores, which will be completed in next year by March. And then we have also acquired some 600 acres of land in a place called Purulia in West Bengal, where we are coming up with a brownfield project of something around 2,500 crores. But what we are facing difficulty is the finances from the banks. The banks require a huge kind of, some sort of collaterals, which is very difficult for smaller players or small integrated players for like us but still with our own good net worth and our good marketing, we are almost debt-free company till now. So we are getting good responses from the banks. But what about the similar players who don't have such kind of good net worth or a good profitability or debt-free? They will not be getting so much of banks' finances. So how they are going to come up with such kind of expansions or new greenfield production? So that's one of the bigger issues.
Important point.
And the one more thing is like if you come up with so much of high production, where are you getting the raw materials from? How do you going to source your raw materials from? Are you going to source it from market? Then obviously you will not be able to achieve success in long term. You need to have your own resources. But do we have enough resources to go acquire those mines? Probably that's the point which is required to be look into the future.
Thank you very much. May I pass it on to you and ask you the same question? You want to add anything to that? Is money coming as you want?
Me?
Yes.
I'm not the steel manufacturer, steel owner, so maybe it is not the right question for me.
Okay.
But I want to add a question to the forum, maybe to senior delegates, Sharma sir, that are we managing our energy resources properly in steel industry? When the largest manufacturers of steel are using 4.5 to 5 gigacal energy per ton, when our consumption of energy is around 6 to 6.5 gigal. From where those wastages of energies are coming? And are we having control measures to utilize that energy again properly? This is my point number one. And for Paramjit sir, when we are going on a roadmap of 2047, 500 metric ton of steel, from where we are getting the energy? Because this is an energy prone sector. From where we are getting the energy, and also for the country like India, when we are mainly dependent on fossil fuels. Even if we have that energy, what will happen to our next generation? How we are controlling the emissions and other problems which are the byproduct of this big leap from this level to 500 metric ton.
Thank you. You raise a very important point, energy. I'll come to that in a minute. Let me just round off and finish the point on money. And I want to go to Mr. Diaspora. I'm aware that Danelli often is open to financing the equipment with the help of banks, Italian banks and others. How is your experience in this regard, and how strong is that contributor to the money needs of this expansion?
Thank you for your question, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues. Well, we are not a bank, so we are not financing. We are supporting our client with financing institutions who are keen, especially to support the Italian export. And I can tell you that our ECA such as an extensive program to support the Indian development. So whenever we have the requirements which are based basically on the country risk, which is good for India, and on the corporate assessment, there is always the possibility to arrange a financing support. So we have a team, part of our organization, who is taking care to collect the information, to pass the information to institution, and to follow up all the process until, let's say, the financing is implemented. And I mean, this is happening, let's say, and it is a reality, it is an opportunity.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure the industry leaders have noted this, that the equipment manufacturers like Danelli and SMS also, I'm aware, do support in financing the equipment imports, provided the right candidate is in front of them and the right terms are set. But my experience is that such finances, though they carry the risk of exchange rate, they are not very costly. Thank you.
Well, There is a premium, of course, like any kind of insurance for the ECA, and then there is an interest rate which is dictated by the banking system. So, I mean, we have nothing to do with this. That we cannot interfere on this particular, let's say, cost. What we can do is to present our project and our client in the proper way in front of the ECA, and this will create a higher appetite and higher interest, which normally lead to a more competitive interest rate and cost.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, I would like to spend a few words regarding this ambitious target of the 500 million. So,
welcome.
I was also in Delhi on Monday. I attend the ISA conclave. I've been very impressed by the speech of all the top, let's say, steel industry leaders, which are giving a strong commitment and high enthusiasm on this particular situation, especially after, let's say, eliminating the export duty, which should, let's say, improve the development and hopefully for us, the investment in the steel industry. Actually, today, India is the only bright spot of the steel industry worldwide. It is a high potential country with a stable and dynamic government. So this should give a good feeling to all the steel producers in the country to proceed with new investment and to couple with the program, this ambitious program of the 500 million. Actually, according to my experience, now you are at about 78 kilos per person apparent consumption. Normally, when you reach a figure in the range of 100 kilos per person, the consumption relevant to the industry is playing a major role respect to the overall consumption, which is include the construction and infrastructures. This should lead the steel producer to focus very much on the industry requirement, to arrange their expansion program according to the industry development. This is also what we are doing as Danieli. We have implemented a factory in India. Our target is to have a major localization of engineering and manufacturing according to the local resources. This is our program. The industry basically will also need steel. So the two things will proceed in a parallel. And then one more thing will be the, let's say, more extensive application of recycling and circular economy. This will create, according to the recycle, will create scrap availability. And the scrap availability will change completely the configuration of the steel producer. This will lead to new technologies, innovative technologies, which will move to this, let's say, new trend of steel production, a more friendly environment impact, and this will create what we call regional concept. Regional concept means that small units, small production units, utilizing the local scrap and serving the local market will become competitive as much as the big integrated steel plant. And this will be a big change. I have noticed in your presentation, and I appreciate that according to your vision, in 2047, it is expected, let's say, something like 50% integrated plant production and electrical furnace. So, I mean, this has to be taken in very high consideration. My comment is that the steel producer, they are still not giving enough attention to the scrap availability. They are still a little far from this reality, which will become and will be very important. And last, I mean, just one comment. I don't believe this target 2047 has been established by chance. I mean, this is becoming 100 years after India got the independence. When India got the independence, if I'm not wrong, the production was less than 2 million tons per year. So a huge step ahead has been done by you, all of you, with your contribution. So you must be proud of yourself. So according to what you have done, I think the target is achievable. Not easy, but achievable.
Thank you very much. Coming from you, it's a very reassuring comment.
Mr. Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, may I welcome Mr. G.S. Rathore, COO of JSW Steel, someone who has risen from the ranks. If you know the phenomenal growth of Mr. Rathore, Now he heads all the plant operations. So basically, he heads all the operations of JSW various plants, and he has grown from the organization. He has not been imported from anywhere else. He grew within the organization, and my dada in the company, Mr. Jayant Acharya, I call him my dada. So he said that the first person I would recommend you to, because Mr. Jayant Acharya's daughter's marriage was there. So he was tied up with all that. So he said, the first thing which the person who is going to do justice on the subject will be none other than Mr. G.S. Rathod, COO of JSW Steel. May I request you to put your hands together for Mr. Rathod? Mr. Rathod was hesitant to go on the dais. He said, I'm late, but I said right at the beginning, he will not be here before 11:45. If you remember, I already made that announcement earlier. So on behalf of the organizers, may I present a bouquet to Mr. Rathod. Rathod Sabha. So again, a round of applause for Mr. G.S. Rathod, COO, JSW Steel. Rathod Sabha, if I may request you to take the dais. Please take the dais.
Please come on the dais. I'm ready with my question.
Yeah. Thank you, Chuk Sahab. It's all yours.
Mr. Rathod, welcome from my side also. I hope you've heard some of the discussions lately. I want to round off the discussion on energy. There are questions with regard to quantity and amount needed. There are questions with regard to the type needed. There are questions with regard to the agencies involved in production, transmission, especially the distribution companies, their liquidity and ability to handle. All these are the issues which steel makers are facing today. I'd like you to comment on that as a very experienced steel maker who's concerned with that all in delivering the daily targets.
No, just can you repeat? I mean, liquidity means financial or?
In distribution companies, financial liquidity is an issue. Yes.
Okay. Probably I may not be the right person to answer this because I'm a hardcore, technical person. But yes, the panel which I'm chairing rather from 12:30 to 1:30. My purpose of participating in that there are teams from rating agency. There is a representation from Deloitte, ICRA, and CRISILs. So I wanted to hear more from them that we all technical people talk a lot about what is going to happen and the ambitious target of 500 million ton. I mean, all say that the next 2 decades belongs to India. So we all technical people thrilled. We day in, day out, we talk about technology, whether the converter blast furnace route going to last long, how long, then, you can discuss hours together. But yes, the fittest will survive and this liquidity will be available to people or the producer who, take those sustainable targets. I remember in the beginning, starting of my career, we always used to talk about throughput and costing. So now the third angle is sustainability, the CO2 generation per ton of liquid steel, what you produce. And people are looking for technology which makes you the fittest. And in fact, JSW Steel is one of the first company who has gone for these kind of bonds and raised money out of market. We are probably among the first one within India. So there we have committed that our CO2 will be less than 2 by 2030. And I can see that the kind of technology which are available, you can surely come down below 1.8. I'm talking about converter blast furnace route. So from that angle, I think I don't see if you are committed for the market to these kind of your performance and sustainable parameters, which the government of India has also announced that by 2030, you should be down from 35 to 40% of reduction in CO2. So I am sure as far as JSW is concerned, we'll be able to achieve those targets. And we have a very aggressive targets. We have been growing aggressively. And I think next 10 years is going to be very aggressive as far as growth plan for JSW Steel is concerned. And we have things in place.
Thank you very much. You have not taken my questions quite head on, but I will help you because I follow the progress of JSW on energy transition through its devoted company called JSW Energy, how you are led by Mr. Jain and eventually by Mr. Jindal himself, how you are very focused on disposing of the dirty energy producing capacity, how you are very focused upon hydro, how you are very focused upon solar. And not only that, it is not a question of solar capacity. I'm very closely following your desire or JSW's desire to be in the full supply chain, starting from metallic silicon down to making of the panels and then creating the capacity of generating energy, green energy. That's remarkable. That's a case study for anyone. And I hope we get to hear more about that.
Yeah, that's a separate vertical, actually, JSW Energy workup. Now, you in JSW, we are very focused, So I am responsible to produce 50 million ton of steel by 2030. We are today 27. So the target is how we grow further 23 million ton. And of course, once I say that we can bring down CO2 below 1.8 or so, we have a target that we should convert all our renewable energy, I mean the coal-based or the gas-based energy. The gases should be spared to inject in blast furnace and DRI and all that. And the renewable energy, whether it is wind and solar, our target is to have maximize the usage of renewable. Of course, whenever there is islanding, you have to have some availability, 30 to 40% of your power requirement. But hopefully the storage of renewable energy will help to even get rid of islanding requirement. So yes, JSW Energy is helping us in there.
Absolutely. Yeah. I want to still draw upon your experience on the logistics side. How many of our steel makers had to transport their coking coal from ports to the plants by trucks because the wagons and the rakes were being deployed or diverted to power generation requirements? Do you still see our infrastructure growing to the needs of 500 million ton by 2047?
Yes, there is a challenge. I would say, we have 5 integrated steel plants. 2 are in south and 2 in the eastern part, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. The one is in Maharashtra. So basically we have grown in the big way in Vijayanagar, and we have our own port. It's a landlocked plant. But once you plan, I think you can make things very easy. I remember when we were starting the plant, the land we all know in Karnataka didn't have anything. But with port support from the east part and the west part, despite having a landlocked plant, today we do 12 million ton and Vijayanagar, and we have planned to go to 24 million. In fact, right now the work is going on to make it 18 million. By let's say March 24, we will become 18 million tons. So you can imagine, if the infrastructure is available, you can take care. But I can see a big change. The 2 plants which we have in the west, east part, in Chhattisgarh, and the other one is in Odisha. I can see a real challenge because everything had been made available except the logistic part. The plant keeps starving for coal. The plants are capable to have the fullest capacity as far as Jasuguda plant and Monet plant is concerned. So it's a big challenge. I think the government of India probably will have to help us. And as JSW, we have started buying our own rakes. We almost have 20 rakes now. Our finished goods are being moved through those BFNV rakes. We also plan, the first rake is made available today, in fact, to Jasuguda to move their coal from Vizag to plant. So it will carry the coal from there, go to the mines and bring back the iron ore. So probably because of the turnaround time, maybe it will be able to do 6 trips in a month. So similar kind of rakes we are trying to buy because that is under our control. But at the end of the day, the logistic, the railway tracks, the movement, the priority lies in the hand of or in the control of government of India. So I think private industry together with government of India support, I'm sure we should be able to take care of this, but then it needs a, it's a big task. It's a Herculean task, I would say, but nothing is impossible.
It's very important. It's a question of balancing. Paramjit ji, if I continue on this discussion, some of them will start crying, I know it. It is such a big pain point, and I'm sure you have noted the sentiment. And I want to assure you, Rathore ji, that you may not get rates, but when you go to Delhi to complain, you might travel on a super fast express. That's on the lighter note. I'm acutely aware of the time left with us. I still have to deal with the raw material side. And we'd like to invite our two experts on raw material. One of them is a coke oven expert also. My question to you is very specific. What do you make of India's over-dependence on imported coking coal? And where is this all going? Will it be an impediment to the ambition of 500 million ton? Because in last 20 years, the world has not seen in any important, big, high quality coking coal discovery.
The point is really valid. I'm Deshpande for all of you. I worked for coke ovens for a long time in Tata Steel. That's my background. Today, I'm representing Acre India, a company which makes coke ovens. So this point is very live. As far as the future of coke making in India especially is concerned, there are no new coking coal mines on the horizon. There are a few in Australia which come up as a new mine, but they are very small tonnages, 2 million tons, 3 million tons. They mean neither this way or not that way.
And Zimbabwe.
And yeah, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, there are a few mines like this coming up. But I don't think it's worthwhile to actually. So we will be living in future in a paucity of coking coal. That's for sure. Now, how we can make use of the existing coking coal available resource and still meet the tall targets of 500 million coke requirement for 500 million tons, etc., is going to be a challenge, actually speaking. And the way I construct this challenge in my mind is that, fortunately, all of it is not going to happen through coke route. Maybe half of it or 40% of it will only happen through coke route, and the remaining will happen through DRI, gas and electric arc furnace route. That was one part of it. So let's say the pressure on the requirement of coking coal doesn't appear to be as grave as the numbers currently profound. And still the requirement actually triples as compared to what it is today. The availability of ports importing coking coal from Australia or the Russia or the West, Eastern Africa, that's going to be the resource for the coal. We have tried in the past getting coals from Canada and USA as well, but the logistics cost is very high, and therefore it doesn't work out, really speaking, unless those people give it at a low cost. That's one part. So going forward, there's probably one of the solutions is technical, which is what we had practiced in the beginning. Now it's getting established. It's getting through a stamp charging process. It requires less and less coking coal, prime quality coking coal. It can accept somewhat soft coking coals, somewhat semi-soft coking coals it accepts. And that's how the basket for the available coking coal increases. And that's how the demands are getting met so far. And I think the trend is going to continue. We might, going forward, have more and more stamp charging coke makings coming. Actually, stamp charging is one way of saying so. The correct way of putting technically is to high bulk density coal charge inside the coke ovens. It can come from many ways. Stamp charging is probably the easiest and more established way. Therefore, I'm talking about stamp charging. So this is going to be actually ruling the roast. And there is going to be, it's not easy even for the semi-soft and soft coking coals available currently in the market. It's not easy to meet the increased demand, actually speaking. Therefore, it's going to be a little challenge.
Thank you. Would you like to add something?
No, I am from the iron ore sector, representing NMDC. When I talk of 500 million tons, I think of 800 million tons of iron ore requirement as a multiplier effect of 1.6, but may not be that. But certainly, at present, we are around 240 plus. We're producing around 155 million tons of steel. So thinking of around 500 millions of steel requires something a huge leap in the mining activity of iron ore. NMDC per se is presently at 42, going up, planning up to 100, but that will be just maybe 20% of the requirement. But overall, the requirement of beneficiation of low-grade ores, pelletizing, and going for larger mines and the logistic requirement will be a big challenge to achieve the 500 million tons target. So the miners need to gear up, and the high-cost mining in terms of auction premiums also need to be balanced so that the steel is produced at a much lesser price in terms of the raw material cost. That is the only say I can have from NMDC side.
We see NMDC as a stabilizing force in the wild west of iron ore, especially special mines, smaller mines and all that is going around there. And the desire of judiciary of India to step into that. All this is a very complex field. I will step on the wrong side if I try to dwell on that. But we look forward to NMDC to grow more, to keep providing that stability and the quality that is needed.
Yeah, NMDC per se has also geared up its plans, right from moving from 42 to 100, and we are targeting by 2030 moving to around 67 million tons and then moving to 100 million tons. But it will also require a lot of resource allocation to NMDC and utilization of the resources and along with the logistic support.
Thank you so much. I look at the clock. We are right on time to end it now. And on behalf of the audience, I assure you it has been a very stimulating discussion. We have dealt with many interesting topics and most of all, given right messages to the representative of the government here. I thank you all for your contribution and please give them a big hand for all the wisdom they brought to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chuk. Thank you. I'm really grateful because, this last almost 2 hours, the pain that one has to go through continuously racking the brains to find out which issues we have left out. I think you covered it completely. That's what makes Mr. Davinder Chuk. So a big round of applause for the moderator of the session, Mr. Davinder Chuk. Now I have a few duties to perform before our honorable panelists leave the dais. First is the presentation of the mementos to our panelists on the dais. First, may I request the memento for the chairman of the session, Mr. Davinder Chuk, for conducting a wonderful session. May I request a memento to be presented to Mr. Chuk? Yeah, please come up and presentation of the memento. Come on. I'll hand over the memento. No, you can. I'm as it is 5 feet. So I need to rise for the occasion. So memento for the chairman of the session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chuk. Next is a family member, Mr. Manish Periwala. Please come on. Manish and Keshav. So no, I want to give both of you a separate memento. One for the old generation, one for the new generation. One for your uncle and one for you. This is for Manish. No, the steel industry is never old. It's forever green. That's why we talk of green steel today. Memento for Keshivji and my brother Rajesh as well. So 2 mementos, and also we'll have the presentation of the Uttari after that. This is for Keshivji. Keshav Periwala, the next generation director of Shan Steel. Thank you so much. My good friend Rajesh Kumar. Someone again I know from very old days, a good friend for so many years. And I promise you, Carl Frieza, we'll make Carl Frieza a brand to reckon with. Thank you so much. So, a round of applause for Mr. Rajesh Kumar. Mr. Rahul Yanurkar, COO of Wellspun. President and COO of Wellspun, Mr. Rahul Yanurkar. Thank you, Rahul. The CMD Chairman cum Managing Director of Medhani, Sanjay Ji. Mr. Sanjay Jha, Chairman cum Managing Director of Medhani, which is under the aegis of Ministry of Defence, Government of India. And my mentor and someone again who needs no introduction. Actually, to be very honest, a memento is no recognition for what Mr. V.R. Sharma has done over the years. Yeah. Okay, so the names are getting actually you are not watching the names. So just ensure that everyone gets the proper name. Mr. V.R. Sharma should not become someone else. So just ensure that the names are engraved, which are engraved are done properly. I know you're working in a dark corner, but there is no excuse for giving a different name to different. Rajesh cannot change his name at this age. Yeah, but I have to ensure that Mr. V.R. Sharma gets his own name. Kindly ensure this. Yeah. Yeah. Just ensure the name is correct. And please. In case the names are different, please ensure that everyone gets the right name. Do it right now. So next is Ravi, my good friend Ravi. Don't make him Kavi. Oh, there he is. Ravi Singh. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you so much. So Ravi has finally got his own one, but Rajesh's memento is missing. Yeah, Mr. V.R. Sharma has received Kamal Agarwal. Where is Mr. V.R. Sharma? Okay. Mr. Paramjit Singh should get his own one. ठीक लेके आना, उसके लिए 2 मिनट इंतजार कर लेंगे. Paramjit Singh. Yeah. Exactly. ये ensure करो कि सरदार जी का सिंह होना जरूरी है. So it should be Paramjit Singh. And remember, Singh is always the king. Singh is the king. So ensure that it has to be Mr. Paramjit Singh. Spend 2 minutes, but the right one should be at the right place. हमारे मनीष जी का क्या मिला? अच्छा, मिस्टर पैक्टर, तो मैं उनको दे देता हूँ. So Manish ji, Mr. Devinder Chuk, they have not got the right ones. राजेश को कोई रवि का मिल गया था तुम्हारे पास. So he got the और केशव जी का क्या मिला? हरीश भट्ट, वो तो वो बात में. वो बर्गर आ गया. मनोरंजन राम is here. So, and शर्मा साहब को कमल अग्रवाल मिला था. Ravi को क्या मिला? Ravi got the right one. Only Ravi got the right one. So next time in Dubai, I need a special treat from you, and I'll come to Bahrain for that. December during MEIS. Every year I get to see Ravi in the Metal Bulletin Conference of Middle East Iron and Steel, which is in Dubai normally around the second week of December. So I have a deal with Ravi. I carry the right memento for him, one more, and he gives me a treat in Bahrain. So with that, let's move on to the next one. Come on, ladies. Yeah, come on, ladies. You can't make such huge mistakes. I would lose my job if I did that. You know, this is unpardonable. Mistakes can happen, but not a blunder like this. Government के साथ allow, you cannot afford to mess around with the government of India. So Paramjit has to get the right one. बाकी सब कहाँ? बाकी सबको दूसरा नाम का नहीं होना चाहिए. सही नाम का. Oh, there you are. सरदार जी का है ना? So yeah, Paramjit Singh. Oh, Mr. V.R. Sharma. Finally we got. Thank you, Sharma sir. Thank you, Sharma sir. This now on a lighter vein. How many things you have? Yeah, only Ravi and Paramjit ji are Singhs, 2 Singhs. So Paramjit Singh. Singh, there are 2 Singhs, Ravi Singh, Paramjit Singh. Ravi ko mil gaya, only Paramjit ji is left. So give the right one to Paramjit Singh. Finally, Paramjit Singh, a round of applause. Mr. Paramjit Singh. Thank you. Thank you, Singh Saab. Because we all say we cannot give a wrong name to the Ministry of Steel. You cannot mess around with the government. So next is Mr. Greiner Pactor. Greiner Pactor, Manish ji is holding. So Manish ji, I request you to give it to Mr. Pactor. Yeah. So Mr. Manish Periwala giving away the memento to Mr. Greiner Pactor, Managing Director of SMS India. Next is again one of my mentors, Mr. Pramod Sagar, CEO RHI. Next year, Sagar होना चाहिए. Sagar जमीन पे नहीं आना चाहिए. He is much. Sagar is limitless. है कि नहीं sir? Sagar means infinity. So Mr. Sagar, really grateful for that, the fact that you made it here in spite of such a difficult time, because he, being the chairman of World Refractory Association, he has a part of his duties. Then he was also organizing this international IRMA conference, which he just concluded. Thereafter, if you have seen the news around, RHI has just taken over Dalmia Bharat. So he has a much bigger responsibility, and Mr. Sagar is responsible for not only India, but the entire South Asia region. So just like Mr. Pactor, both of them handle India and South Asia together. Mr. Pactor is also responsible for entire South Asian region as well as in India. So thanks to Mr. Sagar, thanks to Mr. Pactor that they have been able to do it, make it here today in spite of such busy times. So Mr. Sagar is finally got it? No, that's for Mr. Chuk. So at least, when you have a lady, Nikita will explain the reason why it went wrong.
Actually, what happens is sometimes I would tell you that when there's too much of talent in a room, so we often get confused that who is whom. And then that's why I think Mr. Mukherjee got confused. And in that kind of hassle, all the moment is just, transfer. But it's good, actually, sir, it's very good. Do you know why? Because we can actually celebrate the differences and adapt the things that are common. So, जैसे केशव जी को सर का मिला momentous, तो उनकी थोड़ी बहुत काबिलियत आ गई उनके अंदर, बस और क्या, हम ऐसे ही इस चीज को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, right? And हमें last moment पे पता चला, तो we are very sorry. We are just finding the correct name. So अभी कोई भी दूसरे लोग दूसरी trophies ना लें. So till the time we are finding, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nikita. In between sequences, पहले जब नाटक हुआ करता था, so used to have something called, feelers in between two stages of the play. So similarly, while our mementos with the right names are getting organized, may I request the audience, the delegates who are present here, if you have any questions, you may ask the questions with regard to your thoughts on 500 million tons. We could, ladies, please organize a few microphones for the audience. May I request the ladies to kindly organize a few microphones so that if there are any questions, our panelists will be happy to answer any questions. Any questions, please raise your hands. Yeah, please come and identify yourself. Please identify yourself, sir.
Myself, SK Chaurasia, GM R&D, NMDC.
Okay.
I have a question for financing. As a panelist started question, short entrepreneurs are difficulty in getting finance, but major player also getting difficulty in getting finance. Recently, I came to know that Vizag Steel is in deep trouble for finance. One of major blast furnace also down because of finance. Is it so? Why not Government of India does something for Vizag Steel? I am NMDC. NMDC is having huge fund that can also be transferred for some time to some of the PSUs who are in the sick side and can become a good company. As RNL is our customer and we are huge iron ore supply to them. But a good customer, if it is dying, it will be a not good sign for a company like NMDC. That is the question from my side.
Well, Paramjit ji is the best person to answer this, but I don't think he is authorized by ministry to talk on such issues. But anyway, other than policy issues, if there is anything that you want to touch on.
Sir, sorry to interrupt in between. I think Sagar sir has been waiting for a very long time, but I want to add one line on this. Sir forgot to actually write your name because there's a very good saying that Saga means unlimited, infinite. So sir is already very much infinite. So a very big round of applause for him. And I am extremely sorry and apologetic for the delay it is happening. So as I said, it's too much of talent. We get confused when so many talented people are sitting in the room. And can I have the next name, sir?
Yeah. So Paramjit ji, would you like to add anything with regard to what Ministry of Steel has in plans for NMDC's future after the demerger of NINL with
I'm basically looking into the technical. I can't answer his question right now, but I'll take up his question to the ministry, whatever he's asking.
Yeah. So anyway, these are policy matters which I don't think even our Rushika ma'am would have been able to answer these questions, because these are decided much at the apex level, so much so that the ministry itself will not be able to sort of give a direct answer to what our Honorable Prime Minister has in mind. So with that, a few more questions, if any other questions are there. Anyone else with any questions? Yeah. Could we have the microphone?
I'm Ravi Marik from Tata Steel. I just want to ask the Paramjit sir one question. When we talk about steel production by 2030, and Chuk sir also explained about the logistic facilities what we have in the country, what we have. Yeah, we know that the government has announced a lot of things. One is the freight corridor is good. Inland waterway is good. But as a steel industry, when we see these factors are not coming up at the pace what we require to meet at least the 2030 target. The freight corridor, one of the main issues is the slurry pipeline. when you have to take it on the roadside, we do not have a dedicated pathway as a thought process. We have for power and everything, but we do not have a dedicated pathway for that. So we need to look into that while seeing the logistic policy as a whole. That's it.
Yeah, who would like to, Paramjit ji?
Yeah, regarding this, our Honorable Minister has already formulated a advisory committee for the education smaller sector as well the bigger sector, and this is under discussion. And with the discussion of the industry, I think this problem will be get solved soon by the ministry.
Anyone would like to add anything to the points which actually Mr. Chugh introduced as the enablers which will help us reach that 500 million tons? Anyone would like to add? Okay, let me invite the three of our panels for the next session, the analyst session. So Mr. Priyesh Rupalia, Singh Saab, आप भी आ जाइए सिंह साहब, you're there. Yeah, three of our analysts who are there for the next session, may I request three of you to come up so that you could share your thoughts. Mr. Priyesh Rupalia, are you here?
So, sir, we would like to invite the analyst people for the next session.
Yeah.
So I will invite
the mementos.
And
Three more mementos.
first, we will finish with the mementos procedure. Can you just take the next name? Who is the next in the queue after Pramod Sagar, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Kundu from NMDC.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Kundu will be receiving the one which is for Mr. Mohanty, Director Production. Because
all right.
The Director Production, Mr. DK Mohanty, was the one who was supposed to be here. So his memento is here. So Mr. Kundu will carry the memento of Mr. Mohanty. So, and after Mr. Kundu is Mr. Diasparo. Mr. Diasparo, yeah. Yeah, this is also true because Mr. Mohanty का अगर आप message जो उन्होंने मुझे भेजा है, if you see that message, he said, I am nominating one of my young boys to represent, which means he sees him as a future, not just Director of Production, but future CMD of NMDC. So my best wishes that you become the future, the day you become next chairman and CMD of NMDC. I am sure the day I go to you, you will be the first one to give me the interview. You know, the present CMD, Mr. Sumit Deb, has also taken this company to great heights. We must congratulate Mr. Sumit Deb for what he has done, for showing excellent production performance, excellent overall performance, so to say. So we will have just three more mementos to present, and then. Oh, Mr. Deshpande, you see? So this is Manoranjan Ram. Mr. Ram, please come up. Kilian is actually the Chief Vice President of Corporate Communications in SMS. And since Kilian has already come, may I request Kilian also to take the scroll of honor for Mr. Weiss. Oh, Mr. Mohanty, yeah. So Mr. Mohanty's one will be received by Mr. Kundu. And may I request the scroll of honor for Mr. Weiss to be brought in so that that can be presented to Mr. Kilian. Kilian, may I request you to also share a little bit about the communication philosophy that we have in the steel industry. And you know, when we talk of communications, there are two communications that we talk about. One is our internal communications and one is external. So Kilian, I would request you to talk a little bit about the communications which SMS would like to convey to its customers in India, in particular, in terms of the technology that you're going to offer to reach that 500 million mark.
Thank you very much. I try to do it very short because we know we are before the lunch break. So I want to thank you in particular for the nice ceremony and all the mementos you were giving to us. And let me point out on behalf of SMS Group, we made this a pilot region for our company to come here to support it. Also, obviously, in terms of marketing and communication and telling the great success stories of the country, of the sector. And I'm really looking forward to coming off more often here, also on behalf of Mr. Burkhard Dahmen and Mr. Heinrich Weiss. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Sanjay Jha will also be leaving right now. So may I just request Killian to accept a scroll of honor for the chairman of the supervisory board, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Heinrich Weiss, who has just completed 80 years. And in fact, Mr. Weiss has been a legend in this industry. In fact, I came to know yesterday that actually it was SMS which introduced this METEC exhibition that you get to see every 4 years in Düsseldorf. So those who are aware of METEC, they know that it is the largest show on planet Earth for our metals industry, for the metallurgical industry. The largest show on planet Earth is held in Düsseldorf every 4 years, which was actually introduced by SMS. So a big round of applause for Mr. Heinrich Weiss, the chairman of the supervisory board of SMS. Thank you so much. And Mr. Sanjay Jha, I would like to thank the CMD of Midhani for his excellent presence. Gentlemen, all of you, Mr. Dasparo, you have not, Mr. Dasparo's memento and Mr. Rathor's memento, 2 mementos, Mr. Rathor and Mr. Dasparo.
And his also.
And also Mr. Anurkar. So why did you choose a dark corner? They should have chosen a place where they can read. Huh? Yeah, so the 3 gentlemen, Mr. Priyesh Rupalia, yeah, Mr. Gurcharan Singh. हाँ तो ठीक है बोले बोलेंगे Mr. Dasparo and Mr. Okay, so just फोटो के लिए है ये कौन सा है गजराज सिंह राठौर राठौर साहब आप लकी हैं आपका एकदम सही मिल गया आप एकदम so with the correct name we got the Rathod Saab's one. You know okay, yeah. Okay, so all done. My apologies once again for the mess up. Now this is something which, you know, keeps happening somewhere or the other. Not everything goes right, but it is your greatness that you accepted it. It was a mess in terms of names, but Hindi में एक कहावत है गुलाब को किसी नाम से पुकारो गुलाब गुलाब ही रहता है. So these legends will remain legends, whatever name you call them by. But once again, my apologies for this mistake. My sincere apologies to everyone for such a gross mishap which happened. But I'm sure you are going to excuse me for all this. Thank you, gentlemen. My sincere.
I would like to request all the people on the stage to have a group photo with all the mementos you are having in your hand. Yep. It's a very big moment. Please, a big round of applause for the entire group of people with lots and lots of talent.
Look up. And
all right.
Right now we are going to.
We are about to begin. We are about to commence the analyst session, sir.
Yeah, we'll go ahead.
I would like you to join me over here so that we can one by one start commencing with the name for the analyst session.
Yeah, this session, Rathod Saab, aap stage pe aa jaiye because you will be chairing this session. So over to you, Nikita. You go ahead with calling everyone on
A
the
very,
line.
very thanks, first of all, to all the people who were there for the first session, the panel discussion that happened. Really great ideas were shared. And now it's time to begin the analyst session. From analyst viewpoint, we'll be hearing about the roadmap to 2047. And now it's time to please call upon the stage the session manager, the session chairman, G.S. Rathore, COO of JSW Steel Limited. G.S. Rathore, sir, I would like you to please join us on stage. Mr. G.S. Rathore. Hi, sir. Great greetings for the day. And with that, I would like to invite the major three speakers for the day. Number one is Rajiv Maitra, the director of Deloitte. Rajiv, sir, I would like to invite you on stage, the director of Deloitte. Okay, the next one is Kuranchal Singh, sir, the director commodities of CRI SIL Limited. And the last is Priyesh Rupalia, the Vice President and Co-Group Head of Corporate Rating ICRA Limited. A very, very warm welcome to both of you, sir. And I would like to again announce the first name, Rajiv Maitra, the Director of Deloitte. If at all he's here, please join us on stage. Okay, we shall commence the analyst session. And I would like to tell the title of their discussion would be Self-Sustaining Ecosystem for India, Steel Vision 2047, Raw Material Perspective. And Mr. Priyesh will be discussing whether the target of 500 MT at 100 years of independence is really real or is it aspirational? I would not waste any time further and hand over this mic to the senior chairman so that he can start this great session. So over to you.
Thank you. There is Mr. Rajiv.
All right, we are about to begin the analyst session and let's see what will be the ideas coming from the great people, the speakers of the day. And with that, it'll be an hour session, near about an hour session. Then we'll be proceeding towards the lunch break. So we can start this session with any further delay.
Okay.
Rathore Sahab, I'll just take 2 minutes. There is a very important, again, responsibility which I have to carry out. The COO of JSW Steel, Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathore, is with us to chair this session today. Rajiv, a good friend of mine, my brother, Rajiv will be starting off, and then Mr. Rupalia and Mr. Singh. Three of them will be giving the presentation. But before that, Mr. Greiner Pachter, may I request Mr. Pachter? Mr. Pachter, are you here? Is Mr. Pachter here, Amit?
Mr. Pachter, if you're here, please come on stage.
Or Killian, if you're here, Mr. Pachter?
Sir, they are saying it'll take 2 minutes more. He'll be here.
Okay, so I would request the COO of JSW Steel, Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathore, to present the Lifetime Achievement Award, which we have instituted for Mr. Bukhar Daman, who is the CEO of SMS. So SMS Global, I mean.
So
Mr. Daman.
Bukha Daman is the chairman of the board and CEO of SMS Group Germany. So we would like to award by Mr. J.S. Rathore, sir, in some time now. And Mr. Pachter, if you can hear us, please join us on stage.
Yeah, may I request Mr. Pachter to come up to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Daman? Killian, if you're here, Amit, are you here? Okay. Amit, is Mr. Pachter coming? So Mr. Ulrich Greiner Pachter, Managing Director of SMS India, will receive the award on behalf of Mr. Bukha Daman, CEO of SMS Group. So may I request Mr. Pachter to come on stage and receive the award in the hands of Mr. Gajraj Singh Rathore, COO, JSW Steel. No, Mr. Daman, he left FO yesterday. Unka kuch signing. Oh, so Mr. Pachter is here, he will receive the award on his behalf. May I request Mr. Pachter to come up? Amit, have you seen Mr. Pachter anywhere around? Oh, he's on the phone. Okay, so yeah, Mr. Pachter is on the phone, so he'll be here in any moment. Okay, may I request Mr. Pachter to come up on stage and let's have the Lifetime Achievement Awards for...
I would like to request all of you to give a very big round of applause for the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah, so
we hand it over to Mr. Pachter.
Yeah, Mr. Rathore will hand over the award to Mr. Pachter. Let us have the awards on stage, please. So may I request the big and the small, both the awards are in the booth to get it forward. For the Lifetime Achievement Award, we will be presenting to Mr. Bukha Daman, which will be received by Mr. Pachter, Mr. Ulrich Greiner Pachter, from Mr. Rathore, of course. So normally you give gifts to customers. Now customer is presenting you an award. So customer is presenting an award. So Mr. Daman will be happy to receive this award. There is one more.
A very, very big round of applause for Mr. Daman.
So big round of applause for Mr. Bukha Daman, Chairman of SMS Group, CEO of the entire SMS Group globally. Thank you, Mr. Pachter, and thank you, Rathore Sahab. Thank you so much. So anything that you would like to say in acceptance of the award on behalf of Mr. Daman?
Yeah, well, on behalf of Mr. Daman, I would just say thank you. I think he's very honored that you thought of him, and he's been very well connected to India over the years. He loves to come here. In fact, my colleague who's responsible for the US, he's always crying. He said he always comes to you. He never visits me, so which is actually not true, but he enjoys it here in India, and we have a wonderful relationship with our customers, not just on, let's say, on a strictly business level, but also on a personal level. We enjoy to meet the promoters and the management of the different Indian steel companies, and most of them really have a personal relationship with Mr. Daman. So I think that speaks for itself. Nice tie, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Pachter. In fact, Mr. Daman is very closely connected to India. He was last 1 year, I think he made a couple of trips to India. And I was there interviewing him in the month of June this year. So he told me that he has definite plans for India, and he sees India as a happening country in terms of growth, in terms of business. And Mr. Pachter, for the first time, we have a CEO for the entire Asia Pacific and Indian region. So it's a proud moment for us that as the CEO, he operates from India, but he handles the entire Asia Pacific region, South Asia and India together. So India is seen as a place where things are happening, and SMS has a wonderful workshop. In fact, 2 workshops, one in Mancheshwar and the other in, so one more is coming. So 3 workshops are coming up for SMS. So we see a lot of growth in business for SMS customers like JSW, JSPL and others. So thank you, Mr. Pachter. Thank you, Rathod Sahab. This for Mr. Daman. Thank you, Rathod Sahab. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now I'll hand over the floor to Mr. Gajat Singh Rathod, COO, JSW Steel, to conduct this session.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pachter, for receiving this award on behalf of Mr. Daman. And now it's time to start the analyst session without any further delays. And a very big round of applause for all the 3 speakers over here. With the session chairman, G.S. Rathod, sir, will be starting with this analyst session. So let's hear out from all the 3 great people and the session chairman. So you can start the session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon. I thought, we technical people keep talking about technologies and how it's going to happen by 2047, by 2070, when India has declared that we will become a carbon neutral. But how this journey we normally see from our eyes, those who are hardcore technologists. But when I saw the panelists, I was little, very happy that we will hear from, rating agencies and the Deloitte who is there, how they feel about steel industry and how they see that how we achieve this target of 500 million ton by 2047 and how do we go further till 2070 when we achieve carbon neutrality. I remember when I started my career, we were close to 14-15 million ton of steel per year. Today we are at 120 and we have to go to 500 million ton. Probably by 2030, we will be close to 300 million ton. And when I see the presentation, Mr. Rajiv Mehta, who is Director Deloitte about sustainability in steel, Mr. Gurcharan Singh, he's Director Commodities for Crystals, self-sustaining ecosystem for Indian Steel Vision 2047 from a raw material perspective. And then we have Mr. Priyesh, Vice President and Co-Group Head, Corporate Ratings, ICRA. And the 4th one is Mr. Satish Pandey about slag. How when we go to 500 million ton, we all know that more than 15% we generate slag, sludge, dust and all that. So how do we dispose? Other than India, outside in overseas countries, we see that they are not called waste, they are called wealth because they convert them from waste to wealth. But unfortunately in India, still rules and regulations are, far old being followed. And we as a steel maker are still struggling to convert this waste into wealth. So probably we will hear from Mr. Satish Pandey how we can make use of this waste and convert into wealth. So these are the 4 papers. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Rajiv Mehta, who will talk about sustainability in steel, roadmap to 2047. Yeah, please.
I have a presentation. Project कैसे project
So very good afternoon to all of you, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to be here and thank you for inviting me for this conference. What I'm going to talk about probably in the next 15 odd minutes is going to be very critical for the sector, especially we are seeing a lot of traction in this area around decarbonization and sustainability. And globally, we are seeing COP27 happening, and there is a push for net zero across, including countries. So India, we have a target of 2070. But in the steel sector, we are seeing a lot of companies taking a lot of initiatives. So what I want to do is talk about how we see this journey happening, what are the challenges, what are the different pathways available over the next 15, 20 years. More talking about global plus also with the Indian context. So just to set the context, so today we had, last year we produced 1.95 billion tons of crude steel globally. And then we had, almost 90% in terms of 1.85 tons per ton of steel produced. Just imagine the kind of numbers we are talking about. And as per commitments by various steel players, this has to be reduced by 90% by 2050 from current levels. And there was an estimate by one of the leading agencies in terms of what is the cost involved to decarbonize the global steel. It's almost $1.4 trillion. That's what we are talking about to reduce emissions. And as we speak, there's a lot of focus on ESG, there's a lot of focus on net zero sustainability. And investors are also kind of very keen because most of the steel players globally in India are listed. So there's a lot of focus on by the investors in terms of how the company, performing from a emission perspective. And if you look at the emissions in India versus global, of course, there is a catch up to be done by the Indian steel industry. We are pretty good, but compared to international standards, it can be improved. And also, if I look at the EU perspective, so there is a forecast of EU demand for green steel to be significantly outstripping the supply. So that is also a potential for all steel industries in India, steel companies in India, as well as from a global. We are also seeing regulatory push by different countries. This slide talks about how the different regions are producing. For example, we had almost 170 million tons of production of crude steel in EU, and there the blast furnace to electric arc furnace ratio is around 60-40. Similarly, the US is around 60-40, 90 million tons. There the emission percentage, which is in the green box, is around 2% and 5% respectively. India is around 7%. 120 million tons of crude steel, 60-40, 40 is blast furnace, then we have another 28-30 electric arc furnace, induction furnace. In China produced almost 1 billion tons of steel, crude steel. There the emission is 17%. One of the primary reasons is around 90% of China's production happens through blast furnace. So that's and of course the Chinese company is one of the largest Chinese companies. So there are regulations happening. For example, in US, there was a act passed around they are producing some various incentives towards decarbonization and emission reduction. In the EU, there is a evidence of a voluntary market willing to pay up for green steel, and driven primarily by the automotive sector. And there is, of course, EU is a front runner from decarbonization from a global perspective. In India, there is a lot of potential, and there is also the regulations are happening. Like, for example, the National Action Plan, climate change, that is there. The government is also working with the steel companies and MOEF to reduce various emissions to new technologies. And in China, there were kind of steel plants, or which are the emitting steel plants, were closed down recently. And there is a focus on moving towards green steel production. But there is, of course, regulatory pressure, but also in a way we are seeing economics playing a part, because at the end of the day, policy reforms can push growth to a certain extent, but economics ultimately drive the industry. So we are seeing economics to be there by around 2030. Around that time, when EU, there will be a significant demand outstripping supply, as I said earlier. There are several key stakeholders in the decarbonization value chain. If I look at from a value chain perspective, we have the raw material suppliers, then you have the end-use players, technology providers who are provided right technology. So Hybrid is doing work in Europe. We have players like SMS and others. And then, of course, the funding agencies, because you need a lot of funds for doing this entire decarbonization journey. So, for example, if I look at from a value chain partnership, we are seeing Mitsubishi partnering with BHP. They are saying that, can I, for the metallurgical coal, can I actually reduce, in terms of help the steel players reduce the emission and the carbon content. So they have tied up with players like ArcelorMittal and JSW, Tata Steel, several others. In terms of global steel industry majors taking actions, so we have in Europe, Hybrid, SSAB and LKAB and Vattenfall, they have done the pilot facility in 2020. And by 2030, they want to transform the remaining blast furnaces to EAFs at SSAB facility. So that's already ongoing. That's probably the first pilot project from a green steel production. Then you have ArcelorMittal as well. They have the targets and they are looking at investments in Europe. ThyssenKrupp is coming significantly into this field. Then you have US Steel and several others. So that's from a global context. There is a lot of initiatives undertaken. And in fact, H2 Green Steel was a company founded in terms of providing green hydrogen, using green hydrogen produce green steel. They are looking at a production target of 5 million tons. In India, we have the producers, all the producers, they are doing a lot of initiatives like Tata Steel, AMNS India. Tata Steel, for example, is setting up scrap-based facility. JSW, they already have a lot of products, even Jindals and others. But if you look at the issue that we are having from a scrap-based perspective, just looking at the vintage of blast furnaces. In India, the vintage of blast furnace is around 13 years. Typically, a blast furnace lasts for 25, 30 years, if not more. And if I look at from a China, it's around 19 years. So clearly, I think, in the transformation will not be easy. But so that's what it is. And so these are some of the decarbonization adoption in the global steel sector. For these are the players, how they are positioned. And of course, BAO and ArcelorMittal, they are the leading producers, and they already have taken targets. There are 69 pilots and demonstration projects already there. EU has the highest, which is 12, US, and then China and India we have. And there are partnerships, the collaborations around decarbonization, like Shogang Group, Rio Tinto, POSCO, Greenco, several others. There are green steel in the market as well under different brands. So the branding is happening like Blue Mint from ThyssenKrupp. Then you have Excar from ArcelorMittal, Zeremis from Tata. So what is the pathway? So what are the levers and the pathway? So of course, one lever is to do some process improvement to technology innovations, etc. So which people are anyways doing, like top gas recycling, blast furnace optimization, PCI injection, hydrogen injection, whatever. I mean, these are very common and people are already taken. But this will only give us 15 to 20% reduction in emissions. In terms of, if I look at step change, so you have CCUS, you have hydrogen, you have other technologies, the Hisana, etc. So there, what we are seeing is that the horizon one, there are 3 horizons in terms of this entire decarbonization journey. So first horizon is till 2030. So we'll have asset and process optimization happening. RE transition is going to happen, like people are talking about RE100, EV100, and so on and so forth. So fleet electrification, usage of renewable energy like solar, wind will generate, but scrap recycling. This is going to be very important. And particularly from an Indian context, steel scrap availability is a big challenge. We are recently doing an assessment about scrap availability. So what we found is we do not have the upstream value chain in the scrap in terms of the collection, the processing, rather the collection, aggregation, sorting. That's completely informal. We do have certain formal processing happening, but that is still yet. So unless we have steel scrap available, and India in terms of steel scrap availability is probably from a global standpoint is very low. So that is going to be very important and thereby helping us to move towards the decarbonization journey. And then you have this conversion process plus CCUS. So retrofitting, basic oxygen furnace with CCUS and several others. So that will help. So that's what we are seeing the first phase. Then we have the novel steel making processes and hydrogen and alternate feedstock. That will only happen after 2030. So in fact, I was in Sydney Energy Forum in the month of July. And there, what I found is the Japanese and some of the US and other players, they are talking about the hydrogen to be actually used in several uses, including steel, by 2030 onwards. So that's the time frame they have given. And they're also talking about ammonia, ammonia being a major commodity for decarbonization and sustainability. And then going forward 2040 onwards, we'll have the negative emission technologies like carbon capture, air capture of direct air capture assets. So that's going to take prevalence. However, as I said, several issues are there. One is assets and technology, very young age of existing steel making assets. So how do you justify the economics? If I have invested so many millions of dollars in a blast furnace, do I necessarily need to change immediately or I need some time? Then I have the raw material availability issue in terms of high Fe content iron ore. So that's going to be a challenge, and of course time strap. Green hydrogen, as I mentioned, that's going to take time. Renewable energy. One of the major challenges in renewable energy is the grid storage. How do I store it? So unless the battery storage picks up, this will take time. And then of course, the financing part is going to be very important. Like for example, EU, it was estimated that a sample set of producer need almost 100 billion euros for this transformation. And the margins are going to play a big part. So if there are low margin players, will they be able to kind of transit into a completely decarbonized production? Probably we need government to support in terms of policies, etc. And then of course, the end markets, whether the demand for green steel will pick up. We know that EU is going to pick up, US is of course. So then how is going to transform the demand and production across different geographies, including India. So what are the main needs of steel producers? So as I said, one is sufficient quantities of hydrogen for DRI production, competitive price, renewable electricity at competitive price, high quality iron ore, pelletization is very important, scrap, both supply as well as increase in the usage. So flexi furnaces will see more acceptance in the industry, where you can do both solid charge as well as hot metal charge. And then of course the carbon management through CCUS will also need to play up. For example, one data point we found is steel sector will require almost 50 million tons of competitive price green hydrogen, in the future. So that's what the kind of numbers we are looking at. So we need to be cognizant of that. So actions for the steel industry and the producers. So one is a sector transition roadmap. How do we see the roadmap happening? The business case for green steel. The business case for green steel will be different for different geographies. Probably in India, it is different compared to EU or China or maybe US. Finance and investing, sustainable financing. So that's important. Hydrogen and sustainable fuels and so on and so forth. So these are some of the actions. Digitalization is also going to play a big part in terms of the future as well as the circular economy in terms of and carbon offsets. So we are seeing behavioral parts of steel makers. So one can be a follower, whereas if I look at some of the other players, they have already taken aggressive approach in this journey and taking a bold blade in terms of fully transition to fossil-free steel making. So implications on the value chain. So we have to work with the upstream and the downstream. So examples of BHP, Mitsubishi, ArcelorMittal is a good story for the industry. Where three different parts of the value chain are collaborating to kind of help reduce the carbon footprint. And the entire corporate functions of steel producer need to change in terms of financing, the procurement, engineering, sales, in terms of how do we go about this entire journey. So that's what, I mean, I had a very long presentation, but I'm cognizant of the time I have. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. I think we will take the questions in the last together. So I will request now Mr. Puranchal Singh, raw metal perspective. So, but please restrict your presentation to 10 minutes, each one of you, so that we can have more interactive session.
Thank you so much. Can I have my presentation on the screen, please? So in the paucity of time, I don't have more slides. I have just 5 slides, but just setting a perspective before the presentation comes on the screen. Precisely, I would be talking about a self-sustaining ecosystem. The idea here is to understand and answer some pertinent questions which were raised in the morning session. While we understand that coking coal is one perspective where we do not have it and it is going to be imported, but iron ore and scrap are the 2 elements. Where are we looking at? How do we stand now? And considering a regular growth path, as we typically take like 4% or 5% of growth, what we will achieve and what is the differential which we need to look at. So putting some numbers in perspective and I'll just give you a highlight on that. So beginning with that, I commence my presentation. So first and the foremost, let's talk about where we are as we understood and was established in the morning. We are approximately at a installed capacity of 151 million tons. And of that, we have produced around 190 million tons in the last fiscal year. Our target for FY30, as we stated well, is 300 million tons. But the understanding basis the growth which we have, given the multiple disruptions which we witnessed. First, for example, the COVID, we have the Russia-Ukraine war, we have a certain global slowdown which we are witnessing because of these impacts. We feel that if we continue in the regular trajectory, we would not be achieving that particular target, and we are estimated to miss it by approximately 33 million tons as far as the capacity is concerned and 44 million tons as far as the production is concerned. That does not mean that we do not have enough time to catch it up. If we look at from a perspective of the GDP growth, we understand that fiscal 24, we might have a slowdown and we might go down from 7% GDP growth for this fiscal to 6%. But still that leaves us with around 4 more years to actually follow up and look into that perspective. Putting that particular thing in perspective, let's talk about our vision for 2047. So from that point of view, we are looking at around 200 million tons of capacity addition from 300 and 233 million tons from the actual achievable target of 267 million tons. Keeping these numbers in mind, we basically move on to the understanding of how would there be a split in terms of the multiple routes of production. One of the key aspects which I wanted to point out and highlight, and as my colleague Mr. Rajib also pointed out, is that we are looking towards decarbonization. More importantly, we have already established that coking coal is going to be one of the key impediments as far as going towards the BF route is concerned. So going forward, one of the key elements, and as you can see on your screen, is that we will be witnessing more of the electric arc furnace additions, which will be there. So from a perspective of that, if we look at it, we are expected to add approximately around 100 million tons from a BOF route, it will be the EAF route, which is around 125 to 130 million tons, which will be added if we actually want to look towards the decarbonization element, which basically will take up their share to around 45%. Induction furnaces per se in their regular form or in the normal form is one perspective which we do not expect to be added going forward. However, with the installation of the ladle refining and all, that could be one of the elements. But the way forward, obviously, would be the electric arc furnace. Right now, if you look at what are the major capacity additions which have been announced till FY30, majority of them has been through the BOF route where we have established that. So for 2047, which is another for 17 years beyond 2030. And maybe if you look at the current capacity additions, which will be done by 2027, we have 20 more years to plan and actually move towards the decarbonization. Bringing the raw material now into perspective. Now I'm talking about the, the availability of iron ore as well as the scrap. Iron ore, why would it become more important? Obviously, we are talking about the DRI route. We are talking about the electric arc furnaces. So just to give you, and I'll stop here a minute to just have the numbers sink in before I start my commentary on that. I believe Mr. Kundu already pointed it out that even when you're looking at NMDC, they are looking at doubling their capacity towards production towards the iron ore. And that is exactly what we are seeing here. If we have to achieve the FY30 target, we are looking at around 349 million tons of iron ore production and a scrap production of 34 million tons. Just to give you guys a perspective, in the previous year, we had a scrap demand requirement of 16 million tons, out of which approximately we imported approximately 5 million tons. Going forward, how does this perspective change? We will discuss in a subsequent slide. But to put another thing into perspective is 2047. As pointed out, and considering the efficiencies which we are going to build in, we are looking at approximately 700 million tons of iron ore requirement and another 94 million tons of scrap requirement. This, my friends here, I wanted like to point out is that the understanding of scrap requirement is under the constrained methodology of growth. We can actually have more considering that if we are willing to change our charge mixes in the electric arc furnace in that manner. But what brings us to this particular thing, I would showcase in terms of the availability of scrap and how we move forward. On your right is basically a broad understanding of how we see the charge mix going forward. Base is the demand requirement, which basically from an electric arc furnace, we are looking at the 25% scrap, which can actually be improved. But what is constraining is here for you. If you look at the FY22 numbers, as I said, 12 million tons of domestic scrap was generated. And let me clarify here, when I say 12 million tons, this is primarily the scrap which was generated during the steel making process. This is not the old scrap. This is primarily the new scrap, which is the scrap which is generated during the steel making process, which has been utilized. For the total demand requirement, 5 million tons came in. If we are looking at FY30, considering our current norms for the scrap collection as well as usage, we are looking at 12 million tons of scrap import. Let me put something in perspective from a scrap here. Our national steel plan for 2017 puts perspective that we would need approximately 700 scrap shredding centers and 2,800 to 3,000 scrap collection centers in India. We are right now at, and this was in 2017, we are right now in 2023, we have 2024 and another 6 years. The initiatives have just now started. We know that Tata, we are looking at JSW, multiple players setting up scrap shredding units now. Right now, we might be at a position of maybe 5 or 7. We have a long journey to go before we reach that. But the number which actually hangs strongly on us is on 2047. We are looking at a 37 million ton of scrap import here, considering the domestic scrap generation. I would like to highlight why this is happening. There are two things which are impacting this. The first and the foremost is right now, even as we speak, or as we go forward, if we do not actually bring the entire scrap collection system into an organized manner, precisely putting the national scrappage policy, national steel scrappage policy into the perspective and implementation, we would be able to bring it only 58 million tons into the perspective of scrap generation. One more aspect importantly here is that, which was pointed out in the beginning, we have not been a steel consuming nation till date. Our per capita is probably, it's much lesser than the global. We are looking at 74 kilograms. And obviously this has grown over the years. In 2017, we were only at 64. So for a nation which has not been steel consuming, the scrappage or the end of life vehicles and the end of life products, it essentially takes 10 to 15 years for them to come into the scrapping part. As a result of which, even if we are able to organize this particular aspect, we can see that this 58 would go up to as high as 75 or 76, which will still keep the import dependence at around 20 million tons. Another thing to put into perspective here for everybody is that while we talk about us moving towards the scrap, we have to understand that the global capacity additions are also towards the EF side. So one thing is scrap might be the another commodity which will maybe go the coking coal route way, because all the nations would want first to utilize their own scrap for steel making, considering that coking coal would not be there and we would have the issue. The only advantage, as I said, we still have is obviously the iron ore. But just to bring the perspective back, we are looking at 690 million tons of iron ore demand requirement if we are going this way. And given the current, the current mineral reserves, the current production and all, I think India can easily achieve somewhere around 500 million tons of iron ore production perspective. But beyond that, the production availability and all has to be dependent on policy, on us being able to extract iron ore from mines where the costing has to be worked out. This is basically the perspective. So let me just put everything into my entire presentation into the story. The consistent growth which we are looking at for crude steel production is around 6% henceforth. One of the important elements, and I think which was pointed out in the beginning by Mr. Chugh, is that India does not have a factor of 2 when we come to the GDP growth. It is typically 1 to 1.5. However, when we look at it, the way the GDP is expected to grow, the initiatives are, I think this is achievable. But what is important and imperative is that to understand that the steel intensity grows in that particular manner, which is the key here. Because right now, as we speak, we are not only pushing towards steel, we also see that when we are looking towards the, moving towards electric vehicles or moving towards high-speed trains and all, we are actually looking towards the other metals as well, where their requirement will also grow. So for that perspective, having a 1-to-1 ratio as far as the GDP growth would be critical. The second, obviously, as I said, the key way forward for us with the decarbonization targets would be towards electric arc furnace, which will be after the current expansion plans, which will bring the scrap perspective as well as the iron ore perspective approximately into the conclusion. So 3.5 times of iron ore and approximately 6 times which we are looking towards the scrap production is what we are looking at. Some of these numbers would probably answer to a few questions which were raised in the morning session in the plenary, that to what type of iron ore or what type of scrap do we need. This is basically a perspective where to put that if we continue with the regular linear growth rate, the idea is the policies are there. The perspective is there. We are already taken steps into those stories. The perspective is, the raw material perspective is towards the exponential curve. The curve has to be made exponential unless and until we would be looking at a missed target. And more importantly, we might witness a raw material deficiency as well. That will be all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Now I invite Mr. Priyesh Ruperelia, Vice President, Co-Group Head. He will touch upon whether this target of 500 million ton is real or aspirational. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. Let me take you through the discussion agenda. In terms of key discussion points, some of the points already have been discussed at length. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. First one would be the history of Indian steel industry, what kind of targets we are looking at and whether those are achievable or not. Other aspect that I'm talking about today is the demand drivers that would be responsible to achieve this kind of target levels that we have talked about. My fellow panelists already talked about ESG transition and raw material availability. So I'll skip those slides, but how government has been supportive towards various targets that have been set out, I'll also be talking about those. So in terms of the slide, this part of this has already been talked about by Mr. Chugh earlier, that elasticity of steel demand to GDP growth has been in the range of 1 to 1.1 times. And in some cases, it goes up to 2 times also. But we have not witnessed that kind of significant demand levels in the past. Interesting point here is to notice that if we look at the demand growth patterns, decadal in terms of decadal growth rates, 1983 to 1990, we have seen significant demand consumption growth almost of 9%. Decade post that, we have seen a subdued growth. Decade post 2000, we have seen again a 9% kind of growth level. And decade following that has been again a lackluster one. So there has been a pattern to this steel demand growth that we have seen. And that points, or that brings a $1 million question in front of us, is that whether this decade is going to be a 9% kind of a demand growth we are going to witness in this particular decade or not. So whether that would be achievable or not, that definitely will try to talk about that in the subsequent slides. But what has been noticeable is the fact that despite all these ups and downs, India has been steadily rising in its ranks for global steel production. From the 9th position, it has risen to the position of 2nd in last few years. So talking about some of the targets that have been set out, largely they have been already talked about. So I would not like to comment more on that. But some of the key targets and the roadblocks that we could see, one would be the high inland logistics cost that Mr. Rathod also talked about, the challenges being faced by steel players while transporting material. Another challenge that we have seen so far is that during the last decade, we have seen only one greenfield steel plant, major greenfield steel plant being set up by some of the steel players. So there are challenges with respect to land acquisition. There are challenges with respect to getting clearances. So on that front, definitely a lot more needs to be done. In terms of coking coal availability, definitely we are lacking on that front, and our import dependence has been rising. So what we should do on that front, my colleague already discussed a part of that. And whether the use of green hydrogen or other low carbon emitting kind of technologies, if we are going to use that, whether that would lead to increase in cost of production, and whether that would make end users think about using some other product instead of steel. So there should not be any output substitution. So that also needs to be taken into account. When we talk about challenges with respect to logistics, one of the main challenges is the high logistic cost compared to other countries. If we look at the share of India in terms of logistics, its dependence on road transport has been the maximum compared to other countries like China, USA, where share of water and railway has been much higher compared to India. And in fact, if you see the trends in last 3 years, India's share in railways share in the logistics value chain, it has in fact been going down, so which is a cause of concern. So Mr. Rathod already pointed out at that situation. So we need to work on that front. Another part is the national logistics policy, which has been recently announced. So on that front, India's logistics cost almost 14% we are looking at compared to the percentage of GDP. So there are plans as per this policy to bring it down to 8% by the end of this decade. How we will be able to achieve that, I'll be talking about that in subsequent slides. As per the targets that have been set out, we need to grow by 9% rate if we have to achieve NSP targets of 230 million ton by the end of this decade. For that, we need to grow at 9%, which, as I explained in the earlier slide, it is not impossible. We have achieved that kind of growth in the past as well. So no reason why we cannot achieve the similar growth levels this year, this decade as well. And targets thereafter in terms of steel demand growth, 3.5% looks easily achievable. But yes, for that we need to cross the hurdle of 2031 first. And as against these targets, steel makers have already announced or at least committed capacity expansion plans of almost 128 million in the next decade, which will bring us very close to the target of 300 million ton by the end of this decade. Let me talk about the key pillars that would drive the domestic demand, which would be first would be the urbanization, increasing urbanization rates. Currently, almost 1/3 of India's population lives in urban areas, but almost 2/3 of India's GDP comes from these urban areas. So these urban areas are economic hotspots, and they are also very high steel intensive users. So given that half of India's population is going to be living in urban areas by the end of 2050, we will be definitely looking at a very sustained increase in steel pattern. So that would be one of the monitorables. Apart from urbanization, we are also looking at rising income levels, especially if you see the motorization rates. By motorization rates, I mean number of vehicles owned per 1,000 people in a country. So for India, the motorization rate currently is at about 57. But if we look at this number, though it is quite low compared to other developed and developing countries, this number was only 25 a decade ago. So India has made rapid strides on this front. And we are going to witness a further increase in motorization rates with improving road quality and rising income levels. So that would be one more area that would spur steel demand. One study has been conducted which tells us that when a country is in a middle income or low middle income kind of a bracket, there is a less propensity by the government to invest in steel intensive fixed assets. When it touches the higher middle income kind of bracket, which is defined as $4,000 per capita, the relationship between steel demand and the kind of investments that would be done by government, that relationship becomes disproportionate. So as per the study, we are going to look at this kind of 4,000 kind of income level we are expected to reach by the end of this decade. And once that happens, government's investment in infrastructure or in steel intensive projects would increase disproportionately. So definitely that is also one of the major drivers that would help us achieve the stated targets. Some of the other initiatives taken by government on this front is improving the road quality, road infrastructure. If you look at the chart on the right, basically, despite having the second largest road network length across the globe, highways comprise only 2% of India's total road network. So there is a lot more that needs to be done. But if we look at the trend in investments by the government on this particular sector, we have seen a substantial increase in kind of investments and pace of execution, almost tripling of pace of execution in last few years. So that is one aspect that is going to drive steel consumption. Apart from roads, government has also been spending heavily in terms of railways. Capital spending by railways has increased almost 4 times since 2014. And if you are going to look at metro projects, there we are looking at almost 22% kind of CAGR in next 4 years. So the road lengths, apart from road lengths and these railways and metro projects, which are very large steel intensive users, we are also going to look at some other small ticket size projects like affordable housing, national gas grid, refining capex, etc. But what has been missing so far, apart from this government initiatives and the kind of steel consumption growth we have seen, the most common pattern that we have seen so far is that government is the only major driver. Government capex is the major driver behind the steel consumption that has increased over last few years. private sector has been largely missing from this. And private sector capex also recently we are witnessing some green shoots because if you look at the kind of manufacturing capacity utilization rates recently, after a period of almost 11 quarters, we have looked at 75% plus kind of capacity utilization rates by the private sector. Apart from this, there are some areas within private sector which are going to witness significant traction, warehousing, renewable energy, PLI scheme announced by the government, which will attract almost 4 lakh crore kind of investments in the next 5 years, and other sectors in terms of metals, cement, telecom, etc. These sectors are also going to play a very vital role in enhancing steel demand over the coming years. Apart from the government capex, which definitely has been the main driving force behind the steel consumption, national infrastructure pipeline, again, that is one aspect which would drive steel consumption. In last 3 years, in fact, for national infrastructure pipeline, we have seen a significant growth, almost 33% kind of growth compared to historical rates of 14 to 15%. So this is also one area where government is giving due attention. Apart from these government capex and various schemes, government has also come out with PLI schemes, steel import monitoring systems, quality control orders, and also come out with other policies like steel scrap recycling policies, perform, achieve, and trade, these kind of schemes, and national resource conservation policy. So all these policies definitely would help us achieve the stated targets. That's what we believe. In terms of the roadblocks, again, the logistics sector, which I highlighted, logistic costs, etc. There also government has announced major initiatives, but some of the projects like dedicated freight corridor or Sagarmala or Bharatmala, these projects, there have been significant delays. So on that front, more action needs to happen. But recently announced national logistic policy is trying to address some of the gaps on this front and trying to coordinate among various government agencies to implement the logistic policies much quicker. So in terms of national logistic policy, we are going to look at reduction in logistic costs from almost 14% to 8% by the end of this decade. And there are various other plans like process re-engineering, focusing more on reducing the transportation and warehousing related costs. So all these initiatives taken by the government would definitely help us attain some of the targets that have been stated out. And subsequent section, I think my colleague already talked about them in great length. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All in all, I think everybody is bullish. We saw first the panelists, everybody was talking and, how to achieve 500 million ton by 2047. And then we see Deloitte, who is basically, they're there in a lot of functions, but probably Deloitte is more known as the auditor kind of thing, which I see as a prominent function. And then we have the rating agencies. So, probably I was looking for, from them that whether the kind of policies which are declared by the government of India or the private industries, they are in right direction. And I thought they will show us some mirror, but they are also bullish. So that's a good probably symptom. And I'll just take one question from each of you from my side, and then I will leave the floor open for further interaction, if at all. So I would start with Mr. Rajiv Mehta. He talked about sustainability. We all know that, the steel industry contributes to almost 2% to the GDP, but it contributes 12% to the emission. That's a challenge for the steel industry, how to take care of that. And the government of India have declared that by 2030, the emission should come down by 30 to 35% or probably even 40%. And most of the steel industry have declared that they will be carbon neutral by 2045, or some of have declared by 2050, whereas the government of India says that probably the cycle will go up to 2070 to become a complete carbon neutral. So what is your assessment to these sustainable targets, and how confident do you feel about these being met? Are the actions plans concrete enough? Is the level of traction that you see already satisfactory, or you are still with steel industry?
Thank you, Mr. Rathod, for the question. I think very importantly, if I look at how the steel industry in India is structured compared to, say, a China or say US. So as I was saying, in US, the blast furnace is 33% of the total capacity, crude steel capacity. In India, it's 40%. EU, it's 60%. But the better part of that is EU, the blast furnace vintage is 45 years. In India, it's 19 years. I think I quoted India 13 and China 19 is the reverse. I think the difficult part will be for China. I mean, in terms of, because 90% is blast furnace and 13 years. So there the economics will kind of matter. But I think important is, if I look at the 2070 target, 2070 is still 50 years from now. And very importantly, of course, hydrogen, everybody is talking about it. But things like steel scrap recycling, this is going to be a major driver. And you have, in India, we have 40% blast furnace, rest 60% is induction furnace and electric arc furnace, almost 30. So there we need to have, the scrap recycling. This is the easier part. I mean, of course, the harder part as well, because we don't have prime scrap. And also, how do I do electrification quickly in terms of renewable energy? Because India is achieving a lot in the RE space. We have a 450 gigawatt target by 2030. And of course, I think we are doing well in that. And CCUS. In fact, I was in, as I was saying, I was in Australia for the Sydney Energy Forum. So they have already created a capacity in Victoria. It's called a Victoria Big Battery, where they're actually, having a carbon capture, and they're actually storing the carbon, beneath the sea. But of course, how do sequestration of the carbon happens? That's important. But these are technologies which are evolving very fast. And it's pretty much achievable, but government needs to come up with a very solid program in terms of how do we do the transition. And as I think my speaker was, the fellow speaker was saying, when we looked at the scrap market, today it's extremely informal. We have to have a formal scrap market. We have to have the collection, sorting, aggregation, and processing. There are a few players coming about, like Tata Steel already has a processing facility. I'm sure the others will come out. Unless we have all these developers and have an innovation and R&D and on the some of the technologies, upcoming technologies, I think this is pretty much possible, but it's a very daunting task, because your economics will play a part. When you say that today I have 19 years, I will still have 15 years. What will I do with the 40%? And you're investing in blast furnaces more and more, right? So the ratio will change in India. So that is going to be tricky.
Thank you. The only challenge is like the current intervention which are available. It's the task of bringing CO2 below 2 ton, or maybe closer to 1.8, may not be so challenging, but because we can see the existing intervention probably will help us. By whether it is beneficiation, charging more scrap, start operating blast furnaces efficiently.
Correct.
But beyond that is a real challenge unless you have a breakthrough technology.
Yes, and the financing part is very important. How do you finance it?
Yes.
How do you make it economical?
Because getting finance will always be challenging.
Right. And the market is cyclical. In the lower trough in the market where the profitability is a challenge, people will be shying away from investment. So the government needs to come up with this financing scheme, which probably in EU and other markets they're already doing at this point of time.
Thank you. Thank you. So my next question to Mr. Singh, your raw metal perspective, you give a good presentation, but my question is that, like, if I talk about this year, probably FY 22-23, India probably at the rate which we are going, we will be importing close to 7 million ton of scrap, and in-house generation is close to 20-22 million ton. And you all say that the EF route should go to 45. In fact, some of the reports say that it should touch 75%. So the further scrap requirement is there. And in one of the similar session, I was interacting with somebody, still the mindset is not there. Somebody has somebody's old car of 15-20 years still parked in a place, though he's not using the car, because he doesn't want to lose the parking place, because if he lifts his car, next day he will lose the parking place. So that's the kind of mindset which is there in India still. And he was asking me about why prefabrication structure is not growing in India. Still the people are still fond of using more concrete buildings. If they see a structure building, they always doubt, will it last long? Because that's the kind of mindset which still we need to change. So, with a significant increase in production, as we all have projected, with India's reliance on import for coking coal, dearth of good quality of iron ore, lack of scrap ability, as we discussed, how can India ensure raw material security? That question is still, unanswered, I will say.
So firstly, I think it's just like setting a cat amongst the pigeons for the perspective. And basically what I was trying to do in my presentation was the same. As you rightly pointed out, one of the perspectives which we feel, and as you said, the optimism is there that we are looking at electric arc furnaces, because that number of 2 tons per, 2 kilograms per ton of carbon dioxide, which we are looking at, is weighing on everybody's mind. See, but the perspective here is, and as we have run the numbers on the scrap side, the most important thing which we need to understand is the collection framework. This is something which we are looking at from all the perspectives. One of the key things, even if I'll just put it into a perspective for a car, since you pointed out, there are people who are holding their cars for 10 years, 15 years. Some of them have nostalgic value to it. The others, some of these parking spaces and all. But the average age for which a car comes for scrap is not 10 years as we want. It is 15, sometimes in the years 20 years. What we are losing out is to the rust. More importantly, even if you are looking at, if you move out from automobile sector and look at some other of the end of life perspectives, consumer durables, we have been using them for quite some time, building an infrastructure. The way the scrappage has been done of late, it is not something which can be brought back into the system within efficiency. Right now, if you look at just from a numbers perspective, if we are able, right now the scrap which is being generated, as you said, around 7 million tons, that's approximately the number for India's overall domestic scrap, out of which the actual end of, the 22 million tons, the end of life scrap is hardly 3 or 4 million tons. And this is at an efficiency of 25%. We have to have better collection framework for that, which will basically bring us to the perspective of scrap being available. Second, obviously, sir, as we have already established the fact, coking coal is not being produced. We can't mine more coking coal. And I think we are already brimming with the fact that iron ore is reaching to a technology where we will have to improve the efficiency. So I didn't want to bring that into a perspective, but I would have to say that if we look at JSW, for example, itself, the way the initiatives have been set, the way we are looking at, looking at the multiple technologies, as far as bringing in 100% by the scrap-based units, or we are looking at use of syngas or the technologies, or in fact, utilization of slag into the construction rather than mining and moving towards the prefabricated structure. The way we are basically educating the people, precisely because I'll also look after the commodities as far as cement and all is concerned. The way the masons have to be educated so that the confidence on a prefabricated structure come as far as the same as that of a cement-based structure has to be important. We are nearing the end of a PMAY scheme. We would be achieving 100% households in another 1 or 2 years. But maybe but that doesn't end the story. We would be looking at more houses coming forward. We will be looking at refurbishment. We are looking at slum redevelopment. what is the need of the hour is to focus on more prefabricated structures right there in the contracts, rather than rather than as a perspective. Obviously, as Rajiv pointed out, there will be a focus on financing. There will be a focus on getting the cost, because the cost will go high. But that is, I think, the price we have to pay, because if COP27 is something to go by, I think we have missed a bus. Probably we can just, if we are not looking into controlling it and increasing our steel intensity, we might not be achieving what we want. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. Now my last question, which I take with the 3As before I open the house for discussion. More from the marketing perspective, because like traditionally in India, typically the mindset says that we produce first and the market will follow. I mean, that has been historically happening in Indian steel industry. But probably the time has come to change the, we have to create market, because as we all know, there used to be a thumb rule that steel industry grow, as you saw in the presentation, that, historically they grow 1.2 to 1.5 times of GDP. But if you see last few years of data, it's less than GDP. The growth has not been in line with our GDP percentage. So today, let's say our steel consumption is 77 kg. And once we go to 5 million ton, it should be close to 230 or 250 kg per capita, which is a world average. And if you look at the export, we are just doing close to, India will account only for 20 million ton out of 460 million ton of steel being traded all over the world. So that's very low percentage, I would say. So what are your thoughts on capacity and production targets set for 2030, 2040, 2047 from creation of market? I mean, historically, as we all say, that India, we say that we produce, the market will follow. But this theory, I probably doubt will last how long. So how do we, look at that perspective?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in terms of creating market for the kind of targets that we have set out, I would say that 300 million ton by the end of this decade, while achieving that is one matter, but in terms of finding target markets for that, how we would go about it. So traditionally what we have seen is that about 10% of India's exports, India's production goes to exports. So on that front, obviously we hit a roadblock in form of export duty in the current financial year. So we may not be able to achieve that 10% kind of mark, but that 10% mark has to go up. And for that to go up, obviously global demand conditions have to be favorable and supportive. We may not get that kind of conducive environment maybe next year because of the recessionary concerns across Europe and USA. But India definitely has been able to penetrate export markets very significantly, especially in the Southeast Asian markets. Whenever it got an opportunity, it could export even to markets like China during the COVID period. So I don't think on target buyer market front, I think there is a cause of concern. And India's ability to export competitively because of its significant iron ore availability, which creates a cost differential compared to other players, say China, even though it has iron ore mines, but the grade of iron ore is not that great. So India, because of the significant iron ore mines it has, the cost advantage it has, despite the shortcomings of our logistics sector, India is able to command a competitive position in the export market. So on that front, I would say exports would be one of the major target markets for India. And as I explained in my previous presentation also, that rising motorization rates, rising income levels, increasing urbanizations, all these factors definitely would propel our domestic consumption as well. And we should be able to at least 2031, I think we should be reasonably confident of not worrying about the demand related aspect. But yes, 2047, we need to become very competitive in export markets if we have to replace or at least partially replace China. So for that, I think we have to pull up our socks and do major reforms, especially in the logistics part.
I'd like to add to what he said. We have recently done an assessment of the steel market. So very important numbers, 77 kgs per capita. If you look at rural market, which has 65-70% of the population, I mean roughly there, the per capita is 19 kg or 18 kg, something like that. Now, just imagine 77 kgs overall, and market which has almost 70% is 19. That means the urban market has a much higher consumption, which is closer to the global average. Global average is around 225, 230, something like that. We looked at number and what happened in the COVID time. Did the rural market shrank? No. The rural market was constant at whatever 18 million tons, 17 million tons in the COVID. The urban market shrank. And there are umpteen opportunities in the rural market to make this 18, 19 kg to at least 40, 50 kg. 40 kg is very, I would say, probably an easy pick. There are the housing, grain silos. Today, the government is talking about creating grain silos for storage of grains and others. Dairy storage. Then you have various other areas. So clearly, I think this is the area that we see. And if I look at compared the per capita, because India itself, domestic is a huge market. We are 130 billion people, 135. And just look at the potential here. So I think it's the domestic market can actually fulfill your entire demand. And of course, we can then go to exports.
That's good. It's positive for the steel makers. Okay, now if somebody, so house is open for discussion. So I think there are.
So people who want to ask the question, okay, giving the mics.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, great. Thank you. My name is Ravi Singh and I am CEO for Sulb in Bahrain. So let me give you an external in perspective. Iron ore. What is the available iron ore in India? It's 24 billion tons. 10 billion locked up in the Western Ghats. If you start producing at 500 million tons, and as our NMDC colleague said, 1.6, around 800 million tons consumption, how long will 14 billion tons last? Think about it. So your iron ore is not going to be from India, it comes from outside. Number two, so as part of steel costing, iron ore is out. Your main strength is going to be energy. Coking coal is out. 2025, you're going to have a $300 per ton carbon tax on steel. Those are the McKinsey numbers and the CRU numbers. You produce with blast furnace at 2.8 tons of CO2, you'll be paying $850 per ton for carbon tax to move your steel. Right? There are people in Germany, in the Europe, who are working very hard to bring down their carbon intensity. So all these blast furnaces are going to become dinosaurs at $850 per ton of steel as carbon tax plus your own costs. Big question, therefore, is you want to do 500 million tons, please make it 100% green steel. Then you are a leader. If you are not 100% green steel, you will not be able to export neither your steel nor your steel products, which are dependent on that steel, right? Already we are getting, I have a carbon footprint of 1.3 tons. You're talking of reaching 1.8. I'm already at 1.3, and believe you me, we are sweating on how to bring it down to 600 kgs. That's competition for you. You've been talking of scrap. There's no scrap available, gentlemen. Forget it. The decarbonization national policies have been signed by the governments. Every government is going to ensure there'll be no export of scrap allowed. But every steel industry is going to the government and saying, you signed on this, now you don't allow scrap because scrap is the one which is going to help me to decarbonize. But don't give it to somebody else. By next year, Europe is coming up with a scrap grid preventing export of scrap from Europe, and it'll be implemented by 2025. Okay? You can expect similar scrap export restrictions everywhere else in the world. That imported scrap is not coming. You will have to look at green steel from iron ore, which is going to be imported from somewhere else. So your main strength in steel making is not going to be steel making. It is going to be whether you can get low cost energy, renewable. If you can do that, you'll be the world leader. The good thing for India, as I mentioned in the morning, was China has got a 1,000 million tons of blast furnace based capacity. He's your competitor. Thankfully, it is not Europe and US. Your observations on the comment, please.
You want me to answer because I'm a blast furnace man? No, see, no, I do agree to some of the point, but not to all points. I don't think blast furnace will become a dinosaur so early. You know, when, there is a saying, when necessity is there, that's the mother of all invention which happens. I remember blast furnaces used to operate at 560, 570, 80 kg of fuel rate. Today, blast furnaces are being operated at 510. Blast furnaces have 220 PCI injection, which I remember when I started my career, 120, 130 kg of PCI, it's a big achievement. People used to celebrate and have a party in the night. So our target is to, there is a possibility with existing technology which is available to bring it down to 480 kg. And the target which we have taken as a government of India or the steel industry that, before 2030, we should bring it down by 25. So I am sure most of us will be below 210, 2 ton of CO2 for every ton of steel produced. And then I don't think the blast furnaces, as we were discussing, that it is 20, 25 years, 30 years of life which they have. They will have a major role to play till 2040. And by the time, maybe by under 2030, you will have already the steel plants have started thinking of that. There were days, I remember, when the gases generated within the steel plant, the first priority used to be given to power generation, because that was the most beneficial, most profit-making usage of gas. Today, there is a thought that how do I inject COG into blast furnace? How do I inject COG in DRI? There are DRI which are easily available in DRI, gas-based DRI I'm talking about. They can have 30 to 35% of hydrogen can be injected with the current technology which is available. So the technology is getting evolved. We will certainly come below 1.8. In fact, our internal targets are how we can come down to 1.6, 1.6, 1.5, 1.6. And then, of course, all of us, like I was earlier sharing an example of car parking place is more important than scrapping my car. And that kind of mindset have to change, not for me or you alone. It has to be changed within our country. The concrete buildings are they take longer time than building. The cost of fabrication overall, see, the bottom line is more, whereas the prefabricated buildings can be built much faster overall at a lower cost. Maybe initial capital cost will be more. So those kind of mindset will change. And scrap collection, once the mindset change, I'm sure the government will also have to come out and do a lot of hand holding for steel industry. And I don't think any economy can grow without steel industry. That's for sure. The solar will also need steel. The steel will grow first, then the solar or any other industry. So, and आवश्यकता विस्तार की journey hai. that has been historically proved for ages together. So I have seen the kind of thing which is happening in last 2 to 3 years, or probably going to happen in next 10, 15 years, have not happened in steel industry for last 20 years, because we never talked. We only talked about throughput. We talked about cost. We never talked about sustainability. Nobody knew about CO2. You know, in India, still coal-based DRI is being run, where their CO2 generation is 4 ton, 3.5 ton for every ton of steel they produce. Still there, and the majority, it's a large quantity. I think, I don't,
34 million tons.
34 million is being done there. So, and then steel industry only contributing 12% of the emission. So where is 88% coming from? So we as a, you know, as a society, as a complete industrial thing, we have to think over. And I'm confident the way things are getting evolved, you know, hydrogen injection into DRI, COG injection into blast furnace, hydrogen injection into blast furnace, and a lot of equipment manufacturer, they are working on technology called, you know, open hearth furnace, open bath furnace, where you can probably, you know, there are trials running, maybe another 5 years, 10 years down the line, you can straight away produce a hot metal from DRI pellets and replace blast furnace, and then take it to the steel melt shop. And since your Fe is only 94.5%, so rest of the things you do in steel melt shop. So once you do renewal and all, it's only 0.3, 0.4 ton of CO2 which gets reduced. Suppose if a blast furnace BOF route I consume, let's say I generate 4.46 ton of CO2, and my power consumption is, let's say, 600 kilowatt for every ton of steel which I produce. And if I 100% convert into renewable energy, which is probably not possible with existing technology, where how do I address my islanding? My power tripping happens, my blast furnace will get spoiled, or there are so many critical equipments. So I need to have a backup. So I'm sure that the backup technology for power storage will get developed. Today it is not cheap. Let's accept the fact. Hydrogen injection can happen, but today hydrogen, what is the hydrogen cost? For every kg of hydrogen production, you need 60 kilowatt of power, and the power cost is 8 rupees, 9 rupees. It's not worth. No. And who is going to give me premium even if I produce green steel? In one of the conference on a lighter mode, just few days back, there were some Chinese colleagues, there were European colleagues. So somebody asked a Chinese fellow that, what about green steel? He said, forget it. Right now, let's talk about energy security. The European fellow also said the same thing. But I mean, this animal is going to come back. I'm sure once whatever is happening in Europe is over and there is a settlement. So we'll again focus on CO2. That's for sure. So I think the technology is getting evolved in all places, whether it is steel maker or the government of India or anywhere. And I'm sure, or otherwise without steel, there's no growth for any country. Steel is must, I'm sure. I have been hearing for steel that, steel have a tough competition from aluminium and from high strength, SDP and all that stuff. There were 20 years back in some of the seminar, I was told steel will get wiped out because this aluminium is coming very strong, and then this is coming very strong, but still steel is still there and is going to last. I'm a steel man, so naturally I have to speak that language. Thank you. Eddie.
Hello. Sure.
Any further questions?
Yes, ma'am. Please. Myself, Shashank Singh. I am just asking a simple question. As per dear sir is planning in their PPT and discussing, government is giving various schemes to promote steel. There is a PLI scheme is mentioned on there. That is a production linked incentive scheme. And when you go inside the detail of PLI scheme, there is a various annexure 3A, 3B, and annexure 4, and various for hot rolling and cold rolling. And when we see annexure 3A, actually that is for coating, galvanizing and tin plate. Annexure 3B, that for galvalume. Annexure 4 for color coating. When you go in the detail of that, you should find out that their target of production and capital investment, both are never matched to each other. Same thing. There are mentioned that target production every year should be 10%, but CAGR given 6%. That is never matched to each other. So, from the government side, no one taking the responsibility and taking care of that. Scheme is there, but their explanation is not possible to say to anyone. And they are just mentioned this scheme, I think, 2020. And after that, it is same, no any revision, and nothing is possible. Anything if you want to say, sir, please comment.
I would suggest, I think Mr. Singh can attempt it, I think, better, I think.
I think today there are more difficult questions, in the policy related and beyond the scope of this, conference. And many times you don't answer these questions publicly, If you want to have answer, then please have a one-to-one interaction.
Yeah, Paramjit ji will discuss with you personally. He'll give you a personal answer. On behalf of the ministry, I don't think he is authorized to answer anything on this. Yeah, Paramjit ji.
I really appreciate the presentation made by all the three persons in that. But somewhere what I think that today we talked about the energy, but we have never, there is no analysis that if we are going to reduce our emission level, how much would be a contribution from the solar? And if we are thinking about the hydrogen, what would be the requirement of solar or renewable energy? That is missing somewhere. So that I think if you can work on that, that can give the ideas to the ministry also. That can help us to interact with the line ministry regarding the requirement of the steel industry. That is lacking over
here. Rajiv, any comments on this?
No, I think definitely I will offline. I'll connect with you and kind of share those information.
Sharma Sahab, would you like to add anything to this?
Yes, everything, no problem at all. I think the two things we don't have to club, making green energy and making steel. So green energy has to be made by somebody and steel has to be made by someone in future. So the steel industry cannot produce green energy also and steel also. It's very difficult. So the companies like NTPC, companies like already the private sector, Adani and Mr. Ambani, they are trying to produce green energy, green hydrogen. So there should be two different companies like energy company and steel company. The steel company should get the energy, green energy over the fence. Then only it is possible, otherwise it's not possible.
Absolutely right. Anyone would like to? Mr. Chairman, sir, Rathore sir, one or two more questions can we take? I know we are all hungry and lunch is ready. Lunch is just on my left. So those of you who have not collected your kits, please do so. In the meantime, I think we are well within time and let's move on to the last question, perhaps one or two more questions which I'll take and before we close the session. Yeah. Please identify yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Siddharth. I represent Kabu Projects Atmos. We are industrial AC manufacturers for the steel industry. I have two separate questions. One is that there's an opportunity right now to become about 100 or 150 million ton exporter of steel in the long run. That's what Mr. Narendran, TV Narendran from Tata Steel was mentioning with the current scenario. So with the BOF and blast furnace expansion, which is going on right for the coming projects, which we are planning to go with blast furnace and BOF, how do you see this relate with the carbon penalty, especially with countries like Italy, Belgium, Spain, US, contributing about 25% of the steel which is exported from India. So with them charging a penalty, does this create a void in which the demand is actually reducing? And while we are focusing on trying to go towards 500 million tons by 2047.
See, you said 150 million ton of steel export.
100 million ton. Not right now, sir.
See,
But-
as on today, you can't import, you can't export anything.
Correct.
The international market is lower than the domestic market.
Correct.
You
Correct.
give some money from your pocket and export. That's the scenario as on today. So, any country for that purpose, like we were just, I think even the vision statement issued by the government of India also says that, the export has to go to 20% out of 500 million. So that is close to 95 million ton. That is 2047. And today it is 11.8%, 13.5, which probably is varying because you can't even predict for next month. So, those, but that's will make a good balance for steel company to do some export, because India, I feel that, the iron ore getting exhausted so fast. I little differ there, because I remember we have to have a technology for using low grade iron ore. Yes. I remember when I was in Vijayanagar, there was a mining ban for almost 3 years, and we used Fe iron ore having a Fe of 46 to 50. And we had a 70 million ton of a beneficiation plant in the plant inside. And with that, we survived for 3 years despite having an iron ore ban. Whatever the dump which has been lying for years together, we consumed. In fact, somebody should be thankful to JSW that the dumps which were lying for years together were consumed. So the technology have to evolve, and naturally you should have a mix of presence as far as market is concerned. JSW historically have been doing 20% export. Our downstream facilities even do more. But in overall scenario, if I see, we vary between 10 to 30%. So 20% is historically export has been there for JSW Steel. And naturally you have to balance, because sometimes your downstream domestic market is down and we don't leave your customer. That's the relationship naturally you have to build for export. What was your second question?
I just want to add to what you said, iron ore. So I work with few states like, incidentally I was in AP as well as UP. So UP has hematite of 35-38% Fe. There's no takers today. As you rightly said. Now AP has in Kadapa and YSR, they have 40-45%, that magnetite. So all these has to be used. If you only take subgrade below 58 as subgrade, then of course it doesn't add up. So when you look at 45-40 as a subgrade, then the entire, we have another 20-30 years of iron ore available. Of course, we have to beneficiate and use it. That's the thing that I would add.
That is probably another area which we all look forward to the government of India to, increase the beneficiation, which in turn not only help in using the low grade iron ore which is there, it will also help improving the performance of blast furnace, where your slag rates can come down, your fuel rate can come down. That is also one of the intervention which can help us in having less CO2 per ton of steel.
Thank you, Rathore Sahab. We were supposed to close at 1:30. It's 2:30, so 1 hour. We are running 1 hour beyond schedule. Not a problem. We are all hungry, so we have a small duty to perform. Again, the presentation of mementos. Hopefully, this time we get the names right.
So-
Otherwise, heads will roll in my organization at least.
So, sir, can we start with the mementos for the appreciation?
Yeah,
Okay.
please go ahead, Nikita.
All right. So the first speaker, Rajiv Maitra, the director of Deloitte. Sir, I would like to request you to please come on stage and honor them with the mementos, and a big round of applause
Yeah, I'll
for
request,
Rajiv
I'll request
Maitra.
Mr. V.R. Sharma,
Yes.
Vice Chairman of JSPL, to hand over the mementos to the dignitaries on the dais. Sharma Sahab.
Mr. Rajiv Maitra, the Director of Deloitte. Congratulations, sir. And the next one is Guranchal Singh, the Director of Commodities CRISIL Limited. Very, very congratulations to you, sir.
Yeah, CRISIL. We call it CRISIL.
Too technical, actually.
Sharma Sahab is checking whether the name is right.
All right. The last one is Priyesh Rupalia, the Vice President and Co-Group Head of Corporate Rating, ICRA Limited. Very, very congratulations to you as well, sir.
Thank you, Rathod Sahab. Thank you, Sharma Sahab. And राठौर जी का हो गया. राठौर जी के लिए मैं अलग से एक और बनाऊंगा for chairing such a wonderful
Thank
session.
you, Sharma sir, for the honors. And now with this, we are ending up the analytic session. We are breaking out for lunch. You can move towards your right, and we will be back after an hour to start our technical session.
Yeah, the next session will be chaired by Ravi. So Ravi, you have to get back because you are chairing the next session. Yeah. Thank you, Ravi. Thanks, everyone. So please move to the lunch area on your left, on my left rather.
And we'll be back after an hour for the technical session 1. And it'll be performed by Mr. Ravi Singh, who will be the session chairman. Thank you so much.
in steel production, the journey ahead. Today, we are going to focus on 3 topics. Topic 1, agri-coking technology has contributed to the development of iron steel industry in high speed. Agri-coking and Refractory Engineering Consulting Corporation was founded in 1953. For the past 69 years, based on the rich engineering experience, we commissioned 2,000 coke batteries, both domestic and abroad. Agri has optimized the structure, process, and materials of coke oven and CDQ in combination with analog simulation technology and the development of new material and new technology, and has achieved significant improvements in aspects of larger capacity, lab extension, and environmental protection as a result of reaching international leading level. As illustrated in the above diagrams, the largest stamp charging coke batteries of 6.78 meters in the world, designed by Agri, was commissioned in 2019, and the total quantity of 38 batteries of such were designed and commissioned by Agri. Meanwhile, the total number of 18 batteries of 7.65 meters in top charging were designed and commissioned by Agri. At present,
direct reduction
coke per year and one largest CDQ in the world with 260 tons per hour are being designed by Agri for JSOL India. The proposed commissioning time is September next year, and it will be the first largest coke batteries of stamp charging in India. Now, let me introduce you Agri coke-coking technologies. 1. Numerical analog simulation, realizing the target visualization from blindness. 2. State supply and low NOx combustion heating technology, realizing clean cooking. 3. Longitudinal gas flow distribution technology to improve the heat transfer efficiency of regenerator. 4. State supply code and control technology. 5. Combined technologies for coke oven sealing. 6. Application of new type of refractories. In summary, Agri has already provided the cooking technologies in cleanliness, high effectiveness, energy saving, and environmental protection. The largest coke batteries in stamp charging and top charging were developed by Agri not only from the field calibration, but also from the practical experience of customers, domestic and abroad, as a result of avoiding the damage to the proper and extending the service life of coke battery. Topic 2. Agri future innovation on cooking technology will support India 2047 in aspects of energy saving, low consumption, environmental protection, and intelligent make. Agri research and development directions for future. Agri cooking technologies are developing in the direction of improving the efficiency of resources usage to the greatest extent, energy saving and emission reduction so as to realize the cooking technology in large capacity, new type, energy saving in high effectiveness and cleanliness. Agri is sparing no effort to build the Chinese national team in the world will be the largest, strongest, and best team of construction and operation in the cooking field. There are 5 main subjects for this topic. Today, I'd like to focus on 2.5, automation and intelligent make. Altogether, 13 items are in this part. For example, CPS plus NG, optimal control and management system of coke oven heating, and energy measurement management system are the most welcomed by the customers up to now. Topic 3. Agri will provide excellent service for customers to avoid the trouble after commissioning. Agri shall provide excellent plant-wide service for customers from preliminary starting to commissioning. To serve customers well and to satisfy the goal is the driving force for Agri development. The essential services are as follows, but not limited to: service for design work, supervision service for project site, remote internet service for project site, plant-wide service for overseas project, technical training for overseas project, supporting service for remote site visit on internet for overseas project. ACR India is doing the supervision work at site in the model PT plus India engineer team to ensure the execution of the signed project by ACRI. To transfer the proprietary technology from China to India local manufacturer gradually to improve their production capacity as to achieve the target of make and made in India. Only establishing of ACRI operation and maintenance company, ACRI will provide the technical support and service for the production, operation, and maintenance for overseas customers, including commissioning and stock, escorting production knowing, accident analysis, equipment inspection, spare supply, and so on. Teaching and manufacturing. On the principle of training the best brand influence, ACRI specialists have done a week of training for Tata Steel Limited in Jamspur for coke making and heating up in July 2019. From January to February 2022, ACRI has presented the latest technologies to the chief engineers of Tata Steel Limited around the world 3 times and received praise from them. ACRI has taken part in the exhibitions both domestic and abroad and has published the articles on the core magazines abroad about cooking technology. All the above promotional activities have driven the development of ACRI and stimulated the service for customers. Today, ACRI is making rapid progress in the direction of innovative ACRI, effective and energetic ACRI, digital ACRI, safe ACRI, and broad ACRI. We are confident that ACRI will definitely make contribution to the India Great Vision 24/7 on the condition of possessing the most advanced cooking technology in the world, creating innovation constantly, and providing the excellent service to customers. Thanks for your watching.
Dalmia OCL has been part of industrialization of India. Refractory is the core need for any metal to be made, for that matter, even cement and glass. And we have been in operation since last 65 years. And we have gone through and seen every change which has happened in the steel and cement technology in India. When customer comes to us, he does not need to go to multiple other companies. With such wide range of products, we can be the one-stop service provider for all their needs.
We design your refractories for you, we produce it, we send it to you, and our people stand there to install it for you, and then we guarantee the performance.
In Refractory company, one thing which is unique is that we are in our customers' manufacturing process. And customers are continuously innovating. So our ability to be able to sync ourselves with the changes in the customer's manufacturing process is extremely important. And that is something which we do extremely well.
If any manufacturer has a mind, has a backward integration, that is the definitely advantage. I have inventory, and if I require, I can move my inventory in no time. So that is the advantage which we can pass to the customer.
Over the last few years, we have outgrown our competition in India, and we have now the fastest growing refractory company. Internationally, we are looking at M&A opportunities as our route to growth. We believe that a combination of India's low-cost manufacturing, Europe's high technology availability, and learnings which we can bring from Europe to India gives us a unique advantage to service our customers better.
Seven made some exploration of the market, but there was absolutely no doubt that Dalmia was the only one which could fulfill our requirements, our expectations in terms of innovation, in terms of attitude, in terms of being projected into the future.
The other way we are looking at M&A is that we go outside of India acquire companies which have good service infrastructure, and sell our products to international customers.
With the acquisition of GSB Germany, our customer base will definitely increase. You know, Europe is the cradle of steel making in the world. So the experience that these gentlemen bring is stupendous.
We believe that as center of gravity for steel and cement making shifts towards India, so will refractory production. And Dalmia OCL is in a great position to build on that opportunity, as we have very strong history and experience to capitalize as this shift happens. I think our team is all charged up, or all fired up, as the slogan we use in our company, to make sure that Dalmia OCL becomes one of the top refractory companies in the world.
The free energy company. Eastern high recovery recuperators ensure that you stop wastage. Recuperators save fuel in furnaces, lower specific fuel consumption, better combustion, better heating, lesser scale losses. Eastern, prime and preferred suppliers in the iron and steel industry. China, USA, Germany, Belgium, UK, Italy, Romania, Bosnia, Denmark, Russia, Thailand, Indonesia, Korea, Burma, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Peru, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, Egypt, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Iran, Syria, Jordan, and Turkey. The company's core values and beliefs have been cornerstones on which it has developed a sturdy foundation, making good use of the quality raw materials, sophisticated technology, and strict adherence to industry guidelines. We design, engineer, manufacture, supply, and commission a wide spectrum of recuperators. Over 40 years, our legacy of leadership ensures a commitment to excellence. 100% custom-designed innovation, easy installation, efficient operations, fast deliveries, competitive price. Our products are 100% custom designed, and we ensure fast deliveries across global locations. Our recuperators can recover up to 85% of the energy from the furnace waste gases. We can provide combustion air preheats up to 900 degrees centigrade, proud eastern pinnacles. Flue gases handle up to 1400 degrees centigrade, hot air temperatures up to 900 degrees centigrade. Up to 85% thermal recovery from flue gases, can handle air volumes up to 200,000 mm³ per hour. We also offer the insulated housing along with accessories like valves, automation, etc. This diverse market experience ushers in great stability and the invaluable insights that contribute to our engineering excellence. At your service to optimize not only your design specifications, but maximize your net profits and minimize your worries. Easton, the specialist in recuperators. Easton. a nation powered by 1 billion dreams. Dreams that we aspire to fulfill every day. Together with our collaboration and commitment, as India embraces to be a $5 trillion economy by 2025, we are all geared up to be a part of this monumental journey to usher in a brighter, better future. Together, we touch ordinary lives and make that difference. We better every day. Together, we make steel that you carve into your agri-equipment. Together, we sow the seeds of success. We make steel that gives the grit and grind to your heavy equipment. Together, we change the landscape of our country. We make steel that you beautifully mold into your automobiles, just to drive our nation on its path towards prosperity. We make steel that you transform into solar energy. Together, we steer our nation towards a greener tomorrow. We make steel that relays your transmission lines, just to brighten the future of millions. We make steel that styles your appliances. Together, we bring happy smiles. We make steel that adorns your development projects. Together, we provide shelter to millions. We touch lives, make them better together every day. We empower communities, make them better together every day. We nurture dreams, make them better together every day. As India embarks on its accelerated growth journey, we are firmly placed to leave our mark in it. Together, we touch millions of lives and make them better every day.
When India got independence in 1947, it was an era which started with a lot of uncertainty about what lay ahead. During these testing times of a newly independent country, a young, vibrant visionary dreamt of contributing to the progress of a growing nation. It was none other than Shri Magan Lal Ambavi Bhai Patel, establishing Mako in 1968 at Kolkata. In the early days of business, the company was supplying indigenous industrial products in and around Kolkata. In the 1980s, Subhash and Nagesh, the sons of Shri Magan Lal Ambavi Patel, joined the company to steer Mako towards a prosperous and glorious future, turning their father's vision into reality with major focus on steel industry. In the 90s, Mako for the first time started collaborating with foreign manufacturers to bring cutting-edge technologies to empower the Indian steel industry and bring it at par with the world. But soon, Mako, with its innovative and dynamic approach, diversified its operations in other core sectors like oil and gas, mining, railway, power, access equipment, drives and transmission, machine tools, and projects. These strategic business units representing the core sectors are headed by industry experts and supported by sales and service team. Steel. Mako is supplying various equipment like measuring gauges for rolling mills, bricketing press, welders, marking machines, rolls for rolling mill, scarfing machine and steel shocks to ensure quality production in steel plants. Mako's group company Desmet also plays a critical role in the production of quality steel by providing solutions for hot metal desulfurization. Mako provides safety for not only the high-value equipments in the mines, but also the precious lives, maintaining 1200 plus installations of automatic fire suppression systems on earth-moving equipment and providing refuge chambers for underground mines. Mako provides a wide range of critical equipment for the diesel and electric locomotives. Today, with its experienced engineering team, Mako is also providing track maintenance machines and rail welding services. In the oil and gas industry, Mako provides a wide range of products and services like onshore rigs, mud pumps, clutch and brakes, dampeners and various accessories. We provide services for chartered hiring workover rigs and renting of advanced composite mats. Drives and transmission. Serving several industries with a single focus to ensure customers' production efficiency and smooth running of plant. Our product offerings are rotatory union, pneumatic clutches and brakes, barrel couplings, cardan shaft, gearbox, shock absorbers and hydraulic buffers. We were first to introduce aerial work platforms in India, manufactured by Genie USA to ensure safety and efficiency at workplace across all industries. Today, we have also forayed into renting of these equipment with service team in yards across the country. Mako, and with its EPC company Sunag Engineering, has successfully executed various turnkey projects across industries in the last decade. Today, Mako, along with its 30+ overseas partners, has been remarkably successful in garnering recognition as one of the leaders, providing best-in-class engineering equipment, project management, installation, commissioning and after-sales services, all with a clear focus on building New India. Along with this journey, Mako has also entered into joint ventures with 4 foreign companies: Copern, IMS, Sibre, Metalock, In the last 50 years, Mako has undergone a complete transformation from being a trading company to now being an end-to-end solution provider with over 500 employees and with a footprint in 4 countries based on its 3 core values: integrity, customer satisfaction, building relationship. Our sustained efforts helped us witness an exponential growth in our clientele. This includes some of the world leaders in the industry. It is because of these valued customers and their faith in our work, Mako has earned many awards and accolades, strengthening our position in the world market. Since its inception, Mako has always taken initiatives towards corporate social responsibilities. Mako.
What do you find when you dig deep into the depths of the earth? We found a few rare elements, like commitment, compassion, a passion for perfection, and a vision for a stronger and better tomorrow. That is NMDC. It's not just a pioneering story of one of the world's finest iron ore producers, but a story of leadership with a human touch. From the depths of the earth to the bottom of hearts, NMDC has touched lives all around, creating wealth, building sustainable opportunities, and working towards impacting lives positively. NMDC, harnessing Earth's goodness.
a country that is ready to embrace the future, a future where its products and services are the best in the world. Driving this new Atmanirbhar India will be its industrial engines, churning things that the world demands. And at the heart of all this is the refractory industry, be it steel, glass, cement, or copper. Refractories shape the building blocks of modern civilization at temperatures hotter than the volcano. And we are the people that make this possible. We are RHI Magnesita India, the new driving force of India's refractory industry. We are born out of the integration of three leading refractory companies: Orient Refractories, RHI Clasil, and RHI India. With our combined strength, we are proud to be a partner in India's growth journey here on. The integration has enabled us to synergize, simplify, and consolidate our strength in India to serve our ever-growing customers better. It has enhanced the business and operational synergies by pooling of management expertise, technologies, and other resources between the businesses. RHI Magnesita India is now providing customers with one single refractory solution platform, offering the industry's most comprehensive and modern product and service portfolio. This includes magnesia and alumina-based bricks and mixes, specialty refractory products like isostatic products and slide gates, and innovative automation and digital solutions. Our state-of-the-art plants at Bhiwadi, Vizag, and Cuttack are now better aligned to cater to customers across geographies with greater efficiency in product delivery and customer servicing. We have optimized this production network through maximizing operational and supply chain excellence. We now bring in our global R&D and technical expertise of more than 250 scientists to our customers in India. Driving the industry with zeal, dedication, and precision, our 2,000 plus skilled workforce are working incessantly to fuel India's industrial growth by taking innovation to 1200 degrees and beyond. India has emerged as the second largest steel producer and strives towards achieving the milestone of 300 million ton per annum of steel production by 2030. Staying dedicated to Make in India, we are committed to contribute towards this. Together with you, we will continue to drive innovation and sustainability in the Indian refractory industry in days to come.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो घर की रोटी कमावे, वो होता है असली चैंपियन। जो रेस जीतने से पहले लोगों के दिल जीते, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो देश की तरक्की की बुनियाद रखता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो अपने हाथों से देश की तकदीर बदलता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। चाहे वो आपके सपनों का छोटा सा प्यारा सा घर हो या आसमान को छूती बुलंद इमारतें, असली चैंपियन बनने के लिए हर कसौटी पर खरा उतरना पड़ता है। इस हौसले को आगे लेकर बढ़ रहा है श्याम स्टील, जो अपने मजबूत और लचीले टीएमटी रीबार से देश की उन्नति की बुनियाद रख रहा है। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत के सामने कई चुनौतियां थी, जिसमें से एक था औद्योगिकरण की एक मजबूत नींव रखना। 1953 में इस उद्देश्य को मन में रखते हुए श्याम स्टील की स्थापना हुई। हमें सिर्फ अपने पैरों पर खड़ा ही नहीं होना था, बल्कि दुनिया के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलना था। 60 सालों के अटूट भरोसे के साथ श्याम स्टील प्रगति की उड़ान भर रहा है, और हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि श्याम स्टील ने देश की नींव को हर मुमकिन तरह से मजबूत बनाया है। चाहे वो देश को ऊर्जावान बनाने वाले न्यूक्लियर, थर्मल और हाइडल पावर प्लांट्स हो, या देश को जोड़ने वाले नेशनल हाईवेज और ब्रिजेस, चाहे वो आसमान का रास्ता बनाने वाले एयरपोर्ट्स हो, या भारत की रगों में दौड़ती हुई भारतीय रेल। पूरे भारत में हम कई प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हैं, जैसे कि दिल्ली मेट्रो, जामनगर रिफाइनरी, कोटा न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट, रोजा थर्मल पावर प्लांट, हैदराबाद अंतरराष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा और ब्रह्मपुत्र एवं गोदावरी पर बने हुए पुल। इतना ही नहीं, हमें कई सरकारी संस्थानों में मान्यता प्राप्त है और हमने कई बड़ी सरकारी परियोजनाओं में भी अपना योगदान दिया है, जैसे कि इंडियन रेलवे, नेशनल हाईवे अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, CPWD, IOCL, NPCIL, NBCCL इत्यादि। इसका राज है हमारे उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पाद, जिसके उत्पादन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है पश्चिम बंगाल में स्थित हमारे अत्याधुनिक इंटीग्रेटेड स्टील प्लांट से। श्याम स्टील का ये प्लांट देश के उन चुनिंदा स्टील प्लांट्स में से एक है जहां स्टील बनाने की शुरुआत से अंत तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया को अंजाम दिया जाता है। उत्पादन प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत होती है उच्चतम क्वालिटी के कच्चे लोहे से, जिसे हमारी DRI यूनिट में प्रोसेस किया जाता है। कच्चे लोहे को एक रोटरी मशीन में कोयले और डोलोमाइट की मदद से डीऑक्सीडाइज किया जाता है, जिसके द्वारा हमें शुद्ध स्पॉन्ज आयरन मिलता है। इस स्पॉन्ज आयरन को SMS यूनिट में भेजा जाता है, जहां उसे इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस पर 1800 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पिघलाया जाता है। फिर रिफाइनिंग और डीस्लैगिंग की प्रक्रिया के द्वारा बची हुई अशुद्धियों को भी दूर किया जाता है। इन प्रक्रियाओं के बाद जो सर्वोच्च क्वालिटी का शुद्ध इस्पात तैयार होता है, उसे कंटिन्यूअस कास्टिंग मशीन में ले जाया जाता है, जहां कॉन्कास्ट AG ज्यूरिक टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई के अनुसार बिलेट्स कास्ट किए जाते हैं। ये बिलेट्स कई कठोर निरीक्षणों से गुजरने के बाद रोलिंग मिल में ले जाए जाते हैं, जहां उन्हें फिर 1200 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पुनः स्थापित किया जाता है और उनका आकार बदलकर अलग अलग डाया के TMT रीबार्स बनाए जाते हैं। ये उत्पाद थर्मिक्स प्लांट में एक खास पेटेंटेड प्रक्रिया से गुजरते हैं, जिसमें एक खास वाटर स्प्रे सिस्टम का उपयोग होता है। प्रक्रिया के अंत में तैयार TMT रीबार्स एक एटमॉस्फेरिक कूलिंग बेड से गुजरते हैं और इसके बाद इन तैयार रीबार्स को एक ऑटोमेटेड कटाई मशीन के द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई में काटा जाता है। और अब ये TMT रीबार्स तैयार हैं देश की प्रगति की बुनियाद रखने के लिए। अधिकतर सरकारी निर्माणों में श्याम स्टील के 500D TMT रीबार्स इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, क्योंकि इसी में है मजबूती और लचीलेपन का सही संतुलन। इनका इस्तेमाल भारी से भारी लोड वाले निर्माण जैसे कि फ्लाईओवर, डैम, ब्रिज और गगनचुंबी इमारतों में किया जाता है। रीबार का मजबूत बाहरी कवच भार सहने की क्षमता बढ़ाता है और भीतर का लचीला भाग भूकंप, सुनामी और तूफान जैसे प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को झेलने की क्षमता प्रदान करता है। बाजार में 500D के अलावा अन्य प्रकार के TMT रीबार्स भी उपलब्ध हैं, पर 500D से ज्यादा ग्रेड वाले TMT रीबार जैसे कि FE600 इत्यादि मजबूती बढ़ाने के साथ लचीलापन कम कर देती है। दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ शिक्षण संस्थानों में से एक IIT खड़गपुर ने कई परीक्षणों और तकनीकी पहलुओं के आधार पर यह प्रमाणित किया है कि निर्माण की सुरक्षा और मजबूती को ध्यान में रखकर बनाए गए श्याम स्टील 500D TMT रीबार्स गुणवत्ता, स्थिरता और मजबूती की मिसाल है। हमारा स्टील प्लांट अपने आप में असाधारण है और इसकी वजह है हमारी 10 पॉइंट क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट प्रणाली। हर उत्पाद की जांच हमारी अत्याधुनिक क्वालिटी लैब में होती है, जहां 100 kV यूनिवर्सल टेस्टिंग मशीन, स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर के साथ और भी कई आवश्यक मशीनों के द्वारा हर उत्पाद का निरीक्षण होता है और किसी भी त्रुटि को उस वक्त ही ठीक कर दिया जाता है। हर कदम पर हमारी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टीम ये सुनिश्चित करती है कि हमारे उत्पाद बेहतरीन क्वालिटी के हो। इसलिए हमारे तैयार उत्पाद हमेशा गुणवत्ता के हर पहलू, हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरते हैं, चाहे वो लचीलापन हो, हार सहने की क्षमता या फिर गजब की मजबूती। ये बेहतरीन उत्पाद हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स, डीलर्स और रिटेलर्स के विस्तृत नेटवर्क द्वारा देश के हर कोने में पहुंचाए जाते हैं। हम देश और दुनिया की कई बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ काम करते हैं, जैसे कि हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी लिमिटेड, लार्सन एंड टूब्रो लिमिटेड, कैमन इंडिया लिमिटेड, पीजीआर एनर्जी इत्यादि। अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में भी श्याम स्टील के उत्पादों की मांग तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कहते हैं ना, सूरज की तरह चमकने के लिए सूरज की तरह तपना भी पड़ता है। जितनी गहरी हमारी नींव है, उतनी ही ऊंची हमारी उड़ान। ये उपलब्धि उन सब लोगों की है जिन्होंने श्याम स्टील की बुनियाद को अपने मेहनत और निष्ठा से मजबूत बनाया है, जिनकी दूरदर्शिता और मार्गदर्शन श्याम स्टील को सही दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करता है, जिनका परिश्रम हमारे हर पहलू में झलकता है। श्याम स्टील से जुड़ा हर व्यक्ति इस सफलता का सशक्त भागीदार है। श्याम स्टील समाज के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को भी बखूबी समझता है। शिक्षा व्यवस्था बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम गांव के इलाकों में विद्यालयों के विकास संबंधी कार्य करते हैं। वहां किताबें और अन्य शिक्षा सामग्री भी उपलब्ध करवाते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में भी हमारे प्रयासों से सैकड़ों लोगों को सहायता मिलती है। श्याम स्टील में पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाने के लिए भी कई प्रयास किए जाते हैं और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के दौरान लोगों को खास सहायताएं भी दी जाती हैं। आज इतिहास फिर करवट ले रहा है। आजादी को कई साल हो चुके हैं और हमारा देश एक सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ रहा है। श्याम स्टील इस सफर की एक अहम कड़ी है और हर कदम पर भारत के इस अटूट भरोसे को और मजबूत बना रहा है। भविष्य हमारा है और वर्तमान, जमीन हमारी है और आसमान, हिमालय जिसका ताज है, गंगा जिसकी प्राण, अनेकता में एकता है जिसकी पहचान। दिल हमारे एक है, एक हमारी जान। हिंदुस्तान हमारा है, हम है इसकी शान।
Congratulations on the opening of Vision 2047, Mission 500 million ton steel production, the journey ahead. Today, we are going to focus on 3 topics. Topic 1, agri-coking technology has contributed to the development of iron steel industry in high speed. Agri-coking and Refractory Engineering Consulting Corporation was founded in 1953. For the past
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please finish your lunch in another 10 minutes because we are already late by 1 hour. So we should get started latest by 3:45. The session chairman for this session will be my good friend, Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO, Sul Bahrain. And for this session, we have speakers from, so Mr. Sanat Ganguly, Vice President, Dalmia OCL, and Sanat Hajra, Vice President, Dalmia, Giuliano Copetti, Head of Technology, Dalmia 7, and Group Technology Manager, 7 Refractories. So Mr. Ganguly and Mr. Hajra, if you are here. Okay, and then Mr. Gregor Lammer, Head of APO AI, and Bruna Maya, Digital Solutions Professionals, RHE Magnesita. So they are all here. And Mr. Harish Bhatt, my good friend Harish. Harish, if you're around. Harish Bhatt, AGM Process and Technical Marketing, Irish India. Irish is a German company. So Harish, you are here. And again, one more good friend, Mr. Praveen Chaturvedi, Vice President, Upstream Tenova Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Praveen Chaturvedi's presentation is Tenova approach for green steel making, direct reduced iron in future steel making, the use of hydrogen for steel production. Very apt topic for today when we talk of reaching 500 million tons. Then Harish will be presenting the global leader in sinter and pellet mix preparation technology. And Dalmia OCL will be a complete solution provider enter a stream of iron and steel making refractories. So in another 10 minutes, we expect everyone to finish their lunch and join us. Over to you, Nikita.
Thank you so much, sir. We are about to begin the show after interval, and we request all the respected people to please finish their lunch ASAP so that we can do the proceedings further, as we are already running late, like 1 hour late. So I would like to request once again to please finish off your lunch so that we can do the proceedings for the day. Thank you so much.
And receiving, low consumption, environmental protection, and intelligent make. Accurate research and development direction for future. Accurate cooking technologies are developing in the direction of improving the efficiency of resources usage to the greatest extent, and saving and emission reduction so as to realize the cooking technology in large capacity, new type, and saving in high effectiveness and cleanliness. Accurate is sparing no effort to build the Chinese national team in the world will be the largest, strongest, and best team of construction and operation in the cooking field. There are 5 main subjects for this topic. Today, I'd like to focus on 2.5, automation and intelligent make. Altogether, 13 items are in this part. For example, CPS plus NG, optimal control and management system of coconut heating, and energy measurement management system are the most welcomed by the customers up to now. Topic 3. Accurate will provide excellent service for customers to avoid the trouble after commissioning. Accurate shall provide excellent plant-wide service for customers from preliminary starting to commissioning. To serve customers well and to satisfy the goal is the driving force for accurate development. The essential services are as follows, but not limited to: service for design work, supervision service for project site, remote internet service for project site, plant-wide service for overseas project, technical training for overseas project, supporting service for remote site visit on internet for overseas project. ACR India is doing the supervision work on site in the model PT plus India engineering team to ensure the execution of the signed project by Accurate. To transfer the proprietary technology from China to India local manufacturer gradually to improve their production capacity as to achieve the target of make and make in India. On the establishing of Accurate Operation and Maintenance Company, Accurate will provide the technical support and service for the production, operation, and maintenance for overseas customers, including commissioning and stop, escorting production, production knowing, accident analysis, equipment inspection, spare supply, and so on. Teaching and mentoring. On the principle of training the best brand influence, Accurate specialists have done a week of training for Tata Steel Limited in Jamspur for coke making and heating up in July 2019. From January to February 2022, Accurate has presented the latest technologies to the chief engineers of Tata Steel Limited around the world 3 times and received praise from them. Accurate has taken part in the exhibitions, both domestic and abroad, and has published the articles on the core magazines abroad about cooking technology. All the above promotional activities have driven the development of Accurate and stimulated the service for customers. Today, Accurate is making rapid progress in the direction of innovative Accurate, effective and energetic Accurate, digital Accurate, safe Accurate, and broad Accurate. We are confident that Accurate will definitely make contribution to the India Great Vision 2047 on the condition of possessing the most advanced cooking technology in the world, creating innovation constantly, and providing the excellent service to customers. Thanks for your watching.
Dalmia Wholesale has been part of industrialization of India. Refractory is the core need for any metal to be made, for that matter, even cement and glass. And we have been in operation since last 65 years. And we have gone through and seen every change which has happened in the steel and cement technology in India. When customer comes to us, he does not need to go to multiple other companies. With such wide range of products, we can be the one-stop service provider for all their needs.
We design your refractories for you, we produce it, we send it to you, and our people stand there to install it for you, and then we guarantee the performance.
In Refractory company, one thing which is unique is that we are in our customers' manufacturing process. And customers are continuously innovating. So our ability to be able to sync ourselves with the changes in the customer's manufacturing process is extremely important. And that is something which we do extremely well.
If any manufacturer has a mind as a backward integration, that is the definitely advantage. I have inventory.
So I'm doing the final announcement for all the people who are having lunch. Kindly finish your lunch ASAP, as we are already running late from our scheduled time, so that we can start with our technical session part 1. And I would like to tell you the session chairman would be Ravi Singh. He is the CEO of Sulab Steel from Bahrain. So respected people, please kindly join us ASAP so that we can proceed the further event. Thank you so much. We are waiting for you in the main area.
Seven made some exploration of the market, but there was absolutely no doubt that Daimler was the only one which could fulfill our requirements, our expectations in terms of innovation, in terms of attitude, in terms of being projected into the future.
The other way we are looking at M&A is that we go outside of India, acquire companies which have good service infrastructure, and sell our products to international customers.
With the acquisition of GSB Germany, our customer base will definitely increase. You know, Europe is the cradle of steel making in the world. So the experience that these gentlemen bring is stupendous.
We believe that as center of gravity for steel and cement making shifts towards India, so will refractory production. And Dalmia OCL is in a great position to build on that opportunity, as we have very strong history and experience to capitalize as this shift happens. I think our team is all charged up, or all fired up, as the slogan we use in our company, to make sure that Dalmia OCL becomes one of the top refractory companies in the world.
Eastern, the free energy company. Eastern high recovery recuperators ensure that you stop wastage. Recuperators save fuel in furnaces, lower specific fuel consumption, better combustion, better heating, lesser scale losses. Eastern, prime and preferred suppliers in the iron and steel industry. China, USA, Germany, Belgium, UK, Italy, Romania, Bosnia, Denmark, Russia, Thailand, Indonesia, Korea, Burma, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Peru, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, Egypt, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Iran, Syria, Jordan, and Turkey. The company's core values and beliefs have been the cornerstones on which it has developed a sturdy foundation, making good use of the quality raw materials, sophisticated technology, and strict adherence to industry guidelines. We design, engineer, manufacture, supply, and commission a wide spectrum of recuperators. Over 40 years, our legacy of leadership ensures a commitment to excellence, 100% custom-designed innovation, easy installation, efficient operations, fast deliveries, competitive price. Our products are 100% custom designed, and we ensure fast deliveries across global locations. Our recuperators can recover up to 85% of the energy from the furnace waste gases. We can provide combustion air preheats up to 900 degrees centigrade, proud Eastern pinnacles. Flue gases handle up to 1400 degrees centigrade, hot air temperatures up to 900 degrees centigrade. Up to 85% thermal recovery from flue gases, can handle air volumes up to 200,000 Nm³ per hour. We also offer the insulated housing along with accessories like valves, automation, etc. This diverse market experience ushers in great stability and the invaluable insights that contribute to our engineering excellence. At your service to optimize not only your design specifications, but maximize your net profits and minimize your worries. Eastern, the specialist in recuperators. Eastern.
All right. So a very good afternoon once again to all the respectable members over here. And now it's time to start the session again with the technical session number 1. And the topic for it is emerging trends in raw material applications and decarbonization efforts in iron and steel making. And this session will be led by the session chairman, Mr. Ravi Singh, the CEO of Sulab Steel, Bahrain. A big round of applause for Mr. Ravi Singh. So I would like to request you to first start this event with few of your kind words that what it is all about this session.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are running on a bit of logistics problems. I believe there are two of our panelists have flights to catch at 6:30 and 6:45. So we'll try and wrap this up quickly. It's a topic which is very dear to my heart. And it's probably one of the most critical topics today in the world. Can we get, how do we tackle the raw material issue? Because the blast furnace grade raw materials do not work in the DRI. So we keep talking about DRI, but the blast furnace grade raw materials do not work in DRI. There are technological innovations which are being done by SMS and Danieli to overcome that problem, and maybe we'll hear something about that in the session today. The second, of course, is decarbonization efforts in steel. It's not just in steel, it's all over the world, in every industry. And you're well aware, steel contributes about 9% of the global emissions. And those global emissions are affecting our way of life in terms of disrupted weather, higher sea levels, and possibility of actually destroying the possibility of agriculture itself in the world. So very critical topics, and as a responsible industry which contributes 2% of global GDP and large quantities of employment as well as technical way forward, we have to find solutions, at least for our part of the industry. So without further ado, may I request for Mr. Sanat Ganguly.
Mr. Sanat Ganguly, the Vice President.
Mr. Sanat,
Okay, all right. Mr. Sanat Ganguly, the Vice President. Mr. Sanat Hazra, the Vice President of Dalmia Bharat Refractories Limited.
Giuliano Coppetti.
Giuliano Coppetti, Head of Technology.
No, it's okay, fine.
All right.
And from RHI, can we request
Giorgio
Gregory Lammer and Bruna Maya.
Digital Solutions. Mr. Harish Bhatt. Mr. Harish Bhatt and Praveen Chaturvedi. A big round of applause for all the respectable people over here. They'll be the speaker for this session led by Mr. Ravi Singh. So over to you without any further delays. We can start this session.
So we expect to have a power-packed session. And let's start with Dalmia OCL, and then we'll go with RHI. Or I have to change the slide.
ये दूसरे वाला है, पहले वाला लगा. This is the second one.
So we are about to begin the technical session, part 1.
How to move? Move करो. It's not moving. Yeah, but it's not moving. कैसे? कैसे move? Back करें. Okay. Yeah, afternoon, everyone. I hope after a wonderful lunch, we'll have a session on technical things. But don't worry, I'm not going to take it at a much detailed level. We are going to talk about not so much talked about subject called refractories. So refractories are basically high temperature materials, ceramic materials which protect the heat inside so that we can produce steel, iron and cement and etc. So I represent a company called Dalmia OCL,
Dalmia OCL is one of the largest and oldest organization of refractories. It's more than 7 decades. And we have total 5 manufacturing plants. And we have a central R&D, and we export about 30% of our total revenues. This is what is all about the companies. The company started at 1954. Then in 2016, we become bigger. And today, in 2019, we have got like five plants. We had made a joint venture company in 2017 because of the increasing trend in using more and more monoliths. We call ourselves as one-stop solution for refractories. I'll very quickly run through because this is design. We do design, engineering, application, and management. We have plant and office networks. It's just a pictorial presentation, what I already told. But I'll very quickly run through this because I'll be coming to the topic more, which is apt and more technical. This is our mines because we are also backwardly properly integrated. We have 4 and 5 mines today. We have actually added another mines in our product basket. These are all customer bases. Because of last 70 years of experience in India, we have seen growth of both iron, steel, and all the other consuming organizations. Now, from the morning, everybody's talking about net zero. Now, net zero is something that is talked about subject. And we have seen that ArcelorMittal is eyeing for $1 billion investment in making a steel which is more greener and cleaner. And as a refractory organizations, our refractory technologies, this is also one of our biggest challenge to support these initiatives, because refractories are also material which is calcined or fired and things like that. So we as an organization are also trying to use or utilize as much as recycling material possible. Our spent raw material usage today is about 8 to 10% by volume, and we have taken an internal target to reach up to 20% level, so that all of these materials that is being used as a primary or virgin raw material, we can reduce those consumptions and help using more spent raw materials. Changes in the steel making processes, we have all talked about that. We know that steel making processes in next 30-40 years is going to take a change. And India is not going to be an exception as well, because everybody talked about from the morning, Mr. Chugh and Mr. Rathod, everybody talked about how steel making process is going to have a change. So we have seen the changes is majorly, basically, it's going to be this. If you see the total BF and BOF route is going to be replaced by EAF and DRI route. And what about DRI route is, if you see in 2020 figure, India produced about 28 million tons of DRI, but this is mostly by coal-based DRI process, which is Iran is 25.7, which is basically a gas-based. So a transition from coal to gas-based DRI is also going to call for a rapid changing in refractory technologies, how we are actually utilized, so that the vessel or the lifetime of the vessel that we are getting is either remain the same or it's going to increase. So it is also a fundamental research that we are consistently doing so that we can keep on supporting the industry. But still a long time that at least we are talking about next 20-30 years that this is going to change. If India is now producing about say 120-130 million tons of steel, if you need to produce 200 or maybe 300 or 500 in 2047, then a blast furnace route we cannot avoid. So a larger, as of now, today, if you're sitting on 25th of November, 2022, 7 or 8 blast furnaces are going to be built within the next 2 to 3 years. So first we need to support iron making section, and then let us see that where we can, develop. What we can do to ensure that the energy consumption by, the energy emission towards or energy reflection from the vessel is minimized and lifetime of the vessel increases. The market challenges is, if you see, the blast furnaces are the heart of steel making, iron making processes. And BF production reality is that low availability of good coke or reducing the cost. And then everything, these challenges has thrown us that how we can quickly repair. So I'm going to talk about blast furnace repairs, how quickly, how efficiently we are going to do that, hard lining, so that we can minimize the downtime of the furnaces, or maybe without changing the carbon block, how we can intermediately repair. And we have got a lot of experience on that. Tap hole clay is another one of the very important point, because tap hole clay, we see that there are a lot of emissions from tap hole clay. If you are working in the blast furnace shop, you can see that there are a lot of emissions, which actually creates a lot of bad problems in the lungs in future. So how we are one of the greenest taphole clay producer of the world. Cast house, iron transport ladles are some case studies. Probably I'm going to skip those case studies because of the paucity of time. In case of repair, we have seen that blast furnaces has stack and blast furnace stack, and of course off-gas dust catchers and downward pipes. We have developed products which can quickly repair those materials with abrasion resistance material. We have anchoring solution so that we can quickly cut that through and keep our blast furnaces running all the time. In case of a platform, we have seen in mini blast furnaces where they run at a capacity of 1,000, 1,500 tons a day, a very, very high capacity blast furnaces. They do not have a time. But if there are repair techniques are available where we can create a platforms and we create short kitting process to enhance the life of 1 to 1.5 years. And this can be done through manual and robotic both. But in case of so what we do normally when the blast furnaces operator or blast furnaces comes to an end of a life cycle, we can do NDT studies and find out that the profile of the hearth or profile of the blast furnaces, what are the conditions. Based on that, we can provide solutions. We have a short blast technology, which we can repair and within 24 hours. This is another technology called precasted stabs, which is precasted and which you do not worry on the casting technology, but it is a precasted material which can be filled and precise thickness of the lining can be also maintained. Another big problem is that hot blast. If something happens to the hot blast, you need to completely put down the or one of the hot blast to be stopped. But this can be also possible to repair. Interim repair is also possible. And we have seen that in 240 hours, we have done that. And first HBS hot blast stove, that short kitting we have done is still running. So it is still an interim solution that can probably stop your capital spending on bricks, because bricks are expensive, bricks are very difficult to make, and it's a longer process, but still you have an interim solution that you can do that. Now, robotic, it's a very popular technique today. For last 10, 12 years, we have seen in India is already robotic technologies are very effectively, efficiently, and large scale used. And robotic technology is basically used without stopping the furnace. We just pull down the burden of the furnaces, and a robot will go inside, will see the thicknesses, and will do gunning and then a short kitting and then come back. So that process, we have also developed a robot which we can see. We have a camera which you can see precisely the thickness, because in case of a robot, it is difficult to measure the thickness. But now with the camera technology, we can have a measurement of the thickness as well. Coming back to hearth relining, in fact, JSW had a hearth relining. JSW had a problem, and then we immediately rushed to the site. We had done a hearth relining. And hearth is basically to not to change the carbon block, because carbon block takes time and longer period. But if you wanted to extend the hearth life, then a short kitting can be done. And this is a very precise technology. I am not explaining much here because it's a very detailed, deep technology, including applications. But we have seen in the past that hearth relining actually helps a lot of furnaces to take their life forward without changing the carbon. This is performed interventions. We have seen the bottom, footstep, sidewall, and tweer and sacrificial layer that we all can build through whatever sizes and shapes that have been needed for blast furnaces. And this is one of the latest technologies we call modular hearth shield. This is basically a sacrificial, we should not call it a sacrificial layer. We should call it a protection layer for a ceramic cup, because it will help, it normally helps to extend the life by 5-6 years. And this is a very important technology because we use multiple materials, and which is very cost effective and also extend the life of carbon block. In turn, increases the life of furnaces. I heard someone is saying that today's blast furnace is going to last for another 20-25 years before we are completely stop that furnaces. So increasing blast furnace lifetime can be possible by this modular hearth shield concept. And this is basically, you can see the wear mechanism, and this portion we maintain like a cup so that the burden remains floating and it does not have any chances of either a gas goes out or any, directly metal hitting to the carbon blocks. I was talking about tap hole clay. It is also whomsoever operator of blast furnaces knows that how tap hole clay can run out of money if the tap hole clays are not well. So our tap hole clay is one of the lowest pH value, which is the greenest tap hole clay, because we use only resin, not tar. So for all types of furnaces from 350 to 6,000 meter cube furnaces, which can produce up to 16, 17,000 tons a day. Tap hole clay, we maintain a very integrated concept, and we also ship material with a small chip or maybe a pen drive you can call. And during any shipment, like for example, if this material is coming from Europe all the way to go to Australia, then 3 months of shipment or 2.5 months of shipment, you can track the temperature. That means during the shipment, the pre-shipment temperature, because when you are manufacturing a tap hole clay in Europe at a temperature of maybe say -2 or -3, and when you're shipping to temperature of say Indian subcontinental countries where temperature is 20 to 40 degrees, the performance will change based on the behavior of tap hole clay. So that's the reason it is also indicative of overheated. During the shipment also we can see that if there are any changes in the behavior of tap hole clay. So this is what we call our TAP 100 to 600 series. It's just a trade names. And this is our concept. It is depending on the furnace and the furnace behavior. We're changing because alumina silicon carbide. So these are very technical things. So I'm not going to go into deeper details. And what I was saying is that PAH is called polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And this is something which is an emission, which emits by utilizing either tar or resin. Now, tar is something which is carcinogenic. In European countries, it is slowly getting banned, and it is actually banned. But India still is using a lot of tar products, and it has a very long-term health impact, especially in your lungs. So that's the reason resin is environment friendly, and that too, Dalmia 7 and 7 refractories together is producing one of the most greenest clay in the world today. And you can see the number is 180 compared to the first one, competitor 9 is 114,000. What is going to happen to your lungs? Not only that, if you walk in any blast furnace shop by utilizing a resin, you can probably understand just by the smell. The tar is so carcinogenic that it smells a lot. So that's the reason we are pushing. And then in future, resin is going to be a predominant tap hole clay and environment friendly. At cast house, I'm not going to touch much, but yes, we have all the product ranges. It is also covered in the case studies, but I'm not also going to run through because we all have a flight to catch, I think. My friends are also there. And iron transport ladles, as I already told, that it is our duty to ensure that your lifetime of the furnaces goes as high as possible with minimum utilizations of refractories. After all, refractories are something which is a protection layer, and anything which is getting eroded is going to just be in the steel making. And the final steel making, you have to finally at least remove it and put it in the slag. So as low as possible erosion. So that's the reason torpedo ladle with shortcutting and brick technology, we have achieved life of 1500, 2000 also. So this is also innovative technology to utilize and extend the life of torpedoes. And these are all some of the case studies of runner, which I have already told that we have seen in cast houses today, using of both mix of technologies in shortcutting and gunning and also casting, we have achieved life, which if anybody has any question, we can take it at the end of the slide. Now with this, I am closing my presentation of iron making, and Mr. Sanat Hajra, my colleague, is going to give a presentation on steel. Thank you.
Hello. So thanks, Sanat. So coming to steel making, refractories for innovation and refractory solution in the steel making. So I'll not explain the details of the products and properties. In turn, I will be sharing some of the case studies, how we have addressed the different pain points from the customers and provided the different kind of solutions. So this is the LD converter. As you know, this is the the first furnace where the steel is melt. So in the converter, we have the entire range, right from the bricks or different masses, then tap hole bricks and all. So we have the entire product. Then we have the full-fledged design center and also the site survey. So we can take up a full turnkey project based on our capability in all aspects. So this is the zonal lining of a converter in the different area, different kind of bricks is there, because in the different area, the operating parameters are different. So you need to study accordingly. You have to select the best quality for that particular area. Then coming to taphole sleeve, we can manufacture both in segmented as well as the mono tube, I mean single piece, and also isojet. So we have the entire range of the taphole sleeve which we can manufacture and supply to different customers. So these are the, I mean, in the past 2-3 years, we have supplied the converter set along with the masses, everything in all the cell plants. And you can see in BSL, Bokaro Steel Limited, out of the 3 sets, we have 2 sets already matured, and we have got the life which is more than the guaranteed life. So that's a good thing, I mean, we have achieved. Then coming to EF with EBD system, eccentric bottom tapping. So in electric arc furnace also, we have the full range of products of the different base raw material with the different carbon content. So this is the zonal lining of a EF electric arc furnace. And for the electric arc furnace also, because the eccentric bottom tapping is there, so you need taphole tube, then taphole block is required. So entire range of taphole sleeve and taphole block we can manufacture. Then coming to steel ladle, we have the full range products of the magnesia carbon, alumina carbon, and also AMC, alumina magnesia carbon. And we have a trained team to monitor lining and suggest modification based on the customer's process. And also we have the defined gunning material to carry out to extend the life. Now this is a lining configuration of a 300-ton ladle. Normally, in most of the customers, they use magnesia carbon in the lining, working lining material. But in this particular, the pink, that is the burnt spinel, and in the slag zone, that is the magnesia carbon. So it is a case study. In the spinel, you can see the red marked area, that is the slag dumping area. And that was the most problematic and wear-prone area. So that is the reason, that was the bottleneck to improve the life. So in 102, average 102 life, the people had to change that lining, particular area. So after studying that, we have come out with a new product which was installed and found 137 life. After 137, we had to change. So this has improved the productivity at customer's end and also our capability towards the customer pain point. This is another case study. This is, 300-ton ladle. Interface area of the slag zone and metal zone, there was a group formation. That was the perennial problem customer used to face. And that was the reason, that was the bottleneck to improve the life. So here in the metal zone, there is a burnt spinel brick. It's not carbon containing, and slag zone carbon containing, because these are two different bricks. So there is a thermal mismatch. So that is the reason, group formation was there. So we have come up with a new product that is neither burnt, it is unburnt, but it's a bit different kind of product. That is a magnesia spinel carbon brick. So we are the first supplier to, conduct this trial and ultimately successful, and other suppliers have followed in the due course of time. So you can see that this is a group formation in the interface, and later on, after the supplying the improved product, we have come out with the problem. So these helped us. Customer got satisfied, and also it helped us to bag the larger share of the steel order. Next. Another thing, Sanath has explained about the short fitting process. So with the short fitting So with this short fitting, so with this short fitting in one of the 190-ton steel ladle, we have achieved the life of 171 with 2 slag zone repair. Normally it used to get a life of around 130 hits. So with the short fitting in the metal zone, we can improve the life to a higher extent. Then coming to lime kiln, as you know, different qualities are there. I mean, magnesia in the calcining zone, other area, different high alumina bricks are used. So this is the application process, how it is getting lined at the customer side with our bricks. And this is once again a case study in the lime kiln. So lime kiln in one of the Indian steel plant, lime kiln, just after 20 days, around 25-30 bricks that came out during preheating. So and the similar design, similar quality of brick we had supplied lime kiln number 8. So that was fantastic. I mean, it is running with 2 years life. Absolutely, there is no problem. So here there is a big dislodge and came out from the lining. So now we have to repair it. So that was a very challenge because it is the arch brick. So you have to intact the lining at the upper side and also below sides. In between you have to change. So that was a very challenge job. And finally, with the help of customer, with the help of our subcontractor, we have been able to complete that 15 days with the utmost taking utmost care in the safety and security. So that's a very good job done. I've been all together, customers, us, and also contractor. Then coming to RH Digasa, that is one of the important secondary refining process in the steel making. So this is snorkel and lower vessel, upper vessel is there. So this is our brand new plant, snorkel plant. So our existing capacity is 25 sets per month, but very near future we are going to expand the capacity to 50-60 sets of per month. Now this is another case studies. In one of the integrated steel plant, we used to get a life of 69 as against the target of 80 hits. Then we come up with different designs along with the quality. So you can see trial 1 and trial 2, that is a different kind of design. We have improved the life to 86 and 104. And trial 3, that is combined together, improved lining as well as the improved material. So that is under manufacturing and we'll be supplying those sets. And we are very sure whatever life we have achieved 104, will achieve a life more than that. So that's a very good jump on the life front. And coming to continuous casting refractory, so this is the entire range. Taphole sleeve, then TCD, entire range, then shroud, ladle shroud, entire range CC refractories we manufacture. So this is the recent development in the CC refractories, technology upgradation, capacity enhancement, recent investment in our shuttle kiln, then cold SCS with zirconia band, then developed manufacturing capability of tube changing device TCD, then monoblock stopper with precise argon flow, porous insert type RC tube. Then this is also another case studies. Failure occur mostly at the sequence of 7th hit, and that was mostly due to the oxidation. So broken piece showed the oxidation. You can see the white portion, and current glaze oxidation resistance is 1100 degrees centigrade. Then we worked upon and we developed a new kind of glaze which can withstand up to temperature of 1300. So with that, we have come out with the problem, and that was given, that product has given the 8 hours of casting, long casting. Now coming to silica bricks, in the last 2 years, we have developed many kind of bricks for the silica bricks for the blast furnace and coke oven. So the first is the 19-hole checker. That's a very good development, and all properties are tested at the DIFK Germany, that is certified. And now we are continuously offering that to Danieli, Koras and Bollywood for their upcoming project. Then coming to establish a new green binder. Normally in the burnt bricks, people used to dextrine or molasses, but we have come up with a new green binder. So that has helped us to improve the sellable yield. And also it is an alternative binder. Then coming to development of creep resistant silica insulation brick. This is under development already. We have been successful in the lab scale, and bulk scale trial is in progress. So coming to the development of silica bricks for coke oven and blast furnace stove by using own mine quartzite. Earlier, we used to depend on the other source of quartzite of others. But in the last 2 to 3 years, we have our own quartzite mines. Then in the last 2-3 years, we have developed the product and recipe based on our own quartzite. So we are now self-sufficient with our own quartzite. We don't have to depend on others. Then zero expansion fused silica bead. That's a very good product. Already we have started supplying that. And that's a expansion, zero expansion, almost zero. I mean, close to zero. Then coming to, the last development of high, it looks like a simple motor, but it's a very, strategically product, because the CMO 10 kg, it's not easy to achieve. So that's why this motor with 10 kg CMO called hot MR, that's a very good development. Then coming to DSR, Dalmia Institute of Industrial Research. So we have an independent laboratory having all the equipments, modern equipments for testing and equipment. And this is our research and development. What is our portfolio? This is the different kind of instruments. And this is our training center. There is a continuous process of training given to different for our person and also the person from customer side. And this is some of the achievements. Patents, then number of PhD degree, number of projects completed. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the OCL team. Now we request the RHI Refractory Solutions team to please take the stage, Mr. Gregory Lammer or Ms. Brunam.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Just give me a minute to open it here. Can you change for me? So who was here in the morning in the first panel? Most of you, right? You probably hear one of our directors, Parmod, talking about the importance for innovation in our refractory market. And we are starting to work with it. So some of the benefits that we can have. You can save time and also costs. You also can work and optimize your working capital. Just tell me, the sound is arriving there because I feel my voice creaking. Yeah? Okay. We also can create possibility for improve your process, create some projects. We can create transparency by collecting the data from customer side and showing them in an online portal where you can have access it 24/7, having this information there. So this is some of the possibilities of benefits that the customer can have implementing our digital solution. Those are the solutions that I'm going to present now. My name is Bruna Maia. I work with sales in RHI Magnesita. And the next minutes, I will comment then for you. And in the end, if someone have any question, you can write us an email because we don't have time for the questions here. And also we have this presentation in a PDF where you can download it. Just go to our box in the other side and you have this PDF with a summary. Starting from the ladle sled model. So here we are working the secondary metallurgy in the ladle arc furnace. And then we are able to implement some a software where you input the previous data from the process. And then when you arrive in the secondary metallurgy, you are able to have a recommendation for adjust your fluxes and make the deoxiders adjustments. And this can help you to save some cost, save energy, and also have a better, achieve the performance, achieve the quality of the steel in the end of your process. We have APO. This is a system where we can wear and where we predict the wear and life of your refractors. And we have here with me Gregor Lemmer. He is the head of APO in RHI Magnesita. So he will show to you a demonstration of it in the end of the presentation. So I will leave this part for him. We have Transparency as a Service. This is a tool where we collect the information from the site in our customers. We treat this data using artificial intelligence or collect manually information. And then we are able to show some dashboard for customers. So for example, we can have a performance report to manage the refractor in the site of customer. We can check the inventories, how much inventory we have there. Also the equipment stats, consumption stats. Also an order book of our orders, so customer can have access when it's planning to our refractory arrive on site. What is the quantity, where this material is coming from, which plant, which our plant this is coming from. And all this information is shown in the customer portal. This is our RHI Magnesita digital channel, and it's our face for customer, where they can check different type of fans. So this is the idea of our customer portal. You have access on it in your computer to make analysis on the dashboard and prepare your projects. And also by phone or tablet if you want to act more quick and just deliver the information if you are a manager. This next so every customer that implement it are able to access it there. So I start with Gatherer. This is a technology where we develop an app, and in this app we have some forms. And in the forms, customer can input the information taken on site. For example, from the installation of material, demolition of material, and also the operation. So today what we see is that there is a lot of people working on the operation, and then they take information in photos, they send it on WhatsApp group, a lot of different type of sending informations. And in the end, our idea is organize, manage better this information and in more assertive, quick and fast way. So we will be able to track it in the end. So for example, we send the pictures and also the information for a dashboard, and we can check it later. So if you need to do track it, but do for example download the information there and make an inspection, we are able to see it there. Or if we have a brick problem, we are also maybe to go back in the history and see if there is a problem there. And here is some of the dashboards. And we have connected machines. In this solution, we are able to track refractory application machines. It can be, for example, a terminator where used for hot repair in electric arc furnace. And every refractory machine, application machine that we are able to track the information, we can use it. And here we take this data using IoT, and we process it and show some dashboards. So I'm showing something for you here. We have this first one where we are showing the performance through the day, and then customer can check how much their performance by campaign in a different type of view. Also a summary where you can have a quantity of time that you expend by doing this refractory application. And in the end, this is a way that you can analyze if you are able to reduce this time and improve your overall effectiveness of the machine. And also we have a picture of the equipment here in the example, the electric arc furnace, where you can see by region where you are spending most part of the consumption. It helps to maximize the lifetime of the refractory and at the same time save cost. And in the end, we have e-tech, where we apply we gain some insights by applying our system using theory in your business. So basically, you are able to make some analysis for furnace, ladle, and different equipments with this previous information there. And you can make different what-if studies. And in the end, for example, you can check if you want to change the basicity of the material inputted in an electrical furnace, what parameters it will change. And you have these results there. So thank you so much for your time and your attention. Here is our emails if you want to ask some questions. And also, as I say in the beginning, you are able to download this material, and then we can discuss more about the digital solutions. I would like to invite Gregor here to present about the APO.
Thank you, Bruna. Very good. Thank you. One. Okay. We're good. Okay, I'm going now to present you APO. APO stands for Automated Process Optimization, and is our first AI tool that we have launched as RHI Magnesita. I joined RHI Magnesita in 2008, and at that time I was responsible for global machineries. And I visited a lot of customers, and during my customer visits, the customers were asking me, how can we know when to maintain our lining? So what is the future behavior of our refractory materials? When I then did come back to Austria, I was discussing with our experts in our R&D center, and I asked them the same question: how can we predict how our lining will behave? And the answer I got was, Gregor, it's not possible. It's not possible for humans, and you should not try to solve this issue. And I took the challenge, and I was then discussing with different universities, and I was thinking, okay, when humans cannot do it, let's then apply AI to solve the issue. And this is what you will now see in the next few minutes, how we did solve the challenge. So APO is taking into account customer process data. Here you can see then a laser measurement data from a BOF, where we did then also combine the laser measurement data with the process data and with the lining refractory data. We put all together in our cloud, and there we then apply machine learning tools and to reduce the data set. And then with the found features, we are then training a model of our refractories in use. And when we have found the model, we can then predict the future behavior. And you can also interact with the model and the visualizations, because we think equally important is not only to know how our material will behave, it's also very important that operators in our customer sites have access and understand what we are showing them. So here you see, for example, a BOF, we have clearly marked the different areas, and the lining thickness is color coded. So green means everything is fine. Red is indicating hotspots. Visualization of data. When we talk about, go here, it's faster. When we then talk about prediction, again, we are training for different areas in the vessel, different models. And each model gives you then an outlook into the future. When you talk about area 1, for example, you see the initial lining thickness was 800 millimeters. Then you did some laser measurements, and you see the lining thickness dropped to 381 millimeters. This is the current status of your lining. And now AI comes into play, and using the model, APO is predicting the future behavior of the refractory lining. And APO tells you, you can do another 2,958 heats before the lining thickness becomes critical. Because we have a model and we're using data, we can also calculate what we call best operational windows for process parameters that have an impact on refractories. And you can see that here on the right side. The ranking is equally to the importance on refractory wear. Some of the parameters you can change in your process, some you cannot, but you have at least the information what you should do. So the triangles here are the values of your last heats. And as long as the values are in the white area, everything is fine. When you see that some of the values are out of range, then it becomes red, and you see that this is not optimum for best refractory performance. If you can change it, it's good. If you cannot change it, at least you know it. And we have an additional feature that is available for our customers. We call it operator room, operator display, where again, for each of the areas, in that example, a BOF, you see initial lining thickness, you see the targeted lifetime, and we are calculating how the refractory wear should behave. It's the green line, and the points are the values out of the measurement. And you see, for example, here, lining thickness dropped under a certain threshold, and we are now then showing a recommendation what the operator should do. In that example, they should perform slag splashing. Normally, this view is available in the control room and serves as a single source of truth for operations. We do APO not only for BOF, we run it for BOF, EAF, RH degasser, and ladles. We have more than 20 customers worldwide. We have a global team, so there's always someone working on APO. We have data scientists sitting in Shanghai. We have data scientists and product management across Europe, from Greece until Sweden, and we have also a team in Brazil. So whenever you need support, there's someone awake. Thank you.
Are you guys staying for the question? Okay. Okay. Eric, right? Harish, please.
This is working. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. You can hear. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to speak about a very important aspect of any kind of process industry, be it steel, refractory, etc. We represent a company called Machine and Fabric Gustav Eirik, or Eirik for short, can say. We are the sister company of Machine and Fabric Gustav Eirik in India, based in Mumbai. Eirik is a company that has evolved the basic mixing technology from the roots, and it has given one of the best kind of mixing technology to the world, and one of the industry's best mixing technology available in the contemporary era. So I will just go through very brief ideas about what the potential of our mixing technology and applications that we are into. This is basically covering the steel industry. Nevertheless, we can say in other industries like refractory and all material, wherever all solid mixing materials are involved, and you need a quality mix for making a quality product. Eirik is there representing this industry. So okay. What is quality? Everybody knows the definition of quality. So when in the process industry, basically, when you are preparing steel, you need to mix the raw materials to make the steel. You know the raw materials for the steel, everybody knows. And when you mix a material, you should have a very good quality. So when you have a good quality, you will have also a good product that comes out of it. So when we mean mixed quality, it depends on how you mix. There are different types of mixing systems and technologies that are available now in the market. The preparation technology, which gives the best mixing principle, will give you the best quality of the mix. So see, we were talking the whole day about the production capacity improvement in India, going for 300 million tons in 2030, and in another 25 years later from today, 500 million tons. How do we achieve this? We need to have both qualitative and quantitative output in the industry to get the best of the technology that is available. Eirik from Germany has evolved, since I told you, it has evolved the best mixing technology, and it's been applicable since 5 decades in the pellet plant industry, and in the sinter industry last 3 decades. So we are very well known in the pellet and the sinter mixing industry, and of recent last 1 decade in India, we are now been involved in recycling of valuable residues, all the steel waste that is coming from the furnaces or dedusting systems, etc., filter units, the dust and the sludges, that there's a recycling of this material is possible in our machines, with our mixing technology. So the best part of the mixing technology is that you can have a normal sinter mix, a sinter mix with high amount of fines. Nowadays, everybody knows there will be a lot of fines that is generated during mining. So this IRIC mixing technology can help the industry to consume more fines in comparison to the other mixing technologies available. So, and also it is possible that some amount of sludge can be used in the sinter mix recipe, and you can use those sludges, especially if you have from the blast furnace or Corex or something, which has composition which matches the chemistry, you will be able to use it in the sinter mix as well. So I will not go into very much details because it is quite a deep subject. So how does our mixing principle work? I'm sorry, maybe the video doesn't work here because it's a different format, but I will explain to you from the picture. So basically, our mixing technology is evolved since it has evolved since decades. It is having a eccentrically mounted agitator. You can see the red circular arrow on the top, and in the bottom you can see two small arrows which shows the rotating pan. In our mixing system, there is a rotating agitator and a rotating pan also. So what happens is when you are using a rotating pan, which is mounted with a separate drive, the material, the transportation of the material is done by the pan, and all the energy that is input from the drive, the other drive for the rotor or the agitator, is completely transferred as energy into the making the mixture. So that the quality of the mix will be very good in very short time, because this is the most efficient way of transmitting the energy from the motor or the drive of the agitator into the mixture. So when we do this, this is called as an intensive mixing technology or intensive mixing principle. This kind of mixing principle will give you the most or the highest intensity in terms of kilowatt hour per ton of the mixture. So due to this, you will see a very good amount of dispersion or homogeneity in a very short time. That means we have seen some results with lower quantity of additives like bentonite or coal. You can still get the same quality of the mixture with which you see in other competitive mixing systems. Okay, the video works. This one. Okay, I'll share this with you because I think it cannot open here. It will come out of the loop. Okay, the industry standard for the sinter and the pellet plants is a Conti mixing technology. The Conti mixing technology means you are continuously feeding the raw materials, iron ore, dolomite, coke, etc. And there will be a certain amount of retention time inside the moving or the moving pan or inside the mixing chamber, and then it will be automatically discharged after the certain retention time as passed out. So this kind of continuous mixing will give you a very high throughput and also a very good homogeneity, which is in as per the industry requirement. So this was pioneered by IRIC more than 30-40 years ago. And just like today, the blast furnace is one of the key element for making hot metal. This, since last 4 or 5 decades, has been the industry standard all across Europe and many parts of the world for making excellent mixing material in sinter and the pellet plants. So this is just a flow sheet showing that you can also use a lot of fines in the ore. And this is a typical pellet plant layout where you use our machine and a pelletizer takes over, and you get very uniform pellets of very good homogeneity because of the excellent mixing.
upstream. Some of the benefits is that you get a very high productivity in the sinter, and it is also seen that you don't require a pre-blending yard if you use an IRIC mixer, because the homogeneity of the mixing is so good that if there is a small deviation in the batching or feeding, it will still take care of, because of the mixing principle. The homogeneity will be as good as desired by the industry. So you have a very high and stable sinter quality. Electrical consumption, electrical energy consumption is also very optimum. And solid fuel consumption, that is when you add coke, you need coke as a fuel. We have seen that in some of the sinter plants in Japan, they have added less amount of coke and still be able to burn the sinter and be able to get the results as desired. So this is one of the, in the older days, you had drums, a primary mixing drum and a nodulizing drum. So Irish found out with the help of industry leaders and automation leaders, Siemens, that if you use a homogenizer and mix the raw materials for sinter, you will get a very good mixture, which will be able to give the required grain size distribution from the secondary granulation drum. So this kind of arrangement made more yield in the sinter plants after it was installed in the industry. So when we talk of figures, what does that mean? It means the strength of the material has increased by 3%. Coke reduction is by 0.5%. This means in a plant of 4 million tons of sinter per year, you will save up to 20,000 tons of coke. So that is significant, given that is the benefit of the intensive mixing technology. So as I told you that we have a possibility of adding microfines up to 30 to 40%, distinctly I can say very significant or higher availability compared to other mixing systems. We have seen nearly up to 330 days in a year. This has been on upstream, means in the working condition. So there are also this mixing technology. When it was invented, it was meant for this pellet plant application and sinter. So later on, we discovered that IRIC discovered that it can also be used for making briquettes for iron sponge, or for chrome ore, or whatever, any kind of metallurgical process which requires briquetting. Pelletization is one route, briquetting can be another route. So even there in the chrome ore or in the sponge iron, we could see a very good benefit when you use an IRIC mixer and then a briquetting press. You have a very less recycle ratio compared to other kind of mixing systems. This was one of the proven aspects of this mixing technology. So one of the key areas where most of the people don't trade, like the industry don't want to, means nowadays it could be a necessity to recycle all the this waste recyclable materials, because it has got some iron content. So now some companies have approached IRIC to make a plant which will give them recycle all the dust and the sludges of different sections, cast house, stock house, BF, Corex, whatever, DRI furnaces, dust and sludges can be mixed in the proportion as per the chemistry, and the moisture can be controlled to directly give you agglomerates, which can be recycled back into the sinter belt. So some companies are already doing this. Up to 5 to 6% of the total sinter mixture composition, the 6% will be from the waste recycle. So you can imagine there, instead of wasting that all the dust and sludges, which is not easy to handle, these are being recycled back into the sinter belt, and it will be like a raw material to the burden, but it will be like a burden preparation. Yeah. So this ends my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can please address it to me. My email ID I can share with you, because I think there's not much time. We are already running late. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. That was very insightful. We'll take some questions at the end. We have one more presentation, this time DRI manufacturing, right? It's from Tenova, approach to green steel making. Praveen Chaturvedi, Vice President from Tenova Technologies.
Yeah, thank you, Ravi sir, for allowing us to present this topic. See here. Yeah. So good evening to all, and those who are also on the YouTube watching live, to them also. The topic of my today's presentation, as you can see, I have mentioned about the green steel making, direct reduction, and how we are going to utilize the steel and make the green steel. So this is the topic, and these are the some agenda. Of course, we will discuss about the greenhouse emission, which we have already discussed in the morning. And here you can also see the Tenova approach, what we are going to do, and DRI, and of course, those are the things which we are going to present in the subsequent slide. And this is the road towards the zero carbon footprint. Yeah, I'm taking this one slide to just get yourself introduced to what we are. Tenova, we are basically part of Techint Group. You can see here there are two companies, Tenaris and Ternium. They are our major sales revenue company, and we are part of that group, which we are ourselves. We are a steel manufacturer. If you see, these Tenaris and Ternium, they are featured on the top 25 steel manufacturer, and we are very much proud to be sustainable champion declared by World Steel Association, wherein JSW and Tata, they are also featuring in. So you can see in the below, you can see the Tenaris and Ternium, our two sister company, they are integrated steel manufacturer. So whatever we product come into the market, we first trial and test in our own factory, and then we offer to our customers. Coming to Tenova, basically we are into mining and metal, and whatever product we develop, this is related to sustainability. It should be from the sustainable point of view. That is why this is the new mantra, sustainability. Tenova will find embedded between the sustainability, and this is the mantra which we follow for each and every product which we come on the market, we offer to the customer. Of course, we are present across the globe. We belong to Mumbai office. Yeah, coming to green emission, green gas house emission. Yes, as Mr. Singh was also mentioning, Ravi Singh, that yes, 7 to 9%. Now it has gone to 9% of the total emission is steel and steel people. They are responsible for steel sector. But our Tenova approach is Energeron DRI plant. This Energeron is a technology jointly developed by Tenova and NLE. Energeron comprises of our Tenova HYL technology. Basically, it is a HYL technology. And there are two routes, either to go for the conventional electric arc furnace or open slag bath furnace. And that is for the hot metal production. In the morning, Mr. Rathore was also mentioning that there is a process by which we can melt the DRI, but that all the DRI cannot be melted and converted into hot metal. The main important factor is that it should have high carbon. That is more important. And yes, it should be ready with hydrogen usage. I'm just explaining in this slide about how our Energeron process works. This is HYL process. This is the unique feature which is present only available in the world, which are inherently present in our DRI process. That is selective removal of CO2. That CO2 can be carbon capture, utilization, or storage, whatever it may be. And we have been doing it since many years, 1957 onwards. And that CO2 that can be captured and that can be utilized into various useful purposes as a source of revenue. We are not letting emitted into the atmosphere. The second thing is the DRI quality. You can see the metallization, and more importantly is the high carbon. We can go up to 5% carbon, and the carbon what we are producing is in carbon cementite form, iron carbide form, which is quite stable. That is number one. And the flexibility, that is most important thing. Our system, without changing our any of our equipment or process, we can use either natural gas, reformed gas, syngas, coke oven gas, and if hydrogen is available at an economical way, that also can be fed. Why? Because it is a zero reformant. There is no reformant at all. You can see DRI, the output is the cold DRI, HBI, hot DRI, and of course the pig iron, which I have shown in the end. This is the one of the agenda which we are going to address in the next couple of slides. Yeah, here you can see we have got the flexibility, as I told you in the beginning. We can from natural gas to hydrogen. We can move from 0 to 100% or 100% to 0, vice versa, I mean to say. And we are producing high carbon DRI. That is more important, and inherently all the carbon capture units are present in it. What I am mentioning here is that selective removal of CO2 removal. Yes, there are various companies you can see here, Mexico and Indonesia, Malaysia, including Emirate Steel. They are using this, Emirate Steel, basically they are using this CO2 for the enhanced oil recovery. But the other companies, they are using it as a beverage and food industries, or even as a dry ice. In India, there is a JSW Salav plant. They are using this CO2, which are selectively removed, which are captured, and they are utilizing for the dry ice, as a dry ice. Now, coming to usage of the hydrogen, if we are switching from natural gas to hydrogen, yes, there will be less energy consumption as compared to the natural gas, and also the emission, from the aviation point of view, it is quite better as compared to the natural gas. So we have got, as I mentioned you, we have got the flexibility. We can go for even the hydrogen, 100% hydrogen. And here you are seeing that, yes, this electrical cost, yes, we have to see, because generating hydrogen is also very costly nowadays. You know, Mr. Rotter has mentioned in the morning that, yes, for generating 1 kg of hydrogen, we need around 60 kilowatt of electrical energy, which is too high at the rate of 9 rupee per kilowatt hour. So that we have to take into account. Now here you can see the route, which I was just mentioning in the beginning. Either it can be natural gas, excuse me, hello. Are you just presenting the PDF file or PowerPoint file? Please come to PowerPoint. Sorry, I'm just taking 1 second. I'll just go up. You please print put in the PowerPoint mode. I'll just go into the subsequent slide. Yeah, here you can see the DRI plants which are based on hydrogen. Yeah, so here you can see the DRI, ArcelorMittal, Dofasco. Yes, they have taken our HOL and Energeron DRI process. Hybrid, as you know, in Sweden already they have commissioned. That is zero carbon footprint of the steel. Cellcos, that is Cellsplitter, we are involved in. And recently the Tata Steel Netherlands have also given us the Energeron the opportunity to make the green steel. And even in China, you can see HBIS and Bao Steel. There also we are installing our the same plant. Initially they will start with natural gas or cocoa and gas, and then switch over to the hydrogen if they are getting economical. But in our system, whether from the beginning or to the end, we are using 70% of the hydrogen, even in case of the natural gas. So using hydrogen is not a big criteria for us. Yeah, here I was just trying to mention that, yes, if it is a DRI, it can be melted into electric arc furnace, but we need a DR grade pellet. But the most important challenge is that, unlike, of course, Jindal Shadid and Sal Bahrain, they have got their own pellet plant, but everybody is not having that much of privilege. What we are referring is to go for the low grade iron ore, just like blast furnace grade iron ore, and we can make the DRI out of it. And that DRI we can put in our open slag bath furnace and melt it and make a pig iron. I'll just show you in the next slide. Yeah, this is what we call iBlue. I'll just skip this thing. Here you can see there is a DRI plant on the top, and OSBF, that is open slag bath furnace. By look and appearance, it appears to be a submerged arc furnace, but basically it is it works in a brush arc mode. And then, of course, the life is quite high as compared to electric arc furnace, and we don't need so much of electrical energy as compared to typical electric arc furnace. We don't also need any electrode like electric arc furnace, carbon electrode. Here there are solder paste which we use it, and we make the steel out of it. So what is more important, that we are making the hot metal pig iron similar to that of blast furnace, using our DRI and reducing arc furnace in the bottom. The carbon content is more than 4%. DRI. That is why we are able to produce the high carbon hot metal, and the carbon is in iron carbide form. And the most important thing is that we can retain the downstream facilities. That is, the BOF remain the same. Because when we say BOF is producing more than 2 tons of carbon footprint, we should not say BOF. It is only blast furnace. Because unnecessarily we are blaming and to BOF. BOF is very good equipment. Just replace the blast furnace and retain the BOF facility. And use the conventional BF grade pellet in our DRI making, and then we can make the process out of it. And the slag, what we are getting, can be used as usual for the concrete industry. And of course, most important that we are not using any coal here, though there is no question of sulfur. Desulfurization, nothing is required here, and the carbon footprint is getting reduced drastically. Here you can see how the process is there. From OSBF, open slag bath furnace, you can directly tap into the existing torpedo ladle without a stoppage of the steel making facility. And this is not on paper, not on theory. It has been already implemented in black rock metal in Canada and Pacman in USA. So these are the two things which is only possible when we can produce high carbon DRI through our energy run process, more than 4% carbon. And emission wise, as I mentioned, that it is quite better. And yes, hybrid, as I mentioned you in the beginning. Then there is a Salzgitter. They make 10 million of steel. Presently, they have the blast furnace and converter. And in a gradual way, they are moving towards the electric arc furnace and DRI, and also the installation of electrolyzer. So this is the way, as Mr. Singh was mentioning in the beginning, that yes, blast furnace is going to be dinosaurs. We are not saying dinosaurs, but over the period, it will become a dinosaur, just like a steam engine once upon a time. So I fully agree with Mr. Ravi Singh, because he is fully aware about DRI and electric arc furnaces. But here, instead of electric arc furnace, what I'm saying that even BOF can be retained if we put a DRI melter in between, which will melt the DRI, hot DRI 600 to 1400 degrees centigrade, remove the impurities from the slag, and we can retain the downstream facilities. And yes, there is the first DRI plant in China, that is HPS. We are supplying this DRI plant to China. And this is the second DRI plant in Bao Steel. This is 1 million ton. They will start with coke oven gas, and they will switch over to hydrogen, depending on their availability and the economics of the hydrogen. It is hydrogen ready plant, and 1 million ton. Already it will going to be commissioned in the 2024-23. It is foreseen here, but I think that by December or January of 2024 it will be construction. That is the second DRI plant. So what Mr. Ravi Singh was mentioning, that we have to also think in the global perspective, not only from the Indian perspective that blast furnace will continue and continue. Even Chinese, they are very much smart enough that they have switched over from blast furnace to DRI. So this is the right time that we should think, at least Rome was not built in a day, but at least one day it was built. So we should start working from the day one. This is the most recent installation, which I mentioned you about the Tata Netherlands Imodine, in which generally we are supplying the hydrogen ready energy around 2.5 million ton DRI plant. And the most recent you might have seen in the news, this is ArcelorMittal, this Fasco. They have also chosen our energy round process for the DRI making. And there is one 20 seconds video clipping of what I have told.
Tenova iBlue, iron making reinvented. The only proven technology that allows the production of hot metal and pig iron while massively reducing CO2 emissions. Direct reduction, a proven process with decades of history for the production of high carbon DRI, and the arc furnace, the preferred technology for low emission hot metal production, are now combined into one integrated new process, iBlue. Iron ore pellets, either BF or DR grade, are progressively reduced from oxide to metallic iron, and then further converted to iron carbide. Reduced pellets with high carbon content proceed to the next step of transformation at the temperature of about 700 degrees Celsius. Hot pellets are gravity fed at a constant flow rate into the arc furnace, where they are melted by the electric arc. The result is two top quality products: hot metal to produce all grades of pig iron or to feed a downstream steel plant, granulated inert slag for the construction sector or other industries. 100% of the processed CO2 is selectively sequestered for storage or commercial use. Water vapor is also emitted from the process and is recovered as a cooling fluid. iBlue is H2 ready. No modifications or upgrades are needed to the equipment. H2 can be added in the makeup gas at any time and at any ratio, maintaining the maximum efficiency. When using 30% H2 and 70% natural gas, the resulting pig iron product keeps a carbon content of at least 3.5%. iBlue also allows the use of 100% H2 as the makeup gas. In such a case, the process emission is only water, and the final metal product is liquid iron. iBlue technology exceeds the scale of millions of tons per unit. Fossil-free steel production is real. Tenova.com.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. I think all the panelists deserve a big hand. From the point of view of decarbonization, they have covered almost all aspects of it. It is said that there are 5 R's for decarbonization. Either you refuse to use the technology. So you'll find construction nowadays going towards using wood because wood is the greenest available material. It is actually carbon negative than carbon positive. Reduce, reuse. You found our friend Mr. Harish talking about how you can reuse a whole lot of waste and you convert it from waste to wealth. I can vouch for it that you can convert about, if you have a 1 odd million tons of plant running, the waste can convert into almost $10 million per year to the bottom line. So it is a very, very important technology that Harish had covered. Then we had our friends from Dalmia and RHI talking about refractories. That's the basic requirement before you can start doing anything. But I was happy to see OCL focusing more on how to increase the life of the refractory, which is basically a process of using less to achieve results. And that's very important for decarbonization. And RHI, of course, took it to the next level of using all kinds of Industry 4.0, AI, and actually measuring the systems, the actual thicknesses, etc., to improve the life and reduce usage. So that was a fantastic presentation as well. And then, of course, Energiron under Praveen is given a fantastic presentation. Energiron today uses the highest amount of hydrogen in their process. And they are the only technology which can go right up to 100% hydrogen. Although if you use 100% hydrogen, you have to add carbon probably in the steel making stage. But that's a different view. Overall, it's a very it has been breaking ground and getting a lot of orders. So congratulations to you. Now we are running out of time. So if there are any questions, 1 or 2 questions we can take. Otherwise, we close the session.
All right. So I think, sir, now it's time for all the panelists to get the momentum by Mr. Ravi Singh. So I would like to request, sir, please honor them with the momentous. So we'll start with Sanatan Ganguly, the Vice President. Sanatan Ganguly, the Vice President. And a big round of applause for all the panelists over here for sharing their lovely, lovely thoughts about the development in steel and metal industry. The second name in the queue is Sanatan Hazra, the Vice President of Dalmia Bharat Refractories Limited. Sanatan Hazra. And Mr. Kopati? Is he? Oh, all right, all right. Mr. Lamo? You can take it on his behalf. Mr. Kopati. Yeah. The next is Mr. Lama, the head of APO and AI. Mr. Lama, congratulations to you, sir. The next one is Ms. Bruna Maya from Digital Solutions. Bruna Maya. Then the next one is Mr. Harish Bhatt, AGM Process and Technical Marketing from ERI Rich India Private Limited. And now the last one in the queue is Mr. Praveen Chaturvedi, the Vice President of Upstream Tenova Technologies Private Limited. Congratulations to all the speakers for sharing the wonderful thoughts and sharing their precious time with us. And now I would like to request Mr. Ravi Singh to conclude this session number 1 with his valuable thoughts and some wise words. Sir, over to you.
So we have concluded this session actually. As I said, it was a very good session for decarbonization perspective. Reduce usage, refuse usage is first. And I think India is several steps ahead in that. That is why our steel consumption is actually so low. Of course, reduce, which we saw a lot of focus today. Reuse, we saw a lot of focus today. And extend the life. Recycle also was talked about, both by refractory colleagues and by Eric, Harish. And then, of course, use a technology which is the greenest technology, which uses more of hydrogen. Let me say, at this stage, there's a lot of confusion in the world because we are trying to move towards hydrogen, because we feel hydrogen gives you water. But there's a whole lot of other thinking process coming up, whether pumping so much of waters into the atmosphere is not going to create its own problems, whether carbon dioxide is a better gas to emit than vapor is. So there is a lot of work still going on, but that's where, as humanity, it is our responsibility to ensure that that the Earth's global temperature does not keep rising. 1.5 is going to be breached. The new target is 2 degrees increase. It was more or less constant for hundreds of years, but after industrialization started about 150 years ago, it has been moving up, and that's not good. You must have heard in India, Sadhguru talking about soil issues. Temperature goes up, the soil bacteria die, you have a problem with agriculture. So it is a very important subject that we handle today. And I thank all the participants once again for their insights and for the valuable contributions for humanity going forward and for the Indian steel industry going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all the panelists and Mr. Ravi Singh, who was the session of the day for technical session number 1. Now to know the new mindsets, as we say that mindset is everything, and definitely it can bring lots and lots of wonders and make the impossible truly possible. So for starting with technical session number 2, that has been titled as Challenges and Opportunity in Coke Making, we are having the session manager, Dr. S.N. Rao, the ex-executive. All right. Sorry, session chairman, Dr. S.N. Rao, who's the Executive Director from Vizag Steel Plant. I would like to invite Dr. S.N. Rao. A big round of applause for him. Hello, sir. And the speaker for today's session number 2 would be D.P. Deshpande, the Director of ARC India. Mr. D.P. Deshpande. Oh, sorry, my bad. Agri India. And Mr. Zen Gyan Shi, the Managing Director of Acre India, would be joining us on Zoom call, I guess. All right. And the last person of this session would be J. Rajaraman, the Director of TVQ Coke Owen Consultants Private Limited. Mr. J. Rajaraman, kindly join us on the stage. A very big round of applause for all the people over here from Technical Session Part 2. And now over to Dr. S.N. Rao. Sir, kindly start the session and share your valuable thoughts. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Good afternoon to all of you. I think some tea has come, so everybody was active now. Actually, I came here as a delegate only to listen the 2047 target of 500 million tons and what are the challenges in it. I was listening to since morning, a lot of interactions are taking place. In fact, apart from the target, there is an additional responsibility on the steel industry, that is that net zero carbon rate. And that makes that our target a little difficult. However, we face so many challenges. We will face these challenges also. For this session, actually the chairman is Mr. D.K. Kundu. I think I am now stepping into his shoes. Morning, the two speakers, experts are there. Mr. D.P. Deshpande, Director, Acre India, and oh, he is not there. Mr. J. Rajaraman, Director, TVQ Coke. Yeah. So both are experts. And morning, Mr. Deshpande, as panel speaker, is talking about coal, imported coal, how to reduce the imports and increase these things. He is talking about it. And now he will be talking about the coke making technologies. So I request Mr. Deshpande to talk. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. As a part of my presentation, on behalf of Acre, the company from China which makes coke ovens technology, I represent them in India. So I'm going to speak on their behalf. The gentleman who was supposed to join from China, for some reason could not join, could not get connected. So I will take his responsibility of fielding on their behalf as well. There are two parts to this presentation. One is a short film, which in a way runs you through what is happening in the coke making technology. And the second is a presentation. I have picked up bits and pieces of the film as well as what they normally talk elsewhere, and I'm going to present them to you. So will you play the film first, or shall I make a presentation first? Play the film first.
Congratulations on the opening of Vision 24/7, Mission 500 million ton steel production, the journey ahead. Today, we are going to focus on three topics. Topic 1, agri-coking technology has contributed to the development of iron steel industry in high speed. Acre Coking and Refractory Engineering Consulting Corporation was founded in 1953. For the past 69 years, based on the rich engineering experience, we commissioned 2,000 coke batteries, both domestic and abroad. Acre has optimized the structure, process, and materials of coke oven and CDQ in combination with analog simulation technology and the development of new material and new technology, and has achieved significant improvements in aspects of larger capacity, lab extension, and environmental protection as a result of reaching international leading level. As illustrated in the above diagrams, the largest step charging coke batteries of 6.78 meters in the world, designed by Acre, was commissioned in 2019. And the total quantity of 38 batteries of such were designed and commissioned by Acre. Meanwhile, the total number of 18 batteries of 7.65 meters in top charging were designed and commissioned by Acre. At present, 2 batteries of 6.78 meters in step charging with 2 million ton coke per year and one largest CDQ in the world with 260 ton per hour are being designed by Acre for JSOL. The commissioning time is September next year, and it will be the first largest coke batteries of step charging in India. Now, let me introduce you Acre co-coking technologies. 1. Numerical analog simulation, realizing the target visualization from blindness. 2. State supply and low NOx combustion heating technology, realizing clean cooking. 3. Longitudinal gas flow distribution technology to improve the heat transfer efficiency of regenerator. 4. Stage supply code and control technology. 5. Combined technologies for coke oven seating. 6. Application of new type of refractories. In summary, Acre has already provided the cooking technologies in cleanliness, hygiene, and environmental protection. The largest coke battery in step charging and top charging were developed by Acre not only from the field calibration, but also from the practical experience of customers, domestic and abroad, as a result of avoiding the damage to the proper and extending the service life of coke battery. Topic 2. Acre future innovation on cooking technology will support India 2047 in aspects of energy saving, low consumption, environmental protection, and intelligent make. Acre Research and Development Direction for Future. Acre cooking technologies are developing in the direction of improving the efficiency of resources usage to the greatest extent, energy saving and emission reduction so as to realize the cooking technology in large capacity, new type, energy saving in high effectiveness and cleanliness. Acre is sparing no effort to build the Chinese national team in the world will be the largest, strongest, and best team of construction and operation in the cooking field. There are 5 main subjects for this topic. Today, I'd like to focus on 2.5, automation and intelligent make. Altogether, 13 items are in this part. For example, CPS plus NG, optimal control and management system of coke oven heating, and energy measurement management system are the most welcomed by the customers up to now. Topic 3. Acre will provide excellent service for customers to avoid the trouble after commissioning. Acre shall provide excellent plant-wide service for customers from preliminary study to commissioning. To serve customers well and to satisfy the goal is the driving force for Acre development. The essential services are as follows, but not limited to: service for design work, supervision service for project site, remote internet service for project site, plant-wide service for overseas project, technical training for overseas project, supporting service for remote site visit on internet for overseas project. ACR India is doing the supervision work at site in the model PT plus India engineer team to ensure the execution of the signed project by Acre. to transfer the proprietary technology from China to India local manufacturer gradually to improve their production capacity as to achieve the target of make and make in India. Only establishing of ACRI operation and maintenance company, ACRI will provide the technical support and service for the production, operation, and maintenance for overseas customers, including commissioning and stock, escorting production, production knowing, accident analysis, equipment inspection, spare supply, and so on. Teaching and manufacturing. On the principle of training the best brand influence, ACRI specialists have done a week of training for Tata Steel Limited in Jamspur for coke making and heating up in July 2019. From January to February 2022, ACRI has presented the latest technologies to the chief engineers of Tata Steel Limited around the world 3 times and received praise from them. ACRI has taken part in the exhibitions, both domestic and abroad, and has published the articles on the core magazines abroad about cooking technology. All the above promotional activities have driven the development of ACRI and stimulated the service for customers. Today, ACRI is making rapid progress in the direction of innovative ACRI, effective and energetic ACRI, digital ACRI, safe ACRI, and broad ACRI. We are confident that ACRI will definitely make contribution to the India Great Vision 24/7. The most
Thank you. The presentation is short, so you may not have to stay too long. Can we switch over to the presentation? Yeah. The next slide. Now these are some of the thoughts that ACRI has at the moment. Starting with the current production of around 40 million tons per annum from recovery and non-recovery coke ovens in India, and a current capacity about 50 million tons per annum of again recovery and non-recovery coke ovens. The product estimated requirement of coke is likely to be at 60 million tons in 2030 and 130 million tons in 2047 if the vision of the India 500 million tons goes through, or we can discount it to our level of factors. Now, the important point here is if we are tripling the capacity from 40 to 130, then this is the time to look for a good technology, because the things are going to happen in the next 10, 15 years. If we don't look at the technological aspects of coke making, good coke making, then we miss the bus. This is the important point. So ACRI has made advancement of technology. You saw something in the film and something as I'm going to draw your attention to. Next. Next slide. Yeah. A little bit of brief about ACRI, which you may not have captured earlier. It's a 1953 vintage premier design institute in China, coke making design institute. About 2,000 batteries under its belt, 1,300 engineers. Their offices at Dalian. Fundamentally, the carbonation technology hasn't changed much. It has remained what it was about 100 years ago as well. What has changed? What has changed is the looks, the efficiencies, the method of working, and things of that sort. The form that has changed. The technology is now more customer friendly. That's a direction of change over the last 50 years that it has captured. And also it is cost effective, environmental friendly, and energy efficient as compared to previous versions. So there are the advances in technology of coke making can be classified into 3 categories. One is the scale or the larger unit size as one part. Second is the life extension. Earlier, the coke ovens used to live for 20 years. Now they can live for 40, 50 years. That's the second change. And the third is the emission control. Cocos were typically notorious for or labeled as environmentally unfriendly technology. So that is getting changed over a period of time. So the fugitive emission control, the SOx, NOx control, the carbon dioxide control now, the resource efficiency, they are now getting into the picture. In the adjunct picture, there are technologies which Acre has to address all these things. They've been listed. Maybe we don't go through them one by one, but we'll deal with them as the requirement comes. So I just want to draw your attention. So this is the subject applies to both recovery as well as non-recovery coke ovens. The development of technology for larger capacity. I mentioned scale as one of the themes of technical advances. The largest stamp charge battery is 6.78 meters tall. Takes coal cake of around 57.65 tons and makes about 14,100 tons of coke per oven. Each battery can have up to 70 ovens. So it's about a 1 million ton capacity, one battery kind of a unit, which is there. When I joined coke making fields, we used to have coke oven batteries of 0.2 and 0.21 million ton per annum capacity units. So it's about 5-fold increase already taking place. The largest top charge battery, some people don't like stamp charge battery, largest top charge battery is 7.6 meter tall coke oven and makes close to about 15,000 tons of coke per oven per year. A 70 oven battery can make about 1 million ton, as I mentioned. The new additions to this coke making technology is the coke dry quenching. Most of you know the point here is about from 100 tons per hour of steam generation, when they have gone to 260 tons per hour of steam generation. So that's the kind of a technological advance in scale. Similarly, the heat recovery coke ovens have also moved into 4th generation. The technology developments for longer life, primarily the brickwork, the refractory usage, that is advanced. The adjunct picture shows some directions of advancements. There are fewer shapes of refractories have come into play, unlike in the past. So many shapes have got merged together. So construction cost of a battery has come down. The wall sealing, coke oven wall sealing has become superior because of the changes in design. The bracing and has been optimized, and therefore the Suga values for a coke oven battery have improved. And there is a stage heating which has underwent into the design, and therefore uniformity of temperature across the tall ovens, and therefore the control of nitrogen oxides or nitrogen dioxides has come into play. For the emission control, the fugitive emissions are being controlled primarily scaling up the operations. So the leaking surfaces from metal to metal contact, it has happened as we go forward, and therefore the emission has come down. So that's the primary input. The technology for emission control has also gone to staged heating. The air to supply ratio has underwent a change. Optimized sizing of gas passages inside the oven. This is recirculation hole in the heating chamber. People who are connected with cocos will appreciate this. Oven wall sealing, chamber pressure stabilization system, and bracing system, they have come to the picture. There is, in addition, there are superconducting silica bricks, floating particle insulating bricks, and glazed castables. There are new additions which are now taking roots in the advances in coke ovens technology. The crux of the subject is optimization of structure, process, and materials to deliver a higher customer value. So the exercise on optimization really comes from experience. over 2,000 coke oven batteries under the belt, and multiple stages of evolution of design taking place, the optimization has become a natural process. So digital simulation has aided them further. Yeah, I think these are the important points here. The CPS and the NG, the new generation coking chamber pressure stabilization system that has been added. And the last point I want to stress upon here is ACRE has an intent to sort of transfer the technologies into India. Efforts are on as to what can be done in India and how the work which was being done erstwhile in China can actually more and more proportions can be done in India. The film talked about customer support, but I would like to just mention the state-of-the-art control center in the Dalian office with a wall-size monitors have been installed. From there, they can actually virtually see any client's coke ovens and are able to intercept as well as bring it to the attention of the customer. So what needs to happen or what's going wrong, they can bring it out. ACRE is capable of supporting a client in operation and maintenance as well. Troubleshooting, process optimization. The film talked about training of the engineers of the customers. Since ACRE has almost 60% of the market share of coke making technology in the world, more than 60% actually, it will also offer supply chain solutions for customers in India. So in conclusion, briefly, work done in the design office and its validation in the field over a large number of cycles has led to optimization of the design in the interest of the customers. Multiple installations every year and also create the necessary changes in the entire supply chain for a quicker response. So that makes ACRE as a coke oven supplier nimble, technologically advanced, and responsive to customer requirements. I think that's it that I wanted to say. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer as the chairman allows. Thank you so much.
There is a question. Can somebody pause?
Yeah. The technical names for the oven pressure stabilization processes. So I don't recall the long form myself actually speaking at the moment. Anybody knows? Coking chamber pressure stabilization system. Yeah. Anything else? Maybe we can handle it in course of time.
Thank you, Deshpande ji. Yeah, this coke making technology where the process optimization and also at the same time achieving higher output is also necessary. And now we are going to listen to Mr. Rajaraman, TVQ Coke, on the India met coke demand. Mr. Rajaraman.
Good evening, everybody. So we are representing TVQ Coke Oven Consultant. So our presentation on India mid coke demand 2030. So later we will address 2047 also. We will include some portion on that. So this is a general process and product and coke and power parts. Generally potential loss, waste heat recovery is our main agenda in our design. So this is the scenario, current scenario. So world coke making capacity around 644, whereas China alone 440 million ton. And India production capacity is 37. Out of 37, 4 million ton is merchant coke plant, where we play very high margin role. And by 2030, so the requirement will be 90 to 95. The reason is being the new capacity addition, steel capacity addition will be mostly on the BF route. Electrical portion will be lesser. Maybe after 2030, the additional 200 million ton maybe on green energy side or alternate energy side. Whereas on demand supply side, so world trade around 25 million surplus coke is available, and China alone have 7 to 8 million ton, whereas India import 3 to 4 million ton. It is next impossible to meet the additional requirement of 50 to 55 million by 2030. So there is no option to make our coke in India because there is no surplus coke will available in India, in world. So there are some issues on consumer side. There are some issue on producer side. Some solution also available. So based on our 30-year experience in coke oven design and coke oven operation and coal blending R&D, we conclude these are all the points. So coke rate always the issue in steel making. So we address that also. Demand supply cap, imports at a volatile price. And there is one more hidden problem is the multiple handling degraded import coke cost impact. And producers merchant coke plant seasonal operation due to various reasons. Economical viability, volume, and the technology of plant, coal blending option, and some solutions. Stamp charge coke making technique. NR heat recovery route is the best option in our view. Energy efficient stamp charge coke oven at controlled capex. So we highlighted here controlled capex. Reduction of coal blending cost through R&D and custom-made products. So this is coke oven technology available presently for India and worldwide. And what is the cost of technology and the value addition through that technology? First, second, and third. First two is the imported version. First one is recovery, full part or full. And the second one is the NR heat recovery, imported version. Third one is our approach, NR heat recovery, waste heat recovery. So basic version, the first row is a basic version, minimum battery size. Second, minimum capacity for the economical operation. Third one is project cost. Very interesting point here to note, particularly for the Indian coke makers. The cost is a very important factor. 1.5, 1.8, where the contribution is ROI on the capex by capex. So, which is higher in the waste heat recovery route. So, charging type, first one is a gravitational and a stamp charge, both option available. Second is stamp charging option available. Third one is also stamp charging. Byproduct, first one is chemical and gas is available. Second and third, waste heat recovery. So WHR potential, first one is part gas recovery for the heating purposes. Second one is anything 550 to 675 units per ton of coke is available. The units, what we mentioned here, it is a practical data collected from the market at the current scenario, where our approach is 700 to 725, anything 5 to 15% higher energy efficient than any other WHR available in India. Coal blend limited, because of the vertical oven, there is some limitation in the blending due to wall pressure limitation, everything. Whereas in WHR, this NR heat recovery, the wide coal blend is acceptable, that we are approaching. This is a general coke making process. After coke making, waste heat recovery is being generated for the power generation. Now, what is our approach? Lowest investment, NR HR heat recovery, stamp coke oven, energy efficient, high waste heat recovery, long life coke oven assets. Second, low coal blend cost. This is operation part. Low operation cost, high strength of met coke. Here we are mentioning high strength of met coke, high CSR. When we achieve high CSR at NRHR coke oven, so it will useful for higher where we can inject maximum PCI, which required 65 to 68 CSR, which is available in our version. Lowest financial cost and the highest contribution, value-added interlinked process. Recently, we advised two of our clients to add 2 more projects, value-added process, to use the captive power to maximize the revenue through the value-added process. This is the concept commissioning, our approaches, right from design, operation, machine, stamping, everything, punching machine, coal blending advisor, highest lifespan cocoa one, lowest coal blend cost in any peer industry, waste heat recovery, power plant. On the other side, advisory training, we are doing advisory and training also for the NRHR cocoa one, various advisory available. And all the detail available in our brochure we provided in the morning. So this is our presentation. So our approach towards coke making in India, make in India concept. So making the coke through NRHR with maximum energy efficient recovery at affordable price. Our simple concept to make the coke affordable to the Indian steel industry. What we ensured our recent clients almost to 2,000 to 2,500 rupees cost cutting we ensured through the lesser capex and coal blending advices and the energy efficient, which make some sense on the coke making. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajaramanji. I think what he has now he has stressed upon the cost optimization with special emphasis on non-recovery. Thank you.
Well, I would just like to say great words, great thoughts, and definitely greater vision. When it all combines, it becomes really great to listen to great dignitaries like you. A big round of applause for 3 of them over here. And now I would like to request Dr. S.N. Rao to honor both of our speakers. So now it's time to honor, first of all, Mr. D.P. Deshpande, the Director of ACRE India. Mr. D.P. Deshpande. Congratulations, sir. Dr. S.N. Rao. And now the second one is Mr. J. Rajaraman, the Director of TVQ Coke Oven Consultants Private Limited. All right. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time for us to felicitate Mr. S.N. Rao by Pradipta Sen Gupta, sir. Congratulations to you and a big round of applause once again for all the people from Technical Session Part 2. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving your valuable time to us. And now we are heading towards the last session, which is the third. Thank you, sir. Which is the third and last session of the day. And the title of it is Cost-Effective Technology for Primary and Secondary Steelmaking, Continuous Casting and Endless Rolling. And this session will be led by the chairman, Mr. Andrea Disparo, the vice president. Mr. Andrea Disparo, the vice president of. A very big round of applause for this talented person. Hi, sir. Good evening. So without wasting any further time, I would like to call all the speakers from part 1 and part 2. The part 1 would be all about flat and long rolling. The first speaker for the day would be Manoranjan Ram, Vice President, Sales and Marketing. Mr. Manoranjan Ram, Vice President, Sales and Marketing from Delhi, India Limited. The second person for this thing is Rajesh Kumar, Country Business Manager. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, the Country Business Manager. Kalprisa from the company Kalprisa. The third would be Michael Eigner, R&D engineer at ESW. Mr. Michael Eigner, R&D engineer at ESW. And the next one, Bernager, Mr. Christian Bernager, ESW, from ESW, Christian Bernager. All right. And from the same queue, we are calling Mr. Thomas Trickle. Mr. Thomas Trickle, R&D, Essenberg and E. Wenberg AG, from the company Essenberg and E. Wenberger AG. The last from part 1 is Dr. Matthias Erle. Dr. Matthias Erle, VP, BU Metals, EMG, Automation, GmbH. All right, a big round of applause from all the speakers who are going to share their valuable thoughts. And now it's time to call upon all the people from part 2 who will be speaking on cost-effective steel making solution. And the first person from the queue is Mr. Jaspreet Singh, the manager. Mr. Jaspreet Singh, the manager from Engineering Nippon Steel Engineering India Private Limited. A big round of applause from Mr. Jaspreet Singh. And the next one is Dr. Andrei Fedosov. Dr. Andrei Fedosov. With that, Henin Lam. Mr. Henin Lam from the company Hogo Mybitch. Mr. Henin Lam and Dr. Andrei Fedosov. Hugo Maybach Company. All right. And the next person we are calling upon is Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director from Eastern Equipment and Engineers Private Limited. Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director from Eastern Equipment and Engineering Private Limited. The last but not the least, the person for the day would be Keshav Beriwala, the Director from Sharma Steel Industry. Mr. Keshav Beriwala, the Director from Sharma Steel Industries. If you can hear me, please come on stage. All right, so here are the final panelists for the final session of the day. A very big round of applause that we'll be hearing some great things from them about steel and metal industry. So now it's over to Mr. Andrea Despacaro, the session chairman. So, sir, we would like to hear from you and from rest of our panelists. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I believe this is one of the most important panel. We say the last, the best at the last. I mean, everybody is excited due to the elimination of the export duty by the government, but this, I mean, will not eliminate the fact that in order to be, let's say, successful, the steelmakers have to be competitive. So I think during this session, we will see what everybody here on this floor will propose, will, let's say, will explain to us, will present in order to improve the competitiveness of the steelmakers. So we will try to do it fast. The time is running against us. They are already dismantling everything outside. So I kindly ask to everybody to try to be as fast as possible so we can complete the session before they kick us out of the exhibition. So I will start with Mr. Manorajam Ram, Vice President and Sales and Marketing of Danieli India. He will be presenting MIDA, a disruptive innovation in long rolling technology. Please, Mr. Ram, the floor is yours.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, there is a time pressure, as Mr. Diaspora said. So Mr. Andrea Diaspora, the chairman of the session, and my fellow panelists on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must thank you for giving a patient hearing till the end of the session. And I will run you through a technology which is already in place. And this revolutionary technology started in the year 2000. And today, by the year 2022, we have already 22 number of plants across the world. And this technology, we call it is a disruptive innovation because this technology has replaced the earlier semi-endless concept of long product rolling. So MIDA, that is micro mill Danieli, MIDM, MI stands for micro and DS stands for Danieli. And I will run you through very fast. In fact, I'll let you know that what are the Danieli vision as far as tackling the emissions, and then a brief about this disruptive technology. So the key pillars to tackle emission as far as Danieli is concerned, we focus on carbon, water conservation, energy efficiency, carbon capture and reuse, and digitalization. So out of all the six, I will focus on the circular economy. How the circular economy can be implemented or has been implemented in the various parts of the world, and also it is getting implemented in India with the new technology called MIDA. So this is a familiar slide which most of you must be acquainted with. And as such, in India, the blast furnace and BOF route is the prevalent route, and which will also remain prevalent or in coming years as well. But as Danieli, what we are seeing that going forward, because of the pressure on the environment, we find that the blast furnace BOF route will go, and the scrap-based electric arc furnace route will coexist. And it is exactly matching with the panel which was there in the morning, and most of the panelists, they also mentioned that going forward in India, the share of blast furnace BOF and the electric arc furnace route will become 50-50. And most likely, the coal-based, the induction furnace routes will become obsolete, and the medium steel sector or the small steel sector, they will migrate to the electric arc furnace route. So this is endless scrap charging plus DG-melter we call as a technology of our electric arc furnace. And it is a part of the electric arc furnace where you have a horizontal charging, and there is in fact no bucket is there. So the horizontal charging, in fact, the main benefit is that you could able to preheat the scrap by around 250 to 300 degrees centigrade. And also here you have a flexibility to use the varieties of scrap. Now the electric arc furnace, we all get afraid of electric arc furnace because it is an energy guzzler. So it is because of that what we have done, that our electric arc furnace, we call it Q1. Q1 stands for the power factor is nearer to 1. Around it is 0.96 or 0.97. And the electric arc furnace of the MIDA plant is fired through IGBT. There is no furnace transformer. And this is the, this is called Q1. And you will see that here there is no furnace transformer is there. And the furnace transformer, in place of the furnace transformer, you have the thyristors and inverter is there. So the AC, the AC current is converted to the DC through IGBT. And then the DC is again converted to AC, so that the electric arc furnace is not getting any influence on the dirty bus bar. And by controlling the frequency, we could able to also control the current, and hence there is a energy optimization possible in this Q1 based electric arc furnace. And the interesting part is that the entire energy for this electric arc furnace can be fed through renewable energy. And it is It's not that only in theory. In fact, in Pacific Steel in US, we have taken up a project where we are building a endless rebar mill, and there the electric arc furnace is fed through the renewable energy. So now I'll explain you a flow diagram that what is this MIDA actually. Most of you are conversant with this scrap-based melt shop, and then you have an electric arc furnace, then ladle furnace, and then the billet caster, and then the rebar mill. So this is the usual conventional process from scrap to billet and billet to finished product. But in MIDA, you have only one product, and that is rebar. You put the scrap and get the rebar within 2 hours, and that is called MIDA. So because of, there is no reheating furnace, because, billet is not there, and billet is directly feeding to the mill stand, and hence the total energy savings in this process is around 420 kilowatt hour per ton. And mainly it is happening because there is a preheating in the horizontal preheating of the scrap, and then because there is no reheating furnace, and also here there is a lot of savings in the energy. So if you say that the endless MIDA, why you should prefer an endless casting and rolling? Because today we have in the blast furnace and BOF based, the total amount of carbon, is coming around a highly optimized carbon, where there is a coke rate or PCI rate around 220 or 230 kg per ton of hot metal. The carbon footprint is coming around 2.2 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel. But if you take a MIDA, which is so instead of 2.2 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel, you can have a carbon footprint of 0.3 only. And in case of hybrid MIDA, that means if the plant is fed through the renewable energy, the CO2 will become 0.2. So that means from 2.2 tons, the carbon footprint is coming to 0.2. So this is a technology which can offset the existing integrated steel plant carbon dioxide production with a very low level of CO2 footprint. And with this vision, keeping this thing in mind, one of the integrated steel plant producer, Tata Steel, is going ahead with this endless technology in Ludhiana, and they're setting up a 750,000 tons per annum, 750,000 tons per annum, expandable to 900,000 tons per annum MIDA plant. So Tata's vision is to repeat such type of plants in north, south, east, and west. So this is how the MIDA plant is being accepted as a technology which can coexist in an integrated steel plant configuration. And also, if you remember, in the morning, Mr. Daispar also mentioned that going forward, there will be a regionalization of the scrap. And this is the technology which can use the scrap which is generated in a region. You put up a MIDA plant and sell the rebar, depending upon what type of construction or what type of infrastructure development it is coming up. So this is just a process flow, which is BOF-based plant. A MIDA plant can also coexist. So these are the overall references. As I already told you, this is not a new technology, but in India, at least we are happy that Tata Steel has accepted this technology as a very, after thorough investigation about this technology, and they are putting up this thing in Ludhiana. So in this picture, you will find that in most of the plants we are having in US and also in Europe, and we have one in China, that is 1.4 million ton in Pinggang, single strand. So I'll show you a picture where you will find, it's a video from Newcar, and you will find a MIDA plant, single strand caster, octagonal, 380,000, of course. Sound, please. So Start. Maybe sound, there is some problem, but nevertheless, this is a plant in Newkirk, Florida. Yeah. No problem, I can describe. I think there is some problem in the audio system, but I can explain. I can run you through. This is a 380,000 tons per annum MIDA plant, endless casting and rolling, and this is based in Newkirk, Florida, and it is a very compact plant. So you can see the plant from the video, and yeah. So the such site of MIDA plant, in an Indian context, you can build it within 20 acres of land. So 380,000 or 400,000 tons per annum. But if you move towards 1 million ton, maybe you need 80 acres or 100 acres of land. So this is endless scrap charging and creating area. So this is absolutely, there is no bucket charging, and the conveyor charging is there, and no cranes are there. In fact, there is a ladle car in which the arcing is taking place, and entire plant is being controlled in the only one operator pulpit. And yeah, this is 40-ton electric arc furnace, and this is also based in Q1 technology. And then you will find that then you will find the casting and rolling. So endless casting, and then and it is like the casting is taking place like a zoom. It's around 8.5 or 9 meters per minute. And while the casting is taking place, before it enters into the rolling mill, we have a small induction furnace. But this induction furnace is used only during the starting process. And after that, induction furnace is switched off, and it's like a cruise, in the casting, it moves into the rolling mill, and then that means it is 18-stand rebar mill. And here the billet size is 130 into 130 square, but it is an octagonal caster also. So this is a bundling area. So this is how actually, just the purpose of showing the video is that a single strand caster can produce rebars. That means starting from the scrap to rebar, you have only one strand caster, and already technology is developed in such a way that in a single strand caster, we can achieve around 1 million ton rebar. And the roadmap, what we think towards green steel is that, of course, in India, the DRP, the direct reduced iron and electric arc furnace route, which will use the natural gas or hydrogen or reformed coke oven gas, along with the Q1 and DG melter technology, is one of the proven option for India. And in fact, this MIDA plant is one of the plant which can offset the carbon footprint and which can help us to honor our commitment in the COP27. So Indian integrated steel producers, they should adopt this MIDA plant which should run in conjunction with the blast furnace and BOF route. And for the secondary steel producer or the medium and secondary steel producers, they can migrate to the MIDA technology, in which it is also capex wise, it is not very high capex sensitive. To give you a rough estimate, for a 1 million ton integrated steel plant in a blast furnace and BOF route, as you saw in the first half also, you need minimum $1 billion investment. So, or if you do and brownfield also, even if it will cost around 6,000 crores. Okay, so if you have some land or if you already you have some infrastructure, but a MIDA plant of 1 million ton, a MIDA plant of 1 million ton versus a long product plant with blast furnace BOF route, it is just 50% of the total capex. Like for example, I can give you a thumb rule. The Tata Steel Ludhiana plant, which will be built with this technology, the total capex is a greenfield project would be approximately 3,000 crores. But if you build a 1 million ton or the similar type of capacity what Tata is building with blast furnace and BOF route, it will cost you 6,000 crores. So the point is that it is capex is optimized, and also there is an OPEX benefit. In comparison to semi-endless versus this endless, you are getting $10 per ton benefit only on the conversion cost. So from the capex and OPEX and CO2 reduction from all the fronts, this is a technology which will prove the pathway for India in coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. So recycling policy is and will be more and more, let's say, an opportunity instead of an issue. So we discussed today in the morning about the scrap availability and the importance that all the steelmakers should give to the scrap availability for their future expansion plans. So the news that there is also one reputable company choosing such technology, I think will also, let's say, fall into some other entrepreneur to follow the same route. So let's move to the second presentation. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Country Business Manager, India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia from Calfreeza. So he will present the conservation of energy and role of Calfreeza. So Mr. Kumar, the floor is yours.
Okay. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. So, first of all, I would like to thank you on behalf of Calfreeza Spain to listen us upon the conservation of the energy. When we are preparing a roadmap to reach 500 metric ton of steel by 2047, energy is going to one of the critical matter to be handled with. Presently, in India, 6.5 gical per ton is the consumption in the steel making process, while the leading manufacturer had achieved around 4.5 gical. Sure, there are many places from where we can recover those energy. So, as you can see, 6 to 6.5 gical per ton of crude steel, and while we are 4.5 to 5, so it is very high. We are using too much energy for the same processes. This is more significant that 70% of the total energy consumed in steel production are in terms of thermal. First of all, during 1980s, one renowned combustion engineer, Charles C. Buckle, who was part of the North American manufacturing company, he was head of R&D. Mr. Charles C. Buckle, in association with Tokyo Gas Japan, first thought about the conservation of the energy in some different methods, either by regenerative or by recuperative. Another combustion engineer, W. Trink, made a thesis over it on later dates, and he saw this. You can see this is the gross fuel input to the furnace, to a combustion chamber, and useful heat is even less than the heat we are throwing in flue gas. W. Trink mentioned it in his book, Industrial Furnaces, Volume 5. This thesis was noted also by US. Now, you see, if you use a recuperator, a good recuperator is not just a tube bundle. It have a lot of technology behind it. So if you use a recuperator, you see the value of energy which is coming back. So we save a lot of energy by using an exchanger in the system. Now, how we are doing it, how we are making it. It is not just we make a tube bundle, we just simply calculate it. We need to understand the real situation of the plant. Real understanding of the situation will give us the better idea how to design, how to improve. So in order to redesign and re-improve, we need to have a research and development wing. Now, this is one more critical condition for the roadmap of 500 metric ton steel, that Indian leading manufacturers are still not investing much energy, much money in R&D divisions. I was in discussion with Tata Steel team yesterday, and they invited our R&D team to come to Tata Steel to discuss upon the savings of the energy. I will discuss with my management that we can bridge up the gap and let in our R&D team come to Tata Steel and have a discussion with the R&D team of Tata Steel. And this initiative can be taken with all leading manufacturers, JSW, JSPL, and many more. So we are one of the leading manufacturer of recuperators in the world, heat exchangers in the world. We have our location in Zaragoza, Spain, but very soon, in early next year, we shall be having a manufacturing partner in India to cater the services of the steel industry in India. So we have 50 years of industrial experience. We have a R&D team to focus on the future technology for the better energy world. And we are collaborated with University of Zaragoza for further developments. We offer design and manufacturing of not only new recuperators for different processes, but a real upgradation based on the situation, based on the calculations, based on our R&D observations. Consultancy. We are also providing consultancy services, how we can save more energy from existing system. We have a design team. We have a separate service and consulting department, R&D wing, 2 manufacturing units in Zaragoza, and a new tie-up in India will be coming in month of April, March or April. Indian manufacturing, yes, in collaboration with an experienced local company in India. Our commitments, even for Indian company, it will be European design, our quality control, assembly and fabrication shall be in India. So these are the convection recuperator, what we make, not only air recuperator, but U-tube recuperator for DRI plants. You see, these are all U-tube recuperators at our factory in Zaragoza, Spain. This is the DRI with Mithres technology. We are supplying a lot in Iran, in US. Also, we had got good orders from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel for supply of these modules. So we supply these entire module along with cachings, piping, engineering, everything. This is the top achievements what we able to achieve in this year 2022. We are thankful to the companies who shown their confidence in Calfrecia. We got the order sets from JSW Bellary, 2 sets from Tata Kalinganagar, ArcelorMittal processing lines, which is coming, and also from the DRA units of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. I'm not taking much time, and these are our prestigious customers around the world. And you can please communicate me for any further communication. My address is given. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Thank you very much. So Calfrisa is a well-known brand all over the world. I think it's amongst the world leader for the production of recuperator and process gas heater. So let's go to the next one. The company ESW. So we have 3 speakers, Michael Einer, Christian Bergner, and Thomas Trickl. Okay, Thomas Trickl, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this conference. Welcome to our speech. Due to the fact that we are quite short in time, I'm going to rush through to our presentation. Our company's name is ESW, means Eisenwerk Sulzerwerf. We are located in Austria, and we are, how is that thing working? Well, it is working. We are producing work rolls for hot strip mills. So this is the main application. We also are producing some rolls for the coal mill industries in terms of backup rolls for skin pass mill, but our main product is rolls for the hot mills. So I will give you a short introduction about who we are, about what we are doing. And the first pictures of this roll in the snowy mountains just beside our production factories. This is not a photo made by Photoshop. So we are really located in the mountains, and this is our home, just in the heart of Austria, which is also located in the heart of Europe. So we are in the center of Europe, and this is our our only production facility where we are producing work rolls that we are exporting to the whole world. We have customers in almost in all continents on the world, and we are exporting 89% of our products to the world. Yes, this is our production facilities. You see the mountains just aside, a little snow on it, and but I'm going to rush through these slides. Our valued customers, as I said before, we are working with all well-known steel producers in the flag sector all over the world, and also in India. So in the middle of this slide, you can see the main producers located in India, like JSW, like Tata, like Jindal Stainless, like Jindal Steel and Power, like ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel, India, and Uttam, as well as SAIL. And we are also, India's ranking on the 3rd position as concerns our net sales by country from the last year. So we are producing around 12% of our goods already to India. So India is a really strong market for our company. Our valued customers in India are just the same like shown before on the slide. And what is also seen here on this slide is this small green W's letters that you can see on the map of India. And this is our locations. We are trying to introduce a huge service to all our valued customers within India. We are introducing service centers as close as possible to our customers to be able to react quickly to any needs that our customers are having. And just to give you some facts about, let's say, I mean, when I went to this conference, the figures of 500 million tons in 24/7, this is just, let's say, such a huge number that is hardly understandable for us. This is the production volume of flat steel products in India from 2016 to 2021. So we have around, in the last year, 2021, a total production of flat of 53 million tons. Just to compare our production size, we have a total production force of 21,000 tons. This is just the same or equals to 2,200 rolls. So let's say the sizes or the dimensions, this is a different order of magnitude. So you could ask, how can we fit, how can such a small company like ESW producing rolls with 20,000 tons roundabout, how can that fit into this philosophy of having 500 million tons in India? And but if you, let's see, we have to break it down a little. The total roll consumption in the hot sector is around 2,500 of supplying the full need of Indian hot or plate rollers with our product. So let's say this relation is a little better than the one from the pure production figures. Just to the history, our history is rather very long, as you have seen on the first slide. We have celebrated 250 years anniversary just this year, and we were founded in 1770. The first rolls we casted in 1850. This is also quite a long time ago, and we have a rather long export tradition to Asia. So you can see on this picture, this is one of our first transports of an working roll to Taiwan, and also with India we have a strong relationship. As early as 1955, our former CEO, this is already more than 70 years ago, Dr. Emil Weinberger, who is the father of our current CEO, he was guest of Naval Tata, and since then we joined some relationships with India, first with Tata, and then increased or spread to all the other steel producers that emerged during or from that period on. And at the moment, we are quite a reliable partner to the full steel industry in India. What can be our contribution to the market? So as I said before, we are a rather small company. We are only supplying rolls. I mean, a roll is a tool. You purchase it as rather as a spare part. Although it's only a very simple form. It's only some kind of cylindrical body. But please never forget a working roll for the hot strip mills and not for the plate mill. This is a high-tech tool. So it's not just an easy cylinder. It's really high-tech that is behind, although it's maybe not to be seen on the first sight. So what is our contribution? We try to be as close as possible to the customers. We are building up our branches with a headquarter in Delhi, branches in Jamshedpur, Bhubaneswar, Bellary, Mumbai, Surat, and Rourkela. So this means everywhere where the steel is produced, there we are also. We try to work as eco-friendly as possible. Our location is within a beautiful landscape, and we try to preserve this landscape also to our kids and their kids. So this means we are working responsibly, we're sourcing responsibly, we have a high recycling ratio within our production, and also have a rather small carbon footprint of only 63 kilograms per ton of finished roll. We are Kaizen benchmark leaders within our branch. This means we are doing lots in improvement processes, and also our research and development quota is, let's say, as an average from the past 5 years at 3% of our total turnover. And the future increase, because this will be a topic, as I said before, our production just would be sufficient to serve the Indian market at the moment. This means in 30 years, you need even 5 times higher number of rolls in the Indian market. We at least will try to increase our future production to at least 10,000 tons, or at a number of at least 10,000 tons, increasing our total capacity at 50%. Our technical support, this is what we can do for the customer. This is visit, this is being fast in troubleshooting, tailoring the rolls for our customers. We provide, let's say, 3 main groups of materials, but we provide at least 25 different grades to our rolls, and we select the appropriate grade for our customers so that they fit the best for their process. And also we have a high competence in our product metallurgy. We have competence in plant building and also in the process technology. And this all is also, let's say, this is all our knowledge is inserted into the rolls that we are selling to our customers. Just a few words to the product. So as I said, we are providing mills to the plate mills, so roughing, finishing stands, as well as stacking mills, and also a small portion is backup rolls to the skin pass mills in cold sections. And again, I said we provide everything from ICDP, from standard ICDP, enhanced graphite HSS over all the chrome varieties that are on the market, up to the semi-HSS qualities, just as our customers demand what they need is. Okay, now I will hand over to my colleague, Mr. Michael Eigner. He will give you some insights on our process and on the products.
Thank you, Thomas. Now we're coming to the more technical part. At first, I want to introduce our production process. So we pour the liquid shell in a horizontally rotating mold. After the solidification of the shell material, the mold and the solidified shell is placed in number 2 on the mold of the next, the later roll. And in point 3, we pour the core in a static casting process. As Thomas said before, we do have three main types of rolls, and in these types we also have different grades. Especially for our chrome grades, we start with the chromia. Chromia is special for, or is known as low carbon, low chrome, going up to nearly 20% of chrome in our chromaxa. And briefly to the pictures, in black you can see the matrix, mainly martensite, and in white the carbides. And there are only 6 pictures, but we have in our chrome grades, chrome family, 10 different types. And our goal is, or we want to find the best quality, the tailor-made quality for our customer. The same also for the indefinite ICDP grades. That ICDP is a different system, alloying system. As you can see, now we have 3 pictures. Again, an etched picture. Same with black is matrix, white are carbides. Then the unetched picture where we have graphite and the well-known hardness drop of the ICDP. And with increasing alloying equivalent within our ICDP family, the hardness drop is nearly a horizontal line on the left-hand picture. We are also strong in R&D. We have 2 big European funded projects at the moment. One deals with HSS, one with highly alloyed ICDP alloys, also well known as graphitic HSS. And today I want to present the goals, the 2 goals of our graphitic HSS grade. The first goal is to build up a deeper knowledge in oxidation and corrosion, as well as in wear mechanism, to support the customer as good as we did also in the past. And the second goal is to develop a new shell material which has the highest roll surface quality, homogeneous wear surface, and then good wear performance. We work with well-known R&D partners, for example, CRM, the most important R&D research center in Europe, which deals or in the steel industry. We are also on site. In the pictures, you can see us with our latest generation of the portable microscope, where we investigate the rolls to get results as soon as possible. The graphitic HSS, as you can see here in this picture, has a homogeneous microstructure, well-balanced carbide types, also special carbide types, which can only be seen in the SEM investigation, homogeneous and nodular graphite. With the surface quality, we are quite happy with the graphitic HSS. So this picture was taken after a standard campaign. And also the wear performance is really good. You can see an increase of nearly 100% from our standard ICDP to 1 mm. And that is the last picture of mine. I want to say thank you to all of you. And if you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your presentation. We can see there is a lot of research and development behind this material, and the consumables are very important for the competitiveness in the production. And we will definitely join you for skiing. Yeah. Thank you very much. So let's proceed now with the next one. Mr. Vikas Agrawal, Managing Director, Eastern Equipment and Engineers. He will present the upgraded replacement recuperators. Please, Mr. Agrawal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I have the controls on this, or do you play that?
Just a second, Mr. Agrawal. So our friend from ESW, they have to leave. We thank them for the presentation. They have to catch a flight. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice flight.
Sir, before you leave, we want to give you the appreciation token, the mementos. I would like to invite Mr. Andrew. Sir, please come and felicitate them before they go. All right, the team members of ESW, please come ahead. Mr. Michael Igier, the R&D engineer at ESW. Congratulations to you, sir. Mr. Thomas E. Eisenberg and E. Webinar AG. Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Christian Benniger. Mr. Christian Benniger, ESW. From ESW, Mr. Christian Benniger, congratulations to you. A big round of applause for all the people from ESW. And the last one is Mr. Michael Agner. Thank you so much, sir, for your precious time and all the best for your visionary ideas. That is for, I think, 24/7, yeah. Bye. All right, we are continuing with the rest of the people after this. So as we are running late of the time. So you can start up.
So, Mr. Agarwal, please.
Yeah. Continue, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
No.
Thank you so much.
So good afternoon, gentlemen. I promise to keep this short because I can see we are all very, very eager and want to leave as fast as possible. There was a movie that we had to play. We'll drop that movie and then go straight because my very old friend Rajesh has already done that work for me to introduce you to what a recuperator already does. What we are here to talk about is what's new in this recuperator field. It's been around for donkey's numbers of years. He talks of trains, this, that, whatever. They are 50, we are 40, whatever, does it make sense? So, does it play from here? Okay. So, I'll jump straight to my topic. What's new in recuperators? It's been there for 40 years plus around. So what's new, gentlemen, is the new levels of air preheats that we do. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So hot air temperatures of 900 degrees centigrade. What does this mean? For every 18 degrees, or for easier understanding, every 20 degrees centigrade rise in the air temperature, we get a 1% saving. So with 900, we get 45 degrees centigrade. Along with this, we are now reaching air preheats of 400 degrees for the BFG and or any other fuel gas mix that we do. There's again nothing new on this. Only whenever we were doing it all these years, the life of the recuperator was something which was not around. The combustion equipment which would take those temperatures were now not around. They are now there. The highest that was ever attempted very regularly was about 700 degrees centigrade. To go back, I said we are doing now 900 degrees. Imagine, gentlemen, we were stuck at 600, 640, 650. 700 was what was done in Turkey by the furnace company Fives. The only problem that used to happen was those recuperators used to burn out very fast. So the company Isdemir came to us with this challenge. Can you replace these recuperators? We took on the challenge, replacing European manufacturer and then that of a Korean manufacturer. The company was so skeptical. They said, we only give you the order if you give us a 5-year bank guarantee for this. Gentlemen, the previous recuperators had not lasted more than 5 years. So they said, Indian company, recuperator manufacturer, okay, 5 years is what you take. So we took that, gentlemen. We are on the 4th year, but already they have given us the order for the next furnace. It's installed, running, and how confident we are of our product. What happened after that? In India also, we had this holy grail called 650. The first break we again got from Tenova. They said 670 normal air preheats, 710 max preheat. So Jindal Stainless, Jajpur, the 300 ton per hour stainless steel furnaces, they have a 670 degree air preheat. Then we, this got stuck. Yeah. Similar, we have done for the process lines along with standards for Jindal Stainless again. The you can see that the recuperators, that is an actual photograph of a man along with the recuperators. They are that tall. It is to show how compact a recuperator can be. That yes, here also we will be recovering 92% of coming out. We go back to that one norm somebody used earlier during the session today, sir. It said refuse, reduce, reuse. Refuse, my friend from Danieli has already said, we are a dying breed. The furnace will go out, we'll also go out. So that will be the refuse. Till we get to the refuse, we'll do the reduce and the reuse. So the reuse is here, 93% is what we are going to recover. Similarly, we have done for the continuous color coating lines. Here again, this is a replacement of a plate heat exchanger for the paint fume incineration. We are going to recover 87% of the heat, and that is no plate heat exchangers. These are elliptical tube heat exchangers, a development on whatever has been happening around the world. And similarly, we have JSW for the Bhushan plant. The air and gas recuperators again are such that we would have a flue gas outlet temperature somewhere in the range of just below 200, within 200 degrees centigrade. So we have the minimum outlet going out. There will be more which come in every month as we go forward. But again, let's show what else of doing hot air temperatures, new furnaces, everything else. What else? Higher recoveries. We just talked about that. That yes, everybody does high recovery. We also do that. What's new? We will do it. We are doing it more and more for the existing installations. Old furnaces, we are not going to just wish them away today, tomorrow, or in not very near future. Tata Steel, the new bar mill, it has run with our recuperators for about 15 years now. I'm not very sure about the number 12 or 15. I'm confusing on that. But when they came back recently to us, we said, look, gentlemen, it was designed for X number of tons. Can we increase the capacity? We said, yes. We can increase the capacity, take a higher air preheat, and increase the capacity by 15%. Along with that, what we throw in is 2% lesser fuel consumption. This all started with the great L&M group. It was at Ispat, Indonesia. The year was 2002. We had just given them a recuperator for the Caribbean plant. Coming from all the way from India, we had done a beautiful replacement. And they said, we then approached them for a small plant, which was the mother plant of Indonesia or the L&M group. We said, sir, we want this order. Give us the chance again. He said, okay, I give you the order with one condition. 30% more production is what I want. I'm getting Fives combustion to do the furnace for me. So you give me on the recuperator side 30% to support 30% more production, 30% higher air preheat, and the biggest thing, it has to be done in the existing space. We took the challenge, and this is what we delivered way back in 2002. The air preheat, it was increased from 350 to 455. The last 5 has a story behind this. He said, I told you 30, so my 30 is at 355, not 455, not at 450. So delivered 78 ton per hour production. It was an old 60-ton furnace, gone up to 78, and a fuel saving of 22%. So a net saving of 22%. Furnace, years, and while doing that, use 20 million metric ton of lesser carbon dioxide. So, and one more thing, please. This is a recuperator which lasted 20 years with a furnace oil combustion system. With furnace oil, high sulfur, everybody talks recuperators don't last, something goes here or there. We play around with materials a lot. We have a benefit that our customer range starts from 2 tons per hour and ends at 450 tons per hour. So the R&D happen, we get lots of opportunities to use different fuels, different applications. So this is what we did. It lasted 20 years. Again, didn't stop there. 2022, the gentleman comes back to us again, same furnace. I'll give you an investment of 1 rupee per metric ton, and I want a 4x return. What do I want from that same furnace? 15% production more. We have already done the 30% back then. He said 15% more. I want a higher air preheat, and again done on the existing furnace. Sir, we said that was a 60 ton per hour furnace. You want to now take out 90 tons per hour. We increased the air preheat to 520, 90 tons production, 27% fuel saving. So, and it will now save 24 crores per year, every year. Let's see for how long it lasts. Oh, sorry, I jumped one screen. Okay, the same thing we have done already for, I'll just take a second, please. So it's the same thing we have already done for the other plant of Ispat Indo at Bukit Baja. We are doing for them again for the hot strip mill at AMNS, and for the 320 ton per hour furnace that will get commissioned somewhere around what, March or so again. So this is where we are, gentlemen. I guess I have overrun my time a bit. You can always call us or talk to us on for anything that you want. Our websites are very simple, recuperators.in. That's all that we have for today.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation. There are impressive numbers. So, and then the presentation gives the feeling of the, let's say, the confidence, let's say, we should have on this product. Thank you very much. So, the next one will be Dr. Matthias Eirle. He's Vice President, Business Unit Metals, EMG Automation. And he will make a presentation about the quality assurance solution for automotive steel strip production. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in the beautiful world of EMG automation. And I want to present you, maybe in the next 10 minutes, I will skip a few slides. Typically, I'm a good guy to save a little bit time. I want to present you a dream from our customer. And we as EMG, as a measurement supplier, are willing to work together with you to fulfill that dream from the automotive world. So, if we are in the presentation mode, which is
doesn't work.
Yes. Well, we are as EMG around the world, 450 people, high motivated team, and our colleagues here in India, sales and service, are 25 people who can give you the fully support to our products. And coming to the dream of our customers from the automotive world, our customers are you, steel, aluminum producers, OEMs. But also you deliver the material in the automotive world. And there, the dream from BMW was that I want to press in every press shop around the world, the same quality, the same part. And to do that, in the morning, we heard about the knowledge. That's not possible because then you need really the data. And there is a lot of data, what you can read on the slide, what you can do nothing. But there are also a lot of data where you are for responsible, like mechanical properties, like oil layer, surface roughness, surface quality, sheet dimensions. And that we can do together, that in the automotive world, for each single sheet, what would be pressed, we need this data. You have this data, and that means we have to transfer that data to our customers, to the automotive world. And it's special BMW, I do it since years, and I will finish my presentation with a slide where I have already reached. So what is unique for EMG? We can help you as a supplier to have these specific measurement technology, like oil layer, like roughness, like online measurement of mechanical properties. What is very important, material thickness, you can get it from one supplier, from us. So, and we need to work together with you to transfer that to the automotive world. So the application, I will skip that slide. So I want to start with an online measurement of oil film measurement. So we have two different technologies, so we can support you with the optimized solution, what you need, depending a little bit from the application, but why you should measure oil film. So in the galvanizing line, continuous annealing line, cutting line, you had the electrostatic oiler. And what you deliver, you see a very, very screen map. On the x-axis, it is strip length, and it's a perfect strip, perfect oil. You had catch the average. But what happens if that coil comes in the automotive world? The automotive player gets something what you see here. In the middle, you had close to zero oil because you had a thickness profile, because you had high temperature in summer, and then the oil distribution, what you made in a perfect way, and something like that. And then we had a few applications. We had our system as BMW, VW, Skoda, Mercedes-Benz, where will claim such a coil of fuel. And in some cases, you see on the slide on the right side that the oil is coming out of the coil. Nothing to do with you. You do a perfect job. In such cases, your customer or our customer have to re-oil the coil, but it's not your fault. With an online oil measuring device, you are be sure on the safe side, especially in the aluminium industry for BMW, it's an absolute must-have. And you can be sure that you get the right quality, deliver the right quality, and your customer not claim. Well, I skip a few slides to catch the time. We also make sheet measurement in the automobile industry. And coming already to the next device, that's online measurement of mechanical properties. It's a magnetic measuring device. You see our beautiful measuring head. We magnetize the strip, measure the residual field, based on that with further data from the line. For a galvanizing line, it's the degree of skin pass mill, degree of tension leveling, set value for the thickness. We are able to measure online the mechanical properties over the complete coil and length and width. So there's one. Really, I love that. You see, again, on the x-axis, the coil length, and on the right y-axis, you see the tensile strength. This is in DP steel. And if you deliver such kind of DP steel in the automotive world, you see the variation online measured in the process, fully information over coil length. You had a variation more than 100 megapascal. And typically, the automotive world says, it's not depend on the last megapascal, but you need a stable quality because each sheet should have the same quality. And if you have an information like that, you'll be sure that you avoid to deliver such kind of coil. And the second issue is you can optimize your process quality. That customer, the main reason for that big variation was the reduction in the different stands of the hot rolling mill. He solved the problem by that. And he was able to deliver the right quality. At least automotive is inspected, the right parameters from for each single sheet. Okay, so I hurry a little bit up, and that's already the next device. I said oil layer, mechanical properties, roughness. These are the main parameters what are necessary to have a stable pressing process in the automotive world. We have an optical roughness measurement system, and that did exactly the same what you did today with the stylus instrument. And the stylus instrument, you measure beginning of the coil, the end of the coil. It's not bad, but you have no statistical safety. That you had only if you use an online measurement device. And that picture takes a little bit of time. Sorry for that, but I want to spend a minute for that.
Each red dot, what you see, is a single measurement of our online roughness measurement system. The green lines are the skin pass degree, and the blue lines are stylus measurement, what is done on a specific position. And yeah, I don't know if we had here. No, it's not possible. So, and you see, especially if you look to the skin pass degree in the range of 0.2, the red dots are always in the same range. That is what you expected. Same skin pass degree, same rolling force, same material, everything is constant, and you get same roughness value with a spread 0.3, 0.4 microns RA value over the strip length. And if you look to the blue lines, you see sometimes you are lucky. You measure, there you see the upper range of the stylus measurement. It's the right value, but it's the upper range. And if you see the lower blue values, again, you measure the right value. But with the SORM system, you had the safety to say, I had a full roughness information, again, over strip width and over strip length. The system can traverse over the strip width. And you are really sure that your customer get the right information for that. We also are able to, together with our customer, to make closed loop system for roughness. I will also skip a little bit. That's one of our newest babies for strip width measurement. It's called EMG iCam. We have up to 110 cameras over the strip width, and we can measure hole sizes and edge cracks in a range of 1 millimeter, a little bit less in the infrared area to deliver also strip width measurement. So it's stereoscopic measurement to have a high accuracy of plus minus 0.2, and you're also possible to measure the slit strips from the single pieces that is possible. Okay, we have also our newest baby. We took over company Mesacon. That means EMG up to now can also deliver a classical thickness measurement system with isotopic solutions, X-ray, and also optical. You see the different solutions here. And that means for us, yes, we are able to measure all 3 parameters from one company with the same look and feel, integration in one HMI, all like that is possible. And now, what is really the question? Why you should buy all these beautiful systems at EMG? This comes from our marketing department. And of course, you had lower ill and all like that. But what did our customers? Here you see results, what was already presented now 6 years ago from company BMW. Also, our colleagues in India can share. Sorry, it's a German report with you. It's published. And you see the green line. The green line are pressed parts. And you see on the x-axis here, roughly a little bit more when 6,000 parts are pressed. And the triangle is a prediction based on thickness, mechanical properties, oil layer, and roughness. Did I have a crack in that part or not? You will see it will not fit 100%. But in some cases, the prediction and the real case, what is in the lower line where you see reality, it fits very, very good. And now we come back to the world. If we are able together measure the parameters, mechanical properties, the roughness, the thickness on your side, and you are able to transfer this data in the automotive world for each single sheet, with each mark, it's possible today. A few automobile players do that already. Then we are together able to fulfill the dream. And we are willing to do that together with our customers, and our team in India answers the question. I'm just in time in 10 minutes. So thanks for your attention. And if there are any questions, feel free to contact us, to contact the colleagues in India. We will answer that. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Matthias. Thank you very much. Consistency in the automotive industry is very important. And then one thing I would like to add, in the automotive industry, there is no second choice. There is no second quality. Either it is prime quality or it is scrap. So thank you very much for your valuable contribution. Then we will go to Mr. Jasprit Singh, Manager Engineering, Nippon Steel. Thank you, Mr. Singh. He will present the Nippon Steel Engineering, the solution for energy saving technologies. The floor is yours.
Good evening, all. I'm Jasprit Singh from Nippon Steel Engineering, and I'm honored to be present the Nippon Steel Engineering India at this forum. These are the table of content for this presentation. Starts with the company profile, NSU technologies, and the supply records. I will not take much time in the slide. We are present in all over the Southeast Asia. Our head office is in Tokyo, Japan, and our technology center is present at Kitasu, also in Japan, and we are present in Delhi office in India. Currently, the sales, the last year, the company has a sales figure of about $2.1 billion USD, and the total number of employees are 4,485 numbers. In steel industry, Nippon Steel Engineering provides some upstream and downstream solutions. Under upstream, we are providing solutions for the blast furnace, Canberra reactor, hot stove, DRI technology, a steel melt shop, and CDQ. And under downstream, we are providing solutions for the rotary hearth furnace, continuous casting, CAPL, and CGL. Now, tell you about the NSU technology. This is the overview of steel making process where we are providing the solutions. This is the first solution, that is the Canberra reactor, which is used between the blast furnace and BOF for desulfurization of hot metal. Second, we are introducing a hot stove with metallic burner for the blast furnace. And third is the CDQ for the install between the coke oven and the blast furnace. This is the first technology with the Canberra reactor. It is actually a mechanical mixture of hot metal with using a coarse lime or desulfurization agent. The impeller is being used for stirring the process of the hot metal, and the coarse lime, which is basically used for the stirring process in this. And our impeller is refractory coated, which is the castable refractory. There is another process in desulfurization. It is a injection technology. In injection, there is a difference is that there is only one chance is required in the injection, that the magnesium or the sulfurizing agent is come from the top and react with the hot metal. And it is a very less time where the process has been done and the desulfurization achieved. The impeller in KR does the rotation and create the vortex in the hot metal. And our desulfurization agent is drawn into the vortex continuously. And our impeller reaction very quickly. And the effect of the use of the region is very good. On the right side, you can see a typical configuration of the KR, where our impeller lifting and steering device is used to rotate, lifting the rotors in the hot metal. Second, we are providing the desulfurization agent handling, which is continuously required for pouring the lime into the hot metal ladle. And third is the impeller handling device, which is required when the existing impeller has been worn out after 160 number of weeks. There are the major four benefits. First is the desulfurization performance. The KR provides the 96% of sulfurization rate, and instead of injection, which is given only 86% of desulfurization rate. So it is very stable process. Second is the minimum total cost. The OPEX is for this process is just 42% of injection process. Third is the production capacity. It provides a very short and stable treatment time. The treatment time is just about 10 minutes, and which is comparatively injection process is giving 27 minutes. So it is a very good. So you can achieve a maximum number of feeds per day for this with this KR process. The last is the safety, which is a non-dangerous agent. The lime we are using, which is very easily available in the steel plant, and whereas in injection process is a magnesium is used, so it is very dangerous to use the magnesium in handling and storage things. So in the safety in KR is very easy. This is a KR typical KR configuration. You can see the impeller lifting and steering devices are mounting on a technological structure. This is the impeller lifting and traveling car. The traveling car is moved between the one bay to another bay. So it can get a very limited space in the workspace while maximizing the equipment efficiency. This is our operational flow of KR technology. There is a two-way has been, you can see, one is there is a one technological structure over which our KR traveling car is been rested. If you see this motion, after treating of the slag raking, the ladder is moving forward, and the second ladder, which is under the traveling car, is being treated the hot metal. After treating, the slag raking has been done. The traveling car, which is in the first bay, it's moving towards the second bay, and it done their treating process. After treating, the slag raking has been done. While doing the process in the second bay, the first bay will be ready for the treatment, and the traveling car will move back to its first position and done their hot metal treatment continuously. So it gives very less time for the steering process, and very high efficiency can be achieved. We have provided total 21 number of KR process all over the world. Out of 21 numbers, we have supplied 4 numbers in India. And this is the India supply for the movable KR technology. We have majorly provided in JSW, SMS2 and SMS1, and also in SMS2 Dolby and Maharashtra. And the JVML SMS1, which is the 1 number quantity we have supplied. This is the first world movable KR, which is installed in Kobe Steel in Japan, with a capacity of 270 ton into 2 units, and started its operation in 2014. Second is the JSW Vijayanagar work, which is of India's first movable KR technology, which has been provided, which are successfully running currently. Next technology is our hot stove with a metallic burner. I will quickly go through with the history of this. NSC has developed from 1960s the internal hot combustion, then move it to the external type combustions, and 1980s and 1990s they have developed their the world has been developed with the top combustion of the ceramic burner. But there is a lot of things has been happening, improvement in the blast furnace technology, but there the main thing there is the energy saving. So NSC has developed in 2008 and 9 and 10 developed metallic burner, actual metallic burner, and the test has been provided. In 2014, the first new hot stove with metallic burner installed in Kokura number 2 blast furnace is Yamata Works in Japan. And now we have the very rich experience in metallic burners. So in 2018, the company has been got many number of orders for this because of their low energy saving and the less lower cost. Next, talk about the NSC design about this. The first NSC has been first metallic burner with high combustibility at the top of the hot stove. The first new hot stove installed at Kokura number 2 blast furnace Yamata Works, Japan in 2014. This is the metallic. This is actually design of metallic burner. A metallic burner has mainly 3 ports, which provide the swirling effect and provide the rotational flow of the combustion gas. This rotational flow leads to the proper mixing of air and the mixing gas, and which leads to the uniform combustion of and provide no regions of high temperatures. Local high temperature means there is a little formation of NOx compared to the ceramic burner, so it can provide the very good value to the customers. So now the hot stove advantages. NSC hot stove simple structure with low cost, provide the less than 10 ppm of CO. You can see here there is a analysis which is done by our technical team that the blue color you can see there is a complete combustion of the CO, but where complete combustion of your mixing gas. But whereas in the other ceramic burner there is a red portion, you can see that there is a lot of local high temperature formation with the NOx has been generated. With the use of metallic burner, you can reduce 0.5 million of USD year amount per year. There is another advantages regarding hot stove, which is a low cost. It has a high performance and also stable operation. With the low cost, there is a benefit by the revamping with the other type of systems. If you see that this figure, that there is a two kind of hot stoves. One is the internal and the external. If you convert this in the top combustion, we can use the maximum part of combustion chamber. So it will be easy checker chamber, and the shell we can be used most of the time. So while converting the internal to the top combustion, you can reduce by 15% of cost, and while converting your external type to the metallic burner, you can save up to 30% of the cost. We have NSE's dome is hybrid type design mixture, which is a mixture of copper design and a slit type design. Dome is more stable in temperature variations, and the refractory provides is more than 40 years. The refractory that we are use for this hot stove is about silica, which is better than alumina type of refractories. It also improves the heat accumulation in the dome area, because we have done many of the iteration in the design, and the thickness and the overall dome structure has been fixed. And after that, the dome has been very stable, quite a very stable operation in the hot stove. The main high performance is that you can use only a mono fuel of BFG combustion. There is no use of coke oven gas, because we are using a waste gas preheater that heats the fuel gas and the air that can help directly goes to the burner. So after heating the fuel combustion gas, you can reduce your cost about 2.6 million USD per year. So that is the major benefit that you can achieve with the hot stove metallic burner. Site installations, you can see there is a number of years from 1965 to currently. NSE has supplied a number of supplies for internal type combustion, external type combustions, and top metallic burners. Regarding hot stove metallic burners, it is a supply list. First is the Sumitomo Metal, we are supplied Course 50 in Japan, GFE Steel in Japan, Nippon Steel in 3rd BF in Japan, and GFE Steel number 2 BF is also in Japan. The last one is the coke dry quenching. You all know that coke dry quenching is used to recover the hot coke from the coke ovens. It is the most renowned, energy efficient, and environment friendly facility in the steel plants. Normally, 100 TPH of CDQ can generate 60 TPH of steam, which can further generate of 18 megawatt electricity, which can be used in steel plant and also supplied to the other customers as well. NSE has supplies total 154 number of units all over the world. And out of 154, we have supplied total 12 units supplied in India. This is the supplied list that where we have supplied. Tata Steel, Jamshedpur, Kalingnagar, JSW, Vijayanagar, Tata Steel in Mera Mandali, Tata Steel in Kalingnagar, and Tata Steel in BSL Mera Mandali. And now the last one is the MNS Hazira plant. We have got the order recently of 190 TPH capacity at Hazira plant in Gujarat. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you very much. Nice presentation. Congratulations for the list of references in India. Really impressive. And then the last presentation of the day, Dr. Andrei Fedorcev and Mr. Henning Lam from MIBAC. They will present the technology, the laser welding for coil joining. Dr. Andrei, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it seems to be I'm last one. So yes. Last speaker, and everybody is very tired. And yeah, Friday evening, that I see very tough and very motivated people in front of me. Thank you for that. So Hugo Miebach GmbH is was founded in year 97, and till now is private-owned company, location in West Germany, Dortmund. One of the main milestone is delivery of first laser welder to India. It is CRM #1 in GSW in Bellary, and still successful working. And another very important milestone is big cooperation with our partner from Marco Cooperation from West Bengal. So we are working in field of cold joining. Somebody told me what is actually interesting in this technology. It's nothing to do with the quality. Quality is blast furnace, quality is pickling line, quality is processing line, CGL, galvanizing line, but cold joining is not interesting. And also lifetime of seam is very short. Just to join coils together, go through the line, and then scrap. It is not interesting. I always answer #1. Any continuous line needs a welding machine. Without welder, it's nothing working. #2, see how many different thicknesses we are should weld together. Starting, this is in your standard precision from 0.08 like paper to 10 millimeter hot rolling strips. #3, think about how many different grade of material we have. High strength, high carbon, high silicon steel. And also we have some different in flatness and some different in gauge. And actually #4 is also in our laser welding machine. We integrate some post heater which could be used for some process like dynamic recrystallization. So you have already your annealing line inside of laser welding. And also if you think about plenishing roll, you have skin pass. So that means the technology is very interesting and it's very necessary to know how to operate. Reference list is very huge. About India, 12 machines, and 6 in running in operation and 6 is going on. We evaluate how many machines we will deliver if we thinking about 500 million ton per year. At least another 50 laser welder. So India is very huge market for us. Some new technologies coming on this market in the laser technology. This is SST, solid state. Normal common technology is CO2. The difference you can see, the fixed location of the resonator for CO2 and very flexible location of a resonator in case of solid state. But this is not all. It is also different light. The main difference of two lights is the wave of the length. The wave length of the CO2 10 times more than a solid state, and the important for the light is absorption and reflection. Absorption of CCT laser solid state is much more compared to to CO2 laser. So we have direct influence of the light into the material, and on the right side you can see solid state laser micrograph compared to indirect influence of CO2. So you can see also difference in quality of the joining of the material. What is the main differences between CO2 and solid state? I think last week somebody from India asked us in web meeting, I don't need to know about advantages of new technology, solid state. Just give me some very easy explanation what is disadvantage. So disadvantage is number one is protection. You need much more protection for the eyes. For example, in our case, we are using for our machine combination of local protection and protection in front of the machine. So which is calculated, and we guarantee safe operation for operator. The next point is a little bit different. This is a little bit more important. Is a small windows how to find right parameter for the welding. In case of solid state, it is a little bit difficult compared to CO2. This is connected to nature of solid state, because this direct influence of light will give you some process like evaporization or sublimation. So that means solid metal is going not in fluids, is going in gas. It's some process of vulcanize happens. This parameter window we can use also for interesting product like electrical steel, which is getting more popular around the world. Even in India, everybody is thinking about electrical car. So we did some tests in our company, and we have already experience. Think about something roughly 30 laser welding machine working for APL lines and different lines for the silicon steel. You can see silicon content of, for example, in the middle is very high, it's highest one, 3. But is talking about 4% of silicon steel. It is also possible to weld by means of Mibach laser welding machine. So this is some parameter how to find out the optimal parameter of optimal recipes, how to get the right result. It is we vary the welding speed, laser power, focus position, so on. We are playing with post heater and another things. For example, after this bending test, it shows you for the high grain oriented steel, in these cases, this marked in yellow 3 or 1 to 3 bending is not so big issue compared to another steels. The question, it is good or bad? Then for this reason, you need to do Ericsson tester. The Ericsson tester in the middle is also, in this case, is good. It's comparable to other kind of material. If it's not enough, another testing, metallographic investigation. You can simply see the picture of the grain growth, and then also distribution of micro hardness. And in this case, you see very smoothly distribution. So that means the weld is okay. And this is actually a very important point for silicon steel, especially the geometry of the seam is important, but more important, the property of the seam. So the property of the steel, you was talking about AMG, so it is also our challenge. We know how to measure the geometry of the weld seam, but the question is how to measure the property of the steel online. So I don't have any answer. If you have an answer, please ask, please tell me. We can work together. It's also a question to you. So one of the other challenges is the gap. We can vary with the gap, and you can see the gap is different. We can also get a different result. If nothing helps to get the good seam, it's also possible. One thing is very important. If you go to another market, to new one, like Indian market, you need stable, intelligent, and good partner. In this case, it is micro cooperation. And then micro cooperation is located around all India and representative in any state of India, I would say. So with this company, we got very good result last time, and then we are we are doing direct service. Our customers are going to the market to buy the spare parts. So last sentence I want to say, in order to achieve the mission of 500 million ton steel production, our cooperation between MIBAC and MACO will give you the possibility to support you with your line and give you the safe cold joining. This is our target. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andrei. MIBAC is a well-known brand all over the world, and I mean, even our processing line and our PLTCM, most of the time they applied MIBAC welder, so it's well known. And the list of reference is also impressive. We appreciate also your explanation about different process, CO2, solid state. So I think the floor is full of technicians, very high knowledge, and they really appreciate. So we have presented the micro mill for the, let's say, the transformation from scrap to rebar for the regional market. We had 2 sessions about recuperator, quality control, and let's say quality assurance for the automotive product. Then we have a Nippon Steel with the technologies, very interesting with the sulfurization and the achievement they made in India. Last but not least, MIBAC welder. So I invite all of you from the, let's say, if you have any question for our valuable speakers, please. There is no question. We proceed with the award of the speakers.
All right. Thank you so much. I know it has been a lot more delay than we expected. Anyways, I would like to request, sir, Mr. Andrea Despacaro, to please felicitate all the speakers with the mementos. Do the honors, please. And thank you so much for your precious time. I think it has been an amalgamation of lots of thoughts, lots of visions, lots of ideas. And I really wish all of you the very best for your upcoming things in the steel industry. Because of all your hard work, we can actually live a better life when it comes to technology. So let's do the proceedings. The number 1 is Manoranjan Ram, the Vice President of Genili India. Congratulations to you, sir. Manoranjan Ram, Vice President of Genili India. The second one is Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Country Business Manager of India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. Kalprisa, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Country Business Manager. And the next person is Dr. Matthias Erle. Dr. Matthias Erle, VP BU Metals, EMG Automation GmbH. Congratulations to you, sir. All right. The next person is Mr. Jaspreet. Sir. Another one is Dr. Andrei Fedosiv. Dr. Andrei Fedosiv. Followed by Henin Lam. Followed by Henin Lam. And now it's for the last person, Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director from Eastern Equipment and Engineers Private Limited. Yeah.
Small correction, madam. You just promoted me to be the chairman of my company. I'm not. Thank you very much. But I'm sure my chairman is.
Okay, sir. I wish you. Well, we wish you to be the chairman, the next chairman of your company, that is Eastern Equipment and Engineers Private Limited. Well, thank you so much and many, many congratulations to all the people, all the speakers, and a big thank you to, yes, you can have a picture together, and a very big thank you to the session chairman, Mr. Andrea Despataro. Thank you so much for leading this event so beautifully, sir. And wishing all the best for your teamwork, for solid ideas, for visions, for great future in the process. So now there's an old saying that where there's a will, there's a way. And I really hope everything comes on the way till nice meeting you. Nice to know all of you. Now it's time to just thank our partners. Without them, this event wouldn't have been beautifully executed. I'll just say the name of all the partners over here. Title partner, Dalmia OCL. Knowledge partner and lunch host, RHI Manifestia. Steel partner, JSPL. Steel partner, Calfrisia. Steel partner, Sham Steel. Raw material partner, NMDC Limited. Technology partner, SMS Group. Supporting organization, JSW Steel. Innovation partner, Denali Group. Banner advertisement partner, RNL. Vizag Steel Plant. Coke making session partner, Acre India. Session 3 partner, Eastern Equipment. Delegate kit partner, Max's Motion. Memento partner, Ma Kaushal Refractories. Pendrive partner, EI Rich. Relationship partner, Meko Corporation. Tea and coffee break partner, Nippon Steel Engineering India Private Limited. And last but not the least, event partner, TBQ Coke Oven Consultants. Thank you so much. This is Nikita Bedi signing off for the day. Thank you so much. See you around, everyone. God bless.